Jihan just logs into the tutorial, and some guy immediately tries to kill him. This guy's sure a newbie is an easy kill, but he's never been more wrong. He's messing with the wrong guy in sweatpants and a singlet. Jihan stops his sword with just 2 fingers and smirks, ready to enjoy what happens to this idiot next. The guy can't even comprehend what's happening when Jihan swings his sword with enough force to throw him off balance. Still, he refuses to give up, thinking his A-rank agility will let him take down this strange opponent. But the moment he lunges forward, Jihan effortlessly dodges. He attacks again and again, but can't land a single hit. Jihan reads every movement easily thanks to his experience, and honestly, he's bored. So the next time the guy attacks, Jihan takes his sword, and before he even realizes it, he's killed with a single strike. After all, Jihan is a regressor, so it's no wonder he's leagues ahead of everyone else. Some cruel and powerful gods decided that life on Earth was too peaceful and easy, so they started a survival game between planets, waves of monsters alternating with battles between each planet's representatives. All losing planets would be destroyed, while the winners would gain incredible power. Jihan is the strongest awakener on Earth, and he wipes out the deadliest monster with a single punch. He loses his arm in the process, but still shocks everyone, because even all the awakeners combined couldn't defeat it. Because Jihan lost his arm, he isn't chosen to represent Earth in the next round against other planets. The others so-called top awakeners from Earth turns out to be total failures. Orcs crush them mercilessly, mocking humans as weak and easy targets. After their defeat, Earth's deletion begins and the entire planet and everyone on it is erased. Yet Jihan survives. His special skill prevents him from being deleted. The gods running this game notice his potential and give him a second chance. He wakes up back at the very beginning, in his own room. Everything looks peaceful. Children play outside without fear. Jihan realizes he has been sent back to a time of peace. Just to be sure, he opens his status window. His abilities have been reset to level 2, confirming that he's back at the moment he first entered this cursed game, which would later be transferred to reality. For now, though, he decides to check his inventory, and something in there immediately catches his eye. It's an achievement points exchange coupon which gives special benefits to the last survivor who chose to challenge again. Obviously, this was made specially for him, and it's a rank X item, which means it's incredibly useful and rare. He uses it immediately, and the system activates an achievement store for him. The store has things that are exclusive to him for sale, and it can even be upgraded with a certain amount of achievement points. He will most likely get more options to choose from if he upgrades, and he needs to buy something that he can start using right away. There's not a lot of choices in the store, so he gives in and tries upgrading it. The level 2 expansion doesn't give anything particularly useful, so he upgrades it to level 3, and once again, it's not very useful to him. With only 50,000 points left, if he upgrades the store to level 4, then he will only have 10,000 points left. The higher he upgrades the store, the more expensive it will be to upgrade it again, so he's only got 2 choices. He can either buy all the items that are available to him right now, or gamble his points and upgrade to level 4. He has always been a hardcore gambler, so the choice is obvious. He upgrades his store to achievement level 4, and immediately, his actions pay off. The next level unlocks an item called Urgent Restoration. It allows him to repair other items from a faulty state to a perfect state. Good outcomes like these are why he just can't stop gambling. How can he possibly stop when he keeps hitting the jackpot over and over? Now that he has gotten this god-tier ability, it's time for the real test of his abilities. He heads to a room elsewhere within the massive penthouse and uses his thumb to unlock access to a special area. He opens up the inventory of the BattleNet connector and finds exactly what he was looking for. It's an item called Dongfang Shuo's Spoiled Brush, and it's an A-rank item that even the inventory describes as useless. But with a little assistance from his new Urgent Restoration tool, he's able to repair it and turn it back into exactly what he wants. The A-rank Spoiled Brush becomes an SS-rank item that holds a link to the martial god. Before he can admire his handiwork, though, a notification pops up, informing him that the tutorial for the Gangnam Bronze League will soon start. There's only 10 seconds left before he will be summoned to the arena, so Jihan has no time to waste. He calls for his status window and uses the brush to mess with his stats. The reason that he was able to rise up and become number 7 in the world in his past playthrough was because of an ability that eventually led him to being called the Martial Saint. This unique stat combines his strength, agility, and HP attributes into one, and it's called Martial Power. The brush was abandoned because it was spoiled, but thanks to it, he can finally start his awakening. He finishes writing just as the countdown ends, and he's forcefully logged in and summoned to the BattleNet League. The mission of this Bronze League tutorial is survival, and the players are meant to survive against monsters of the Colosseum along with 100 other players. Once half of the players remain, the survival game will come to an end, and the winners will be decided. Jihan hurriedly checks his status window as soon as he's summoned, and he's thankful to see that somehow he managed to do it. He obtained martial power, and thanks to it, he even gained 1,000 achievement points as a reward. This is just the first step in his ultimate goal of getting the nameless divine art. But with just this upgrade, he should easily be able to breeze through the Bronze League. The system also warns him that he is connected to the battle net without a connector, so because of that, he will suffer 100% of the pain in the game. Jihan remembers this from before the Space League started. During the tutorial period, people were able to reduce pain by buying connectors. The one that his brother-in-law Yoon Sejin used was a high-end product that reduced pain by up to 99%. Jihan plans to make good use of that later on, but for now he has to manage without it in the game. The achievement menu opens and it reveals to him that he has a limited quest. He is to achieve number 1 in the tutorial, and as a reward, he will be given 1,000 achievement points. This didn't exist in his past life, but clearing this quest will be easy for him thanks to the help of martial power. The game eventually starts, and not even a second after the notification is given, someone rushes at him from behind with his sword raised. The surprise attacker looks like he's rushing to catch a newbie off guard and get a free and easy kill, but he's surprised when Jihan manages to easily stop the attack with nothing but 2 fingers. The man can't even pull his sword back and Jihan turns to him. Then he thanks the man for being generous enough to give away the first kill. This is easily the most enjoyable content in the game, and that is the ability to mercilessly slaughter people. Another thing in the world that completely changed with the introduction of the BattleNet is the addition of guilds. Guilds are groups of people that train and manage players, and everyone around the world is incredibly interested in the BattleNet. Because of that, each country put their resources into fostering players, and well-known enterprises also aggressively invested in the growth of players, allowing large and small guilds to be established in South Korea. Thanks to that, Korea has been able to train strong players early in the league. The Gangnam Bronze League is a place where rising stars of each guild made their debut. In this particular Gangnam League match, an aspiring player is summoned to the Coliseum just like the rest of the players, and he's trying his best not to be nervous. This potential cannon fodder is named Do Hyukgyu, and he considers himself to be luckier than anyone else. After all, he's with the Divergent Guild, which is managed by the Divergent Group. This famous guild is known for having many rising stars, and the ordinary young man, Do Hyukgyu, was able to join this impressive guild after obtaining the A-rank gift, Agility. Only a small minority of people can obtain an A-rank gift, and thanks to it, he's sure that he can make it into the top 50. Now the first step is finding out who his opponent is going to be. His eyes scan the crowd, and all he can see are powerful knights, brutish warriors, and scary-looking monsters. Faced with these many options, Do Hyukgyu makes the brave decision to completely ignore them and turn away as if he didn't see anything. After all, staying alive is the most important thing for survival, and the other players are staring at him as if they can smell his fear. If he gets eliminated for messing around right off the bat, then that would be absolutely embarrassing. Looking around, most of the players seem to be from major guilds, and they all have good equipment. Being here doesn't even feel like being in the Bronze League at all. Among the crowd, though, he notices someone that looks out of place among all the other rising stars. He's wearing a wife-beater top, sweatpants, and he has no shoes or any equipment to speak of at all. Do Hyukgyu wonders if this person even plans to participate in the Bronze League at all, or if he was summoned by accident. He must be a newbie that got summoned by mistake, which also means that he's a free, easy kill. Hyukgyu readies himself and prepares to strike while also praising whatever luck he has for giving him such an easy kill right out of the gate. As soon as the system notifies that the game has started, Hyukgyu wastes no time and rushes in to deliver the finishing blow on the unsuspecting newbie. Except to his utter surprise, not only did the newbie block his attack, he did it with 2 fingers. It makes no sense that someone who seems so out of place could keep up with his A-rank agility ability. Before he can process what's going on, Jihan flings him aside with barely any effort, tossing him to the side like he's completely lightweight. Jihan mocks him for coming to participate in the Bronze League with a simple gift like agility. That pisses off Hyukgyu, who can't accept that his A-rank ability is being insulted by someone who looks like a beggar. Maybe Jihan is only full of himself because he managed to block just 1 attack. In that case, Hyukgyu plans to teach him a lesson by charging up his fastest speed. It looks like the player is planning to come at Jihan with all he's got, and our MC is forced to admit that even his speed from before isn't something to take lightly. Hyukgyu comes charging in, going straight for Jihan's neck, but our MC successfully manages to dodge the attack, dodging down low before it can connect. But the relentless attacks aren't done, and Hyukgyu comes at him with another attack, and another, and another. All of his attacks are easily dodged, but that doesn't mean that Jihan is having the best time. He's used to fighting with higher stats, but now his mind has to adjust to being back in a level 2 player's body. Hyukgyu isn't even that fast, it's Jihan who is slow, which means that this fight won't be as easy as he made it out to be. However, even with that, as someone who has experienced countless fights, the trajectory of his ambitious attacker is just too simple and obvious. Hyukgyu comes in for another large attack, and Jihan is done dodging this time. He smacks the weapon out of his attacker's hand, causing the sword to go flying in the air. Then before Hyukgyu can even process what just happened, Jihan jumps into the air, catching the sword and then stabbing it through his opponent's neck, finally ending the fight. Hyukgyu falls to the ground, and as his body fades away in defeat, He promises that the next time that he and Jihan run into each other, that he's going to win. That causes Jihan to sigh in grief, and it really puts into perspective how nice this world is. Even when he's dead, he's still talking about his next battle. The system pops up and informs him that he has taken the first kill in the tutorial, and he obtains 100 achievement points for it. The sword unfortunately disappears since the player that owns it has died. Our MC doesn't need a sword, and now that he has gotten a pretty decent warm-up, it's time for him to move on to the next battle. First, he has to secure more than 5 kills to get a good position in this mission. As he expected though, no one is going after the monsters. In the battle net, apart from players, there are monsters too, but one monster kill is only 0.1 of a player kill, meaning that you would have to kill 10 monsters for a single player kill to be counted. Because of that, most people avoided the monsters entirely, especially in this situation where the monsters are mobs like orcs. Going after them would be completely stupid, but it looks like the system likes stupid, because it gives him a new quest to kill all 30 orcs in the Colosseum. Hunting monsters is definitely inefficient, but he's getting 500 achievement points as a reward, which is 5 times more than the reward he got for getting the first kill. If that's the case, then there's no reason not to go after the orcs. These basic NPC monsters are nothing compared to a real orc anyway, so it shouldn't be much of a problem for him. Since there's nothing holding him back, he decides to go all out on the unsuspecting monsters. The orcs at first can't believe that there's an almost naked human running towards them at full speed, but they quickly recover and gather together to try and kill him. The first 2 that are closest throw their axes at him in hopes of cutting him down before he even gets close. But Jihan is able to catch the axes with ease, and then throw it back at them, killing multiple orcs with a single hit. That causes the rest to go into a frenzy, but Jihan is already on the move, running right past all of them and appearing right in the middle of all of them. Then with one swing of the second axe, several orc heads go flying, but our MC isn't done yet. He has only killed 5 orcs so far, and the remaining 25 don't look too pleased by his actions. They are even more motivated to kill him now, but they are just no match for him. He moves faster than they can keep up with, and his battle experience shows up heavily here. Another orc rushes in with a spear, determined to kill Jihan quickly, but his weapon is easily caught and broken, leaving him standing confused and dazed as our MC goes in to cut him down with his axe. Except the axe unexpectedly breaks as he tries to attack the orc. That fills the orcs with a bit more confidence, and they think now that his weapon is broken, they should have an easier time dealing with him. All the orcs rush at him, and Jihan gives them credit for being so persistent, but no matter how much they try, he's just too much for them to take on. He stomps on the ground with his foot, and the shockwave alone is enough to break apart the ground, sending all the orcs that were running towards him flying. Then he jumps into the air and grabs the weapons that went flying from the orcs' hands as they were pushed back, and in a second, he dashes through the crowd, killing even more orcs in the process. The slaughter continues, and more orcs continue to fall until there's only one left. The last orc is too frozen to move, but at this point he finally realizes that Jihan is more of a monster than they are. As he realizes that, Jihan takes him out as well, successfully clearing the quest. The system hands him the 500 achievement points that were promised, and he also leveled up from the fight. Leveling up mid-game is unusual since experience is usually calculated at the end of the game, but this might be because he is still at a low level. No matter the reason, however, Jihan doesn't complain and takes the opportunity to level up his stats while he can. And if there's one stat that he wants to give the most priority to, it's martial power. Martial power combines 3 stats together, and even if other people were to upgrade one of those stats at a time, a single level in martial power is able to double your abilities at minimum. There's also another reason why martial power is special to Jihan, and that's because once he hits level 30 in martial power, then he has a chance to obtain the unnamed divine arts. If he wants to get stronger, then he has to obtain the unnamed divine arts as soon as possible. However, there's a fatal flaw to the stat, and that's the fact that it's not easy to increase martial power. Normally, you would have to gain an assortment of battle experience and training in order to increase the martial power stat, and points can only increase the maximum growth rate. However, this time, for some reason the martial power level actually increases. That's great for him, and Jihan isn't exactly sure how it happened, but if it continues to increase like this, then his hope of becoming the strongest might actually be possible. There's no time for him to loiter around, and this is still a battlefield after all. As he's looking through his stats, an archer shoots an arrow at him which he easily predicts and manages to dodge. The archer is partnered up with a warrior in fancy-looking equipment, and they are both clearly looking down on Jihan. The girl tells her partner to wrap things up quickly, and the confident smiles on their faces show that they think they are going to deal with him very easily. It's not unusual for 2 people to team up in a battle. This survival game is intended to be PvP, but there's no rule saying that participants can't work together. The logo on their clothes also shows that they are in one of the top 10 guilds in Korea, the Turtle Guild. The trouble with this matchup is the pairing of the two. A warrior and an archer is a combination of short and long-ranged attackers. The fact that they are in the same team also means this won't be easy for Jihan to take care of by any stretch of the imagination. A notification pops up, informing him that there are only 60 survivors left, and the tutorial is about to end. So many people have died already, and with the tutorial about to end, all Jihan has to do is dodge the attacks from the pair, and he should be able to survive till the end. But if the two of them came to specifically kill him, then he must look like an easy target to them. As Jihan tries to figure out what to do with these two, they are so confident in themselves that the warrior asks the knight out for dinner if he kills Jihan. Just before the fight starts, Jihan checks the scoreboard and sees that he is barely in first place with 4 kills. That means that if he manages to kill these two, then it will guarantee his rank. To start off, he goes after the archer first, killing her while she's still in the middle of being hit on by the warrior. With his martial power stat currently at level 6, they have no chance against him. The warrior is in shock that his partner died so easily, but he doesn't even have a chance to process what's going on as Jihan rushes up behind him and slashes at his back with his sword. Luckily for the warrior, his thick B-rank armor managed to save his life, and he thinks that Jihan won't be able to pierce through it with such a poor weapon. But Jihan keeps going, using the sword to stab at the armor over and over, slowly creating a hole in the same spot with his continuous strikes, until the gap is just large enough for him to take out the knight. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit office space, a woman watches a replay of the match with a cup of tea in her hand, right as Jihan cuts down the warrior. This woman is Lee Haeon, the 3rd Division head of the Department of Human Resources in the Divergent Guild. She thinks it's a relief that Jihan wasn't summoned right beside her bodyguard, Lim Gaiyong, who was in the same match as Jihan and managed to rank 2nd place. Gaiyong isn't thrilled about basically being told that she's weaker than someone, but Haeon still advises her to try and avoid fighting with the maniacal newbie. For now, what she needs Gaiyong to do is to collect data. However, as Gaiyong watches the video playing on her boss's monitor, she can't help but notice that she has definitely seen Jihan somewhere before. Lim Gaiyong of the Divergent Guild is known mainly for possessing an S-rank gift. She is the Divergent Guild's high-potential prospect, and her performance in the Bronze League lived up to everyone's expectations. She should have ranked first just as everyone hoped for her, and she most likely would have if it hadn't been for Xiang Jihan's appearance. The Turtle Guild's scout team can't help but yell in shock as he realizes that not only did Jihan beat some of their most promising members, but he also managed to rank first at only level 2 without any proper gear or affiliation to any group. He showed up in a wife-beater top and sweatpants and somehow managed to acquire 6 kills without any weapons. His performance alone in this match was enough to cause a lot of questions to pop up amongst the players in the world. The man himself relaxes back in his living room as he checks his rewards for achieving first place in the Bronze League tutorial. He gained an experience boost of 50%, and with it managed to go from level 3 to level 6. His level up speed is most likely due to the fact that he's still at rookie level, but it's a nice bonus regardless. He didn't gain any GP, which is the currency used by the system, but he did get stat points from his level up, which he threw directly into martial power. Once again, his martial power increases, going from level 6 to level 9. He also acquired a nickname, Tutorial Conqueror, which gives him an additional point in all his attributes, as well as an additional 20% experience boost. The nickname only applies in Bronze League, but it's fine in its own way. With that effect, he now has 10 points in martial power, which makes him incredibly overpowered in the Bronze League. The Silver League promotion battle will happen when he reaches level 25, so until then, he just has to focus on growing his power continuously. Those are already a lot of boosts to his stats and strength, but there's still one more thing he gained. By reaching level 5, he unlocked a class advancement, which means that he can now pick a class. When choosing a class, it's important that the player knows what each class brings to the table. There are 4 options to pick from: Warrior, Archer, Mage, and Support. In his previous life, he picked the Warrior class, and since he already has expert level knowledge of it, picking it again will make his life easier. But in his achievement store, there's an option to buy an extra class slot. With that, even if he chooses a different class this time, he can always add the Warrior class later on by buying it with 10,000 achievement points. Thanks to this, he doesn't need to choose the Warrior class first, and he can try out something else. His finger hovers over the options as he decides which one he's going to choose, and then eventually, he picks one. Later on, he's summoned to the Bronze League Gangnam area again for another mission. This place is filled with thousands of zombies crowding around each other, and the mission this time is defense. The zombies are at the bottom of a castle, and the players are to kill the zombies and protect the crystal resting at the top of the castle walls, while also doing their best to survive against the zombies. There are multiple towers, and the battle will continue until only 5 towers remain. On top of one of these towers is Lim Gaiyong, a warrior of the Divergent Guild, and she stares down at the zombies in disgust. They may be in a game, but that doesn't make the sight of decayed corpses any better. Behind her, the other players spawn in, and they seem to be familiar with the map as well as the mission. Gaiyong knows the people who have been matched up with her. One is an archer from the LK group, and he has strong-looking B-grade gear. Another is a mage, and he doesn't seem to be affiliated with any guild, but his equipment is impressive, and he doesn't look too bad for this level. These two look like good partners to work with, but the most important person in this particular mission type is the support. The defense mission is a long-term fight, and the support is the person that guarantees that they will be able to survive that fight. He's summoned last, and as the light clears, Gaiyong is surprised to see Seong Jihan appear as the support of their group. Just like last time, his gear is pretty unique, and he's sporting a tracksuit and a metal pipe, truly the strongest gear available. 20 minutes before he was summoned for the mission, he decided to choose the support class. As he selected the option, the system itself advised him that the class isn't compatible with him. The reason he chose the support class, even though it is so bad for him that the system has to reconfirm his decision, is because the class gives him a new ability called Divine Power that is unlocked after choosing the support class. Divine Power is something he desperately needs if he wants to grow another unique stat, but it's one of the harder abilities to grow. That's because it's not as easy to boost with training like other stats, and there's no way to raise it other than to invest extra points in it. Jihan doesn't want to do that, of course, because he's throwing everything he has into his martial power stat in hopes of gaining the nameless divine arts early. He would never waste his valuable points on anything else. Then why did he choose the support class and gain the divine power stat? That's because he knows of another way to enhance divine power, and it's a method that people aren't aware of at all. The secret lies in his shiny new pipe. The other players are just as surprised at the fact that Jihan is a support as Gaiyong, and the mage in particular doesn't hide his frustration with Jihan's superior outfit and gear. He yells at Jihan for choosing not to have better equipment, and even emphasizes how expensive his own gear is in comparison, thinking that Jihan having bad gear is because he is incompetent. The archer tries to calm the mage down before he says something that's way out of line, but the mage doesn't want to hear any of it. He calls Jihan filthy, and even says that he doesn't want to play the game with someone so bad who will clearly mess up their team. Gaiyong shuts her eyes in annoyance, and questions the horrible luck that forces her into a situation to play with a troll. However, she snaps out of it as she hears the mage cry out in surprise. Jihan has grabbed the arrogant mage by the collar of his cape, and our MC is holding him in the air like a toy. Then without a second thought, he tosses the mage over the edge of the tower, straight down towards the hungry zombies below. The mage has been complaining this whole time that he doesn't want to play with Jihan, so our MC helped him quit the game personally. The mage respawns after death, and as soon as he reappears at the top of the tower, he begs Jihan for forgiveness and promises to do his best for the team. The man groveling at our MC's feet is Kim Gyu-hyuk, and the reason for his sudden change in behavior is our MC's disciplinary techniques. When a person spawns in the Bronze League defense game, they are given a total of 3 lives. Kim Gyu-hyuk, who resurrected right away after being mercilessly tossed off the side of the tower, was immediately given another skydiving lesson by Jihan as soon as he respawned. Thanks to that, he has only 1 life remaining, and if he were to die one more time, then he would be kicked out of the game and get last place. That's why he's currently begging for his life at the feet of our MC, hoping that he's not thrown down to be zombie lunch again. He needs to avoid getting last place, because if he does, then his level will fall as a penalty. That also means that all the skills he bought with his own money will disappear as a consequence. If a user's level doesn't mean the skill requirements, then the skill will automatically be deleted. Jihan is surprised that Gyu-hyuk's personality has changed so quickly, especially since he was so intent on raining down attacks in his last life as soon as he spawned. Gyu-hyuk tries to advertise himself as a fire mage who is very good against mobs of undead, and he's also level 15, which means that he's very strong. For any other team, he's a precious resource that they wouldn't want to lose, but all his yapping has reminded Gaiyong of who he is. Kim Gyu-hyuk used to be affiliated with one of the 10 great guilds in Korea, and he was respected by all, but he fell 4 times in the silver promotion leagues, and after that, he just went around starting fights. In other words, Gaiyong considers him a loser. Gyu-hyuk continues to advertise his skills and promises to cooperate with them, but on one condition. He wants Jihan to personally apologize for killing him twice. The archer is in support, and it's clear that he just wants their team to make up. But on the inside, Gyu-hyuk is still angry about being killed twice, but he's not even given the chance to finish his internal revenge monologue as Jihan grabs him by the collar again and tosses him off the side of the castle walls one last time for the sheer audacity of asking for an apology, even though he was the one who started the fight. And with that, their mage is gone, leaving their team down by 1 man. The zombies continue to climb the tower, and coincidentally, the team closest to them has another fire mage who makes quick work on the zombies on their side. That's why they needed a mage, and the archer scolds Jihan for not trying to meet the mage halfway. Jihan isn't fazed and opens up his status window to check his latest limited quest. This quest has a linked quest, and it requires him to get first place in the 10 Towers mission, and also kill 1,000 zombies on his own, for a total of 4,000 achievement points. Killing 1,000 zombies would be near impossible considering just how much time they have left, but he doesn't want to lose out on 3,000 points. Lim Gaiyong watches as Jihan tries to figure out what to do, and she doesn't even try to hide how much she's judging him. So far, Jihan has only done what he wants, and despite his impressive specs, he's just a support class. From what Gaiyong can tell, there's no reason for her to try and bring him into the Divergent Guild. The archer isn't nearly as calm as she is though, and he continues yelling at Jihan, who finally notices. Finally, he tells Jihan that if he's going to continue acting like a jerk, then he should just go ahead and fight by himself. Unexpectedly, Jihan is happy to hear that, since he will be able to take out all the zombies alone if they let him go ahead without their help. Gaiyong tells him to stay behind her while she takes the front. She sees the game is already lost, but she at least feels the need to take responsibility as a player, but Jihan tells her that it's alright. He plans to take everything in the front while the archer and Gaiyong protect each other. A zombie finally manages to reach the top of the tower, and it's a blood zombie which is different and stronger than the other zombies. Its head is made of liquid, so they can't kill it with physical attacks. Well, they can anyways. Jihan doesn't care about the rules of the game. The zombie leaps in, and Jihan readies himself with the spear, and with one clean hit, kills the zombie by smashing its head in. Gaiyong notices from the pieces of flaming zombie flesh that fall around that, then Jihan must have access to divine power. More zombies make their way to the tower, and Jihan continues to fend them off one by one with his staff. So far, he has only killed 6 zombies out of 100, and he has a long way to go. As more zombies climb up the tower, Jihan continues to take them all on solo. As he kills over 24 zombies, he starts to realize that his biggest issue will be the blood zombies. Physical attacks don't work on them, so when he sees them, he releases a small amount of divine power, which allows him to kill them all at once. The archer's view of Jihan has completely changed, and it's hard to deny that our MC really is a pro even though he's a jerk. Gaiyong, on the other hand, is too stunned to speak, and can only watch Jihan fight with awe. He's controlling divine power freely, and fighting without wasting it. His level of control is impressive enough, but what impresses her the most is Jihan's skill and precision in going for the zombies' heads. Within a matter of minutes, Jihan has managed to kill over 200 zombies, which allows him to meet a hidden condition called an Otherworld's Faith. That increases his divine power from level 6 to level 7. This is his other method to increase his divine power, and it looks like it works. He can increase his divine power through the use of sacred objects. In 2010, when the Earth's tutorial first started, sacred objects were traded at high prices, as it was said that they contained secrets. But after 10 years, nothing was ever revealed, and eventually, their value fell continuously. Otherworldly divine items also had no merit, and many people didn't even know about their existence. However, there was one person who knew about it, and that was Sophia, the Saintess of American First. She told him about how she increased her divine power with an otherworldly divine item, and divine power in general can be increased by using divine items from other worlds. Although it doesn't work after finishing the tutorial, it was the method that she used to become a saintess. She would hold on to the other world's divine item and pray for a long time. Eventually, after a while of doing that, she would get divine power. The conditions required for each divine item are slightly different, and it's by no means an easy method. On top of that, the items are in such low demand that they are extremely difficult to find. Thanks to that though, Sophia was able to monopolize all the divine items to herself. This is high-quality information that no one knows about, so she definitely used this to her advantage. But despite how valuable this information was, there was also someone else who was constantly purchasing otherworldly divine items, which means that there is one other player who knows this information. After Jihan regressed, he visited his sister's room in the Sword Palace penthouse, and there he found all the otherworldly divine items that had been purchased. All their divine power has all been drained, so they are all empty. That means that the identity of the other player who had been collecting otherworldly divine items was his elder sister Seong Jia. Along with Yoon Se-jin, the Sword King, Jia, his sister was South Korea's best support, and a hero. How she died is a whole other story entirely though. Out of all the otherworldly divine powers that she left behind, Jihan found a steel pole which has been reduced to an E-rank item. According to the item's description, it should be especially perfect for breaking zombie skulls. After using it for so long though, it has been reduced to an F-rank item, and there's not much divine power left to absorb, but it's still tough, so it's the perfect weapon for hitting things with. Gaiyong continues to marvel at his amazing physique and his unbelievable level of control. The archer notices that another tower has fallen, and they were in the top 5, but in his excitement, he fails to notice a zombie sneaking up on him. Gaiyong draws her blade quickly and cuts down the zombie before it can attack the archer. From her stance and the way she uses her sword, Jihan immediately recognizes who she is. She's known as the Plum Blossom Sword, Lim Gaiyong, and she was famous for being the interim Sword King. However, she didn't have a great ending in his past life. She died at the hands of the former Sword King himself, who now goes by Ryuhei. It seems like he managed to meet a pretty important person early on in this new life. Gaiyong calls him attention and asks if she can join him in the fight. If they fight together, then they can aim for a higher ranking. Jihan takes a look at his status window, and he can see that they are just in 5th place. There's still a long way to go, and not a lot of time left either. If it's the Plum Blossom Sword, then she will be fine without him, but one of his quests is to earn 1st place in this mission. Jihan decides to leave the zombies climbing up the tower to her and the archer, and then he leaps off the side of the tower before they even have a chance to notice what he's doing. As he falls to the ground, he gathers up all his divine power into the staff and slams it into the ground, causing a massive explosion of energy that blows all the zombies away. Thanks to Jihan's massive contribution, his team manages to place 1st in the mission, and they emerge as the last survivors. Thanks to that, he accomplishes his limited quest, but he couldn't finish his linked quest of killing 1,000 zombies alone. The game ends, and Jihan starts the process of teleporting back to his home. Before he leaves, his teammates come over to congratulate him on a job well done. He carried them so easily, and came out as the MVP despite everything, and the archer is more than eager to team up with him again. But while the archer fawns over out MC, Gyeong can't help but be shocked at the massive amount of damage that their support did despite being a level lower than her. She thinks that this has to be some kind of bug. She can't hide just how surprised she is. The archer decides to log out first, leaving her along with Jihan. She takes the opportunity to approach him before he leaves, and even calls him by his name, which surprises Jihan. After all, they should have met at this point, but Gyeong doesn't care. With the potential and achievements that he has shown during these past few missions, she can tell that this man is definitely someone they need at the Divergent Guild. As a member of the Divergent Guild, she has to recruit him no matter what. But now that she's staring at him, she ends up accidentally asking for his phone number instead. Suddenly, her calm expression changes to extreme panic as she realizes that she skipped many steps to get to this point. She's asking for his phone number in the first conversation, and she has to hurry up and explain herself before he ends up taking it the wrong way. Before she can get her words out properly though, Jihan apologizes and tells her that he doesn't remember his phone number right now. Then he opens his status window and logs out with a quick goodbye before she can say anything else. Gyeong takes a moment to wonder how exactly someone can forget their own number before she realizes that she has most likely just been rejected. Back in the real world, it turns out that Jihan really doesn't remember his old number. He used his American number for a while in his old life, and he hasn't had the time to memorize his Korean number since he reincarnated into this new life. There's no way he can ask others what his own number is, so for now, he's just going to have to leave those thoughts for later. The more important thing to think about right now is that he got recruited. It looks like with all his showing off recently, he ended up standing out too much. Now that he thinks about it, he should have probably gotten her number instead, but he doesn't plan on joining a guild right now. For now, he has to focus on getting as many rewards as he can from quests. He managed to raise his level by 2 points, and he even managed to earn 1,500 GP thanks to it, but he can't buy any holy items with just that amount. The divine items he wants to buy are much cheaper in the past than they were in his time, but it's still too much for him. For now, he has to go home and rummage through his sister's storage a little more. He makes it back home, and immediately notices someone else's shoes at the door. He immediately realizes who is at home with him, and the shock causes him to drop his bag. Everyone has moments that they regret for their whole lives, and Jihan also has similar regrets. His biggest regret, though, is the fact that he couldn't protect his beloved niece, Se-ah, in his past life. He had so much that he wanted to say if they met again. He remembers how strong she was, and how she even told him that she would protect him. And now, she's standing in front of him again, alive like nothing ever happened. Above everything, he wanted to tell her once again that he really missed her. Yoon Se-ah just turned 18 this year, and she's the daughter of Yoon Se-jin and his older sister. She wasn't at home when he regressed because she was with a group living in Jeju, but she was the only one that ended up leaving early for obvious reasons. Because she was born when his sister worked to provide for them, Jihan was in charge of looking after Se-ah from a young age. Now her mom is gone, and her dad is defecting to Japan all of a sudden and changing his name. Now that everyone else is gone, the only family they have left is each other. Right now, she's the most important person in his life, and all of this happened because of Yoon Se-jin's sudden decision. Earlier, Se-ah contacted her father to see what caused him to change sides all of a sudden, and he told her that he had fallen in love. He announced it to her so casually, and even though she was freaking out on the phone call with him, he seemed way too calm with the situation. She asked him what he wants her to do now with him disappearing, and even asked if he's throwing her away for nothing, and he calmly replied that he is throwing her away because that's the condition that his new love had given him. Without even another word, or a goodbye, he hung up the call and ended his relationship with his daughter in one move. That's incredibly trashy, but Jihan has always known him to be that kind of man. He is an irresponsible renegade that is willing to throw away his only daughter and his whole country for the sake of one girl. Because of that, innocent Se-ah was left all alone and in another life, ended up ending her life. Se-ah turns around and notices that her family photo has been broken, and Jihan immediately rushes to apologize, thinking that even with what Yoon Se-jin did, he's still her father. But to his surprise, she reveals that she wanted to break it instead. Then she tells him that she's fine and puts up a strong face. This is always how Seiya was. Whether her mom died or her father betrayed her and left, she would always have a bright smile and life while worrying more about her uncle than herself. But even though he knows that she can take care of herself, he doesn't want her to be like that anymore. From now on, even though she's all grown up, he wants to take care of her and protect her. Seiya closes her eyes and allows him to hug her, but their moment is broken up when she tells him that he's sweaty. Elsewhere in the Seoul metropolitan city, Gangnam-gu, inside the Divergent Guild headquarters, Lee Hyeon doesn't even try to hold her laughter back after her bodyguard tells her about her run-in with Jihan. The beautiful Lim Gyeong asked for a man's number, and he refused. And on top of that, he used the lame excuse of saying that he doesn't remember his number. Her laughter causes Gyeong to accept that she isn't as beautiful as Lee Hyeon seems to think she is, but that couldn't be further from the truth. She just doesn't know how popular she really is. Even the few people that they have walked past can't help but stare and whisper about how cool she is. The two of them head over to the company lounge, and Lee Hyeon feels especially relaxed being there. The two of them are there to discuss what their plans are going to be regarding Jihan's recruitment. They have to recruit him no matter what, and even the higher-ups are pushing her to get him on their team as fast as possible. As they are talking, Hyeon notices a notification on her phone. It's someone broadcasting a live stream, and she's confused who this could be since there shouldn't be any big matches happening today. The person streaming is usually a gambling streamer that Hyeon follows once in a while. She calls it a strategy analysis, but it's just simple gambling. But the person hosting the stream is definitely not who they were expecting. It's Seong Jihan, and he's starting an impromptu stream seemingly with no announcements. On the other side, Jihan is setting up the camera while Seiya advises him from off-screen. Gyeong struggles to figure out why Jihan is showing up on a gambling prediction stream, but Hyeon is more focused on the title of the stream. Jihan is claiming to be the brother-in-law of the Sword King. The people watching the stream are also confused about the sudden announcement, and comments fly into the stream asking what's going on. The statue behind him is the twin sword statue, which proves that he's in the Sword Palace penthouse. Now that the stream has properly started, Jihan tells Seiya to step back. Then he channels power into his foot and stomps into the ground, cracking the floor below him and causing the pillar below the twin sword statue to shatter. Then he uses his fist to break the statue apart, shocking everyone watching the stream and causing thousands of viewers to flow into the stream. Now that he has made a big splash and caused a lot of people to grow interested in the stream, it's time for him to actually start addressing the Sword King, Yoon Se-jin's naturalization to Japan. The place he's streaming on right now is called the Battle Tube, and it's a streaming system of the BattleNet, and a platform that possesses unrivaled market share in the world. Since it is a part of the BattleNet, Jihan can also get quests linked to BattleTube, which include gaining a certain number of viewers, subscribers, and views. Thanks to this, he has another way to gain achievement points by making a splash on the platform, and destroying the twin sword statue is definitely one way to make a splash online. For Seong Jihan, there's no better situation than right now to cash in on all the rewards. As the viewers continue to pile in, he continues gaining achievement points from the multiple milestones he's crossing. Meanwhile, people are still shocked that he dared to break such an important statue, and as expected, a lot of dislikes are flowing in. There's also a certain number of commenters that have the same profile picture of a black logo with twin swords. These people are the Sword King family, and just the thought of them makes Jihan's eye twitch in anger. That crazy fanatic fan club of Yoon Se-jin is what drove Seiya to her death in his last life. While they are people who supported the Sword King the most, their resentment after he moved on to Japan kept growing, and eventually, those emotions began to gravitate towards Yoon Se-jin's only blood relative, Yoon Se-ah. Their terrible words and anger never failed to reach Seiya no matter how far she ran, and in the end, she lost her life because of their senseless acts. Since they needed someone to blame and be angry at, they targeted his innocent niece, but this time, he won't let that happen. If they need someone to point fingers at, then Jihan will gladly become that target. RMC clears his throat and tells everyone to listen carefully, then punches the still crumbling statue to make sure that all eyes are still on him. Then he makes it clear by stating that Ito Ryuhei, their former Sword King, will not be coming back. As he continues his announcement, people start to recognize him from his past achievements, specifically the bronze tutorial where he made a huge impact by placing first, despite the odds. But the fact that he's still bronze definitely hurts his chances to act like an authority figure. Jihan ignores their conversation and then shows irrefutable proof to the camera, bringing his phone in close to the microphone to play a recording. This recording is from a call between Ryuhei and Seiya after the Sword King decided to naturalize as Japanese. On the call, Ryuhei clearly announces that the reason he is leaving Korea is because he found someone that he loves. He admits that he's leaving the country all for her sake, and he's even abandoning his only daughter without remorse. This is a condition that his new love gave him to be accepted. Now that the intended message has been passed across, Jihan ends the recording. People are left speechless, but most aren't convinced. It's pretty much just street gossip at this point, and not concrete evidence that their Sword King has left. To further drive in the point, Seiya comes on camera herself to continue the announcement. She announces that her father said that he will pass down the Sword Palace to her, but she doesn't want to accept the inheritance of someone who has abandoned his country and his family. Because of that, she instead plans to donate the Sword Palace to the country, in hopes that the donation will become a huge support for the growth of young Korean players. As she continues her announcement, Jihan smiles as his plans come together beautifully. Half an hour earlier, he first told Seiya that he wants them to give away the house. Just like everyone else, she was confused that he would suggest such a thing. Why on earth would he want to give away everything they have? He can't tell her the real reason, and he doesn't even know if he can fully convince her if he tried. After all, since they are not selling the building and instead casually giving it away for free, it would seem like a truly insane decision. But Jihan has to convince her to do this for her own sake, no matter what. In his last life, after Yoon Sejin destroyed Korea by becoming Japan's representative, the anger of Koreans grew so uncontrollably that they ended up confiscating all the assets of Yoon Sejin, including the Sword Palace that they live in. Seiya had nowhere to go and she couldn't withstand all the stalking and threats from the Sword King family. At the end of everything, she took her own life. Since this place is going to be taken away anyways, it'd be better to give it away to win Korea's favor and keep Seiya safe. To Seiya though, he's just a freeloader uncle that drinks all day at home, and he certainly can't tell her that he came from the future either, but he has to find a way to convince her. Surprisingly though, while he was still thinking about how to get her on board with his idea, she surprisingly agreed to his plan. He had to take a moment to double check if she's really alright with this, since even to him, his sudden request would make absolutely no sense. The reason she has decided to trust him is because he's not the kind of person that would suggest something like this for no good reason. More importantly, it's been a long time since Seiya has seen this confident side of him, so she decides to trust his judgment. Thanks to her impressive resolve, he managed to make this situation a reality. That doesn't mean that there won't still be problems going forward though. The Sword King family is still up in arms, and they are specifically calling out Jihan as a fraud and a con man. That's exactly what he wants from them though. He wants them to keep firing their insults at him and avoid messing with Seiya completely. But this still isn't enough to finish the job. To make sure that everything is perfect, he's going to need to drive one final nail into the coffin. He steps back into the camera's view and calls out Yoon Sejin specifically. He tells them that the reason the Sword King gave for leaving is because of a woman, but the truth is that he's a has-been. Seiya can only watch since this definitely wasn't in the script from earlier, and she doesn't know what to do. The commenters start going crazy with some not believing that he would say such a thing while others can only laugh at the absurdity of his claim. Jihan continues provoking him, claiming that the only reason Yoon Sejin left was because he knew he wouldn't make it in Korea. Even Gaeyong and Haeyeon can't help but scream at the things he's saying. Then Jihan finishes it up by saying that Yoon Sejin should stay well in Japan because they will be meeting soon so Jihan can crush him. The stream ends after that, and the two of them head back into the house to freshen up. Seiya confronts her uncle with the chaos that has started online due to his statements. Both Korea and Japan are in an uproar because of what he said, but Jihan isn't worried. He assures her that nothing will happen, and that they should just ignore all the publicity this is bringing them so she doesn't get stressed unnecessarily. Because of his recent actions, Seiya can't help but notice that something seems different about her uncle. It's almost as if he became a different person overnight, but it's not surprising that she feels this way. After all, there's no way that he would act normally after dying and regressing to the past. He asks her if all she saw in him was a freeloader who drinks all day, and Seiya tries to backtrack her words, even though she does think that it's true that she saw him that way before. As they are talking, the doorbell rings, and Jihan already knows who it is, but he wasn't expecting them to come over this early. Now that things have come to this point, it's time for him to start earning some money. Elsewhere in Tokyo, Japan, Yoon Sejin watches over the news as he sits beside a sleeping woman on the bed. The news recounts the events that have happened recently, and states that the relationship between Korea and Japan is only expected to get worse continually due to his naturalization to Japan. It's only gotten worse since news has now spread that he did all of this for a woman. Now with Jihan, Yoon Sejin's brother-in-law coming out with even more provocation, things are only set to get worse, and now all that's left is to see how the Sword King will react. It could even be said that Jihan is a representation of Korea's fury. The woman gets up from the bed, and Sejin turns off the broadcast, afraid that he had woken her up, but she assures him that she doesn't need to sleep anymore. She's more worried about him and the hard times that he will go through going forward, but Ryuhei stops her and tells her that she shouldn't call him Sejin anymore. He has taken her name, and that's how he wants to be addressed going forward. This woman, Shizuru, clings onto him and assures him that he's still Yoon Sejin, Korea's #1 player, and that truth hasn't changed. But there's a strange power to her words, and it looks like the things she's saying to him have a much heavier ability than just being mere words. Then she pulls him close and the two of them kiss as she reminds him that she is her Yoon Sejin. Back with our protagonist, he opens the door and standing outside is the man that he was expecting. This man is a government official, and it looks like he and Jihan at least know each other a little bit. His name is Park Yoon-sik, and he's the department manager of the BattleNet in South Korea. In his last life, after Yoon Se-jin left, the department stopped coming, but it looks like he made such a big splash today that they just can't ignore him any longer. However, even though the government stopped coming, this man still took the time to take him and Seiya into his consideration and took care of them well. Now that the stage is set and all the players have arrived, it's time for Jihan to start taking all the things he will need. The three of them sit down to talk, and Yoon-sik gets straight to business. He knows that they won't be able to bring the Sword King back, and the government is aware of this as well. But they can't let the citizens know about it just yet. The Korea vs Japan match will be taking place soon, and they need the people to be in high spirits for that. Jihan can see where this conversation is going and tells Yoon-sik to get to the point and stop beating around the bush. What they really want is for Jihan to return the donation of the Sword Palace, since if the government accepts his donation, it will be official recognition that the Sword King isn't coming back. Yoon-sik is shocked that Jihan hit the nail on the head so easily, and even he starts to believe that Jihan really has become an entirely new person. The Jihan of before was just a jobless alcoholic addicted to gambling. Setting aside his shock, Yoon-sik confirms what Jihan says, but tells him that they haven't fully given up on the Sword King's return. So instead of completely giving it away, the government would like to suggest a co-signed management instead. That means that the ownership will change to someone else, but they still have joint decisions in the affairs. It's a way of making sure that they can still be prepared for the return of the Sword King. The government also wants the two of them to continue residing in the Sword Palace, which in the end makes this a win-win for both sides. Yoon-sik slides a document towards them which goes into more details about the agreement, and he urges them to read it over and think about it. It looks like they really put a lot of thought and consideration into this. Jihan really was just going to hand it over, but if they are willing to do this, then it's even better for them. However, in exchange, there's a favor that Jihan would like to ask for. Time passes after that event, and yet another match is about to begin in the BattleNet. A streamer named the Golden Light starts his stream, and viewers immediately come flooding into the battle tube to watch him. The streamer stands proudly on top of the Colosseum statue and welcomes everyone to his stream. The players below start spawning into the match, and Golden Light jumps down to join them as he continues entertaining his viewers. Someone gifts the stream and tells Golden Light to make sure to teach the bronze players a lesson. Everyone else watches in annoyance as Golden Light dances to entertain his viewers as a thanks for the donation. They definitely aren't as happy to see him in their lobby as his viewers are, and that's because underneath that innocent smile are incredibly devious intentions. He became a popular streamer because of his appearance and hyperness, but also because he is an infamous troll. He used to be a respected gold leaguer, but he demoted himself to bronze on purpose for the content, calling it deep sea traveling. He doesn't care about the game itself, and only cares about having fun, which makes him the pinnacle of a troll. Even though he has demoted himself to the lowest league, his equipment and stats are still at gold rank, so he is known for harassing and killing bronze players who are weaker than him. Now that he's here, and his eager fans are watching him expectantly, it's time for Golden Light to search for his first victim. He looks through the crowd of players, and his eyes eventually fall on potential content. Without missing a beat, Golden Light runs over to Jihan with a microphone in hand, eager to interview the man who recently became the talk of the town. At this point, Jihan goes by many nicknames and people have been showering him with attention. John, on the other hand, is just confused about who this golden boy is. He's obviously a BattleTube streamer, and he's way too loud for Jihan's liking. But now that he thinks about it, there are quite a few BattleTube achievements that he hasn't accomplished yet. Since the opportunity has come, Jihan might as well start his own stream for his viewers. He completely ignores the shiny boy and summons his own BattleTube window to start a stream. Golden Light's viewers also notice the on-air mark above Jihan's head and realize that our MC is streaming. As a result, they start leaving to watch his stream, and our bright boy can't help but shake in fear as he realizes that he practically advertised Jihan's stream for free. Now that things have come to this, he needs to figure out a way to get people to come back to his stream. As he's thinking, he gets a notification from someone with a Sword King-obsessed username, encouraging him to kill Seong Jihan so that he ends up in last place. The reward for completing this achievement is 2,000 GP. 1 GP is about 1,001, so this is a 2,000,000 won quest. The people who started the donation are none other than members of the Sword King family. When Golden Light doesn't immediately accept, other members of the Sword King family come together and continue increasing the reward. It's clear that these people clearly have a grudge against Jihan, but he had no idea it was to this extent. They continue increasing the rewards and it passes 30,000 GP and even reaches 40,000 GP. Unfortunately for him, the remaining players are summoned, which causes donations to stop at 42,000 GP. Despite the already insane amount of money being offered, Golden Light is still upset that the GP stopped at under 50,000. One of the Sword King family members agrees to donate an extra 10,000 GP if he successfully defeats Jihan. That finally gets Golden Light to move with determination, and his target is now set. As soon as the match starts, Golden Light sets himself up to charge at an unsuspecting Jihan. He uses one of his skills called Charge, which accelerates a user's body forward at very high speed. He rushes in, and in an instant, he's behind Jihan with his sword raised. The attack connects, but Jihan successfully manages to parry it with no problems. Unexpectedly, he's using another one of his weird weapons. This time, it's a club that's part of a cooking set, and it's a D-rank extraterrestrial holy item. Jihan is still surprised that despite swinging with all he had, Golden Light's weapon somehow survived the attack. Since things have come to this, Jihan also summons a sword to use out of etiquette. In a matter of seconds, Jihan is able to cut down Golden Light with simple and precise strikes, and the commenters realize that he's using Sword Chi, which normally shouldn't be possible for someone in Bronze League. He's also using White Sacred Flames, which are a divine power. But if he's using divine power, that means that he's a support. Regardless of how he did it, Jihan has successfully gotten first blood, and all with a D-rank kitchen knife holy item that's also part of the cooking set of divine weapons. However, although he has been killed rather embarrassingly, Golden Light isn't down for the count just yet. He somehow managed to revive himself thanks to an item he has called the Crucifix of Revival. This item can only be used once. However, it can't be used during national leagues, promo games, or guild matches. Despite the fact that he has revived, there's no point since the goal wasn't just to kill Jihan, but also make his place last, and since he died first, Jihan can't be in last place. Despite all of their obvious disappointment, Golden Light is determined to make sure that he redeems himself with Xiong Jihan's defeat. Unluckily for him, Xiong Jihan is determined to make sure that he wipes the smirk off of this golden boy's face. In a matter of seconds, Jihan takes him out again, unintentionally giving him a double kill. As he walks away from the dying streamer, he thinks about the item that the man used. In the future, nobody used it because the revival process had certain flaws. That aside, today is more hectic than usual. That's most likely because of the spectators who came to watch the game today. Today's spectators are elves, and it looks like they are all watching Jihan. Our MC isn't particularly fond of them since the elves played a big role in humanity's downfall. Right now, there's nothing that he can do about them though. So the best he can do is focus on dealing with the people right in front of him. From the looks of it, the other players are giving him a lot of distance, and it's almost like they are treating him like some sort of outcast. When he turns to look at them, they all run away in fear. It's only normal since he just ripped a gold player apart, twice, so they clearly know that they are no match for him. This isn't good news for our MC since that means that his hunting efficiency will drop, and after he finally found a D-rank holy item too. If he wants to meet the manifestation conditions of these items, he's going to have to fight more. As he's trying to figure out what to do, a notification pops up in his status window, and Jihan smiles as he reads through it. It looks like things are about to turn around. He has gotten a quest to subjugate the goblins that have gathered around the goblin champion. Thanks to this, he should be able to meet his fighting quota, despite all the players running away. In an instant, he's surrounded by several goblins, and it looks like he's completely outnumbered. But in an instant, it's the goblins that are running away from him instead, as he charges at them with terrifying speed. The monsters cry for help as they are smacked and stabbed with Jihan's cooking equipment. Thanks to his constant fighting, the holy cooking set eventually starts reacting to his actions. It's all thanks to the fact that he read through the items' descriptions earlier before he started using them. He's supposed to break their heads and gouge their hearts, and he is supposed to do all of that in this specific order in order to use the items properly so they can react to him. It's a good thing that he figured all of this out before the end of the game, but with the way things are going, this is taking way too long. If he had learned this a little earlier, then there would have been a few more goblins left for him to use his weapons on. But at least it's not completely over yet. There's one more goblin left for him to take out, and this one is much more threatening than the rest. This beast is the goblin champion, and in comparison to normal goblins, he is way bigger and stronger. Despite its size and strength though, a good smack with the cooking club is enough to send the goblin champion crashing to the ground. Then Jihan takes advantage of that and stabs it in the heart. Despite its size, it's just a big goblin. And with that, the quest has been cleared, and he receives 500 achievement points as a reward, as well as earning 1 divine power in the process. But because he used the items heavily, the rank of the weapons have been reduced to E, so he should only be able to earn divine power 1 more time. Hunting monsters is way too slow though, so he's going to need to catch players instead. They are way too far from him though, so now, if they won't come to him, he's going to have to go to them himself. The commenters who have been quietly watching the stream this entire time finally come out of hiding to talk about how scary Jihan looks now. But out of all the people watching the stream, there's one person who is way too upset about what's going on his screen. It's Golden Light who's watching Jihan's stream from the outside, and he notices one comment in particular saying that Jihan is 1,000 times better than him. While he's upset about the way they are talking about him, he's more curious about the beast that is Jihan. From his fight with the goblin, the system has calculated his estimated stats, and his average strength is about 35. The average of a Bronze League player is 25, and Jihan is somehow 10 points above that. None of this makes any sense, and Golden Light even starts to think that Jihan must be using some kind of hacks. As he lays on the bed, lamenting his failure, and the cracked beast that is our main character, he hears screams of terror coming from his monitor. He looks up just in time to see Jihan smacking someone in the face with his club. In a matter of seconds, Jihan has taken out multiple players at once, and the all-out brawl is entirely one-sided. In a matter of seconds, Jihan has killed countless players with ease, bringing the number of total players down to minuscule numbers. The remaining players realize that this isn't the time for them to be fighting amongst themselves. This is the time for them to come together and beat up this hack user. A mage and an archer are the first to come together and try to take down Jihan, but their attacks are blocked or pushed away with ease. After a while, they stop attacking completely once it looks like nothing they do will work on Jihan. They don't even try to fight back anymore and just stare at this beast in disbelief before he comes over and puts them out of their misery. Jihan has managed to get a total of 10 kills, and his viewers are going wild after watching the awesome feat of taking all the players down. Thanks to his massive number of kills, the cooking set starts reacting again, and he gains another point in divine power as a result. Then the items downgrade once again to F rank, making them practically useless. He also clears a hidden quest which required him to get 10 kills in the Colosseum. That gives him an additional 5,000 achievement points as a reward. With divine power and achievement points in the bag, Jihan has successfully gotten everything he wanted, but something is still missing. He needs something definite and strong to boost his power as high as it can go. Then he notices that he has gotten an epic quest that requires him to find the Shadow Queen located near the spectators in the Colosseum map and provoke her. An epic quest isn't supposed to appear in the Bronze League, but the more important thing is the rewards, which are 50,000 achievement points, as well as the constellation Shadow Queen's interest. A constellation is an absolute being that represents a star, and they are divine beings in the BattleNet. A constellation's interest is the same as a sponsor, and they help to acquire abilities that a normal player wouldn't be able to obtain. It looks like something that is only possible in the Diamond League is happening to him right now. If that's the case, then he needs to meet the Shadow Queen at all costs. If even just one person is on his side, then the other constellations will also be interested in him. However, with the number of elves staring down at him from the side, will he really be able to find the Shadow Queen among them? Outside the game, though, the world is recoiling at Jihan's accomplishment. Seong Jihan's record of 10 kills at the Colosseum was a first in the country after Yoon Sejin. News of it quickly spread across social media communities, and as a result he gained around 10,000 subscribers, and his streams gather up to 4,000 simultaneous viewers. Those from the Sword King family who hoped for Jihan's ruin in turn became his supporters. Now all the resentment was directed at Golden Light, who unintentionally became Jihan's stepping stone to stardom. His reputation has practically gone into the gutter after recent events, and he's struggling to figure out what he should do to fix it. Since there aren't many options, Golden Light instead decides to jump on the Seong Jihan train too and become one of his supporters. From this point on, Golden Light now hopes to become Seong Jihan's editor and make him BattleTube's best star. Back in the Sword Palace, Seiya can't help but stare at her uncle in disbelief. After the fight she watched in the afternoon, she can't believe that her uncle got so strong. She almost started feeling bad for the other players since this was basically the same as griefing. So many people also wanted to donate to Jihan's stream, but he had his donation link blocked. That's mostly because he decided to stream out of the blue and didn't set it up beforehand. Since he hasn't set it up yet, Seiya advises Jihan to raise the minimum donation fee. It'll be hard for him to focus if donations keep flooding in, so it'd be best to set it to a high amount so he doesn't get too many donations. Jihan agrees and decides to set it to 10,000 GP, which is 10 million won. As Seiya wonders if 10 million won is actually, Jihan is more focused on thinking about the Shadow Queen epic quest that he received. He has to find this mysterious figure and provoke her, but he can't think of a way to find her in such a big crowd. Seiya notices the concentrated face he's making and asks if he wants her help. Her attitude reminds him so much of her mother, and Jihan smiles at her. Since there's no wrong in it, he gets up and decides to tell her what's been bothering him. He tells her about the epic quest and the Shadow Queen, and even she has no idea who that could be. All they know for sure is that she's in the audience. Seiya decides to watch replays of the matches and look for her in the audience. With her on the case, things should move more smoothly, but Jihan still feels bad that he had to ask her for help. Finding the Shadow Queen would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Now that he has distracted her though, he should have enough time to take care of the settlements that he has been pushing off. With all the achievement points that he has gathered, he buys another class slot, and now it's time for him to add a new class and gain new powers. There are 3 options for him to pick between warrior, archer, and mage, and out of them, he decides to become a mage. As soon as he adds the new class, he starts to feel a new power flowing from his heart. It's different from divine power, and it gives him access to new abilities. The reason he chose the mage class after the supporter class is because of a unique stat that he can only obtain after having both classes. This new ability is called Force. Before regressing, he used to listen to Baron talking drunkenly. One day, during one of his drunken ramblings, he told Jihan a lot of unnecessary things, like the fact that he would have recognized Jihan as an American if he had been naturalized earlier. But on that day, he also talked about something unusual. He talked about his skill, Force, which he gained by combining divine power with mana perfectly. It's not an easy task, and others wouldn't even be able to try it since Baron is the only player in the world with 2 classes. This is something that no one else can obtain, and the only reason the Baron has it is because he has 2 status windows, which is his SSS rank gift. Jihan originally asked if it's alright for him to have this information, but at the end of the day, Baron was confident that he could tell anyone in the world because he's the only person capable of having 2 classes. He was certainly arrogant, but what he's saying isn't a lie. Force is an overwhelming power that completely dominated space, but now, Baron isn't the only one with this ability. Jihan knows of the requirements, and now he has fulfilled them. This ability is what got Baron to first place in the world rankings despite his terrible control and utilization of it. So if Jihan wants to be prepared for what will happen in the future, then he has to make sure to get this ability for himself no matter what. To gain the power, he needs to concentrate the divine power into his hands, and direct the flow of his mana from his heart to his hands, where the 2 powers can combine. If he can perfectly combine the powers and allow nothing to leak through, then he will achieve it. For a moment, it looks like his attempt worked, but the circling power in his hand sends him flying back into the wall after a short explosion. It looks like he failed this time, and he can't hold on to the power in his hands with strength alone. He must be missing something. Maybe he needs more mana or to be a higher level, but something is definitely missing. The problem is that he can't keep the power in his hands forever, so maybe the problem is where he's gathering the power in the first place. Since he can't hold on to the power in his hands, the next best option would be to keep the power in his body instead. If he can combine the divine power which starts in the upper dantian with the mana from the central dantian, then he can hold the 2 stable with the power from the lower dantian anytime they struggle to mix. This should lead to a perfect form where nothing leaks out. If he compresses it in that state, then that should allow him to unlock the new power. He decides to try it out, and the backlash on his body is immense. He can't hold himself back from screaming in pain as the power fills his body. A system notification pops up, informing him that he has begun attempting the unification of the 3 dantians. However, almost immediately after, a warning pops up, informing him that he has surpassed the limits that he can endure, and if he continues, then he will die. Downstairs, Seiya hears her uncle screaming as the pain overtakes his body, and she gets up to go and see what's wrong. Meanwhile, Jihan is still experiencing the immense pain from trying to fuse the 3 dantians. In order to do so, and fuse divine power with mana to use force, then he has to use strength subconsciously in order to consolidate them. The conditions for the unification are very strict, and one needs to be able to perfectly use the 3 which have very different natures. On top of that, all of the person's stats need to be at least 100 to allow the process to go smoothly. If you're far from these standards and try to attempt to unify the 3 dantians, then it's possible to lose your life. Seiya runs towards her uncle's room as the sounds of his struggling get louder. She calls for him as she rushes over, but he doesn't answer. Eventually she reaches his room and surprisingly finds him in good condition. He claims that he was screaming like that because he got a headache, but it's obvious that something much worse must have been happening. She clearly doesn't believe him even as he tries to play it off like a joke, and Jihan stops messing around once he notices that she has actually gotten agitated as a result of his actions. Suddenly, Seiya starts crying as she tells him that she really was scared for him. She thought something had happened to him, which is why she ran to his room in a hurry. Jihan realizes that he may have screwed up by not thinking more about Seiya in the moment. But now that he at least seems to be fine, she asks him again if he's really alright. He decides to take it seriously and tells her that he is alright, then he apologizes for worrying her so much. Seiya cleans the tears from her eyes and smacks him in the chest, trying to pretend that everything is alright now that he seems to be okay. With that, she steps away to go continue looking for the Shadow Queen, and Jihan watches her leave with a smile. He definitely can't show his weak side too often now for Seiya's sake. In other news, the consolidation of the 3 dantians failed because he's lacking in both experience and level, but even though that is the case, he still managed to get the power that he wanted. By fusing divine power and mana, Jihan has now been able to exchange them both for the unique stat, which is force. The connecting link between the 3 dantians is being maintained weekly, but it's still there. However, looking through his status window reveals something odd. The number for the force stat is weird. He just got the ability now, but it's starting from level 12. Since the link between the 3 dantians is being maintained weekly, then the stats for martial power and force will have to share their ability values. That means that if he raises his martial power stat by 1 value, his force stat will also rise as well. He tests it by raising martial power to level 14, and the force stat follows suit, also increasing to level 14. This is pretty much a cheat code. Having force alone is a really good stat, but now he can very easily upgrade it however he wants. If these are the perks he gets from such a weak link, then how Amazon will the benefits of consolidating the three Dantians be? As excited as he is for the huge boost in power, he has to leave it the way it is for now. If he tries to unify them again, he might actually die in the process. Since he has already earned what he wanted, there's no need for him to push his luck too much. Next, he decides to try a mage skill now that he has the class. He calls for a fireball, and a tiny flame pops into existence as the system informs him that he does not have the mana required to maintain large spells. It's an adorable little flame, but he definitely can't use this in battle. The next day, Jihan is woken up by the sunlight entering his window. As soon as he opens his eyes, the system informs him that he has gained 10 divine power, and he cannot obtain divine power from holy items that are D rank and below. From now on, he can only gain divine power from holy items that are C rank and higher. The previous night, he bought 2 items and slept with them beside him through the night in hopes of getting a power boost from them. However, it looks like his limitations have come to catch up with him. From now on, he's going to have to sell what he has left on the second-hand market to make a profit. He steps out of his room and calls out for Seiya to see if she's awake. He gets no answer and goes downstairs to check on her and finds her sitting on the couch with earbuds in and a laptop on her lap. From the bags under her eyes and her tired expression, it's clear that she pulled off an all-nighter, and she tells him that she spent the entire night looking for the Shadow Queen. Although Jihan feels bad that he had to put her through this, it looks like her efforts weren't totally in vain. She shows him a clip from a channel called Another Species Fan Cam, which is a BattleTube channel that focuses on looking at the other species that appear to spectate their games. They use their gift called Scope, which allows them to zoom in with their streaming cameras. Thanks to them, Seiya managed to find something interesting in the replay from the match that Jihan was in recently. Up in the spectator area, sitting in what seems to be specially made thrones, there are 2 elves that certainly meet the criteria for queens with their high-ranking appearance. One of these elves specifically is a dark elf who certainly looks like she holds some sort of royalty. Jihan agrees that there might actually be some truth in what she managed to find, but it's still too early to draw conclusions. For now, Seiya decides that she's going to continue looking a bit more to see if she can find anything useful among other recordings. Jihan, on the other hand, is sure that a constellation wouldn't be found so easily. Seiya assures him that she will continue looking through more videos, and even some from abroad starting the next day, and the way she speaks sounds almost professional. She even offers to edit some of his videos together for him to post to BattleTube. She knows how to make videos from when she watched her dad's videos for fun. The mention of her dad causes Jihan to freeze and think about him once more. He can't believe someone would really abandon their daughter like this for no real reason. Just 2 days earlier, during his conversation with Yunsik, the government official revealed that he might know the name of the woman that stole the Sword King away. Her name is Ito Shizuru, and she is the possessor of the SSS rank gift called A Woman of Matchless Beauty. It's possible that Yoon Sejin might have fallen for her skill, and that's also what the government thinks. This is a new development for even Jihan, but the crazy revelations don't stop there. Yunsik warns Jihan that the Woman of Matchless Beauty skill goes beyond just mind control and can even have the ability to mold a person's thoughts. Something similar has happened several times before where rising stars of Korea end up naturalizing to Japan. It's very possible that there are no limitations on using the gift, which means that she might appear at any time and try to bewitch another strong player. After that conversation, Jihan kept searching for more information about Ito Shizuru, but it's like the internet has been wiped clean of any trace of her. It's most likely that Japan is being careful while managing her. Because of that, Jihan can't find anything out right now, but if what Park Yunsik is saying is true, then Jihan has to try and be pretty careful as well. There's a chance that they have already started moving. Meanwhile, as he's thinking about this, a plane descends into a Korean airport, and on the wing, it's written that the plane belongs to the NEO Self-Defense Force. Eventually, time passes, and it's time for another major event in the small family's lives. Seiya waits at the door for her uncle, who seems to be taking his sweet time preparing. If they waste any more time, they're going to end up being late. Eventually, Jihan finishes his preparations and comes out to meet her. His hair is slicked back and styled, and he's dressed in a fancy-looking suit. In this getup, he's definitely ready to meet their new guests. The two of them head into the elevator, and on the way down, Seiya is visibly shaken. Jihan tells her to relax and not worry about anything, but Seiya can't help being a little bit nervous. This is her first time making an official public appearance after her dad's incident. Jihan tells her that there's no need for them to care what others think, since they haven't done anything wrong. Eventually, they reach the lobby floor of the Sword Palace, and they are met with a large gathering of people. Almost as soon as they exit the elevator, they are met by Park Yunsik, who tells them that everything Jihan asked for is ready, so they can go in right away and start the procedure. Jihan thanks the advisor for his help and trusts him to take care of everything till the end of the event. This is the favor that Jihan had asked for back then when they were discussing the status of the Sword King and his assets. Jihan asked them to organize an auction of the Sword King's collection, where they would sell Yoon Sejin's beloved items and other possessions. The point of this entire auction is to lure Japan over, and Jihan also made sure to choose the specific items of the auction for that purpose too. The main item is Yoon Sejin's battle connector, and all the battle data stored within it. It's likely that if Japan shows up, that is definitely what they will try to take. Depending on the situation, the Sword King himself might step in to try and take the battle connector. No matter what he does though, the Korean citizens will be forced to face the reality that the Sword King is gone and most likely will not be coming back. Yoon-sik silently listens to Jihan's plan and notices that it's almost as if Jihan can see into the future. This is their last chance to change public opinion, and because of that, Jihan asks that they have the reporters pay special attention to the NEO Self-Defense Force table. As they walk towards the main lobby, some people barge into the building and try to call for Seiya to stop. The bodyguards at the door stop them, and the group of people declare that they are Seiya's family and they are related to her. These people are her aunts and uncles, and they are here to try and stop her from starting the auction and selling off the Sword King's precious items. They also don't try to hide the fact that they think Jihan forced her into doing all of this. They continue hurling insults at Jihan, but Seiya steps up and stops them. After all, her aunts and uncles got kicked out from the Sword Palace in the first place for using her dad's name to defraud other people. She knows that the real reason they are here all of a sudden is because they want to take her dad's money now that he's gone. She knows what she's doing since all that her dad left is hers, and they have no right to argue over it with her. She knows that there's no point talking to them, and with nothing else to say, she turns and walks away from them, ordering the guards to kick them out as fast as possible. As the outsiders continue trying to fight their way in, Jihan compliments Seiya on how cool she was just now. She really knows how to stand up for herself despite everything that she has been through. The three of them make it to the lobby hall where the auction will take place, and the area is already packed with news reporters as well as the people who are interested in the items. As soon as they walk through the doors, the reporters immediately start taking pictures of him and trying to ask him questions. They also bombard Seiya with endless photographs and questions, not even giving them any time to answer. Jihan is tired of the constant barrage of questions and uses force to shatter the cameras and stop them from working. Now that the noise has finally stopped, Jihan reminds them that they are currently at an auction event, not a press conference. Then, with everyone finally nice and settled, he prepares to start the event. 3 items have been prepared to be given out for this event. The first is Yoon Sejin's BattleNet connector, which decreases the sense of pain by 99%. It also comes included with all the data saved by the connector. Finally, there is the analysis of battles made by Yoon Sejin himself, an analysis on East Asia's high-ranking players. The Sword King's data is very precious, and the analysis data is going to be really useful, especially since the Korea versus Japan match will be taking place soon. From the murmurs in the audience, Jihan can tell that no one would want to let go of any of these items. A high-end player's analysis data isn't something that you can get anywhere. As soon as he's done talking, someone raises their hand from the audience, and Jihan recognizes them immediately. He introduces himself as Takeda Kazuo, a recruitment manager of Japan's NEO Self-Defense Force. He immediately offers 5 billion yen for all the lots in the auction. On top of that, he also wants to request a private meeting with Jihan and Seiya. His intentions are incredibly obvious, and he doesn't even try to hide what he really wants from this meeting. Jihan doesn't want to play those games and tells the man directly that if there is something he wants to say to them, then he can say it right there in front of everyone. With the recent events that have happened, this isn't really the time and place to accept private meetings. Takeda wipes the sweat from his brow nervously because of the way Jihan is glaring at him. Then he warns our MC that if he keeps acting so aggressively, then someone else might have to step in. Immediately, the bodyguard who was silently standing behind Takeda rushes forward in the blink of an eye and places her sword against Jihan's neck. Her name is Shadow, and although she's not comparable to the Sword King, she's still an amazing player. Their threats aren't even well disguised, but Jihan isn't fazed at all by this blatant copycat of Yoon Sejin. Everything afterwards happened in a flash. 1 second, Shadow's blade appeared in front of Jihan. The next moment, our MC punched her clean in the jaw, causing her to stagger backwards. She falters for a moment, but then her anger takes over, and she prepares to draw her sword, intent for a fight. But Jihan calmly places a hand on her shoulder and reminds her that the auction is being streamed live through his battle tube, worldwide. There's no way that she can swing her weapon while everyone is watching, but Takeda quickly calms the situation down with a laugh and a wave of his hand. Then he personally apologizes for his bodyguard's harshness and apologizes in her stead. But despite that, he still doubles down on his offer of 5 billion yen, and the money must also include the private meeting he asked for. But this time, he wants to hear a response to his offer from Seiya. After all, the Sword King's possessions belong to Seiya right now, so she's the real owner of this auction. He walks past Jihan and goes directly to Seiya, informing her that the private meeting is specifically for her. She should want to know where her father is, and Takeda promises that he will answer any questions she has about him. As Seiya struggles to give an answer, Takeda is completely sure that she will agree. There's no way she can reject this offer to talk to her own father. However, despite his cockiness, she blatantly declines his offer. The response gives Takeda such a shock that he loses some pixels. He can't believe that she would give up 5 billion yen just because of a private meeting. That's the equivalent of 50 billion won in Korean currency. As much as that would be great money, she understands that Jihan is right. They need to be careful because of the times, and if her father is only available for communication through money, the Seiya doesn't want to know anything about him. On top of that, Seiya is a minor, so she has to do what Jihan says at the end of the day. The rest of the audience sighs in relief since they thought that these high-value items would be sold to Japan. They can't let their guard down just yet though, and even though she rejected the meeting, the NEO Self-Defense Force can still offer an absurd amount of money. Takeda takes a small breath and accepts that they have rejected his offer for a meeting, but even if that's the case, he still bids the 5 billion yen for the items anyway. According to him, the private meeting was just an option that Takeda added personally, so there's no need for him to cancel the bid, just because he was rejected. He was told to offer 5 billion from the start by the Sword King himself. On top of that, he also hands Seiya a letter from Yoon Sejin that he personally wrote for her. The letter is stamped with a seal from Ito Ryuhei, and just the sight of the new name makes Seiya sad. Then, as Seiya holds the letter, Takeda turns and asks the crowd of Korean BattleNet's concerned parties if they don't have enough money to compete with him. Jihan knows this man's tactics very well. After all, the NEO Self-Defense Forces recruitment manager is someone that was banned from entry into the US in Jihan's past life. He was suspiciously good at recruiting foreign players, and because of that, he was called Japan's Calamity. There's a high chance that he's deeply related to the player that uses the Woman of Matchless Beauty skill. Jihan will need to be wary of him, but by the terms of the auction, since no one is able to compete with the price that has been set, then Jihan has no choice but to sign a contract with the man. The atmosphere is tense, and Japan took the items way too easily, almost as if they were promised them beforehand. This will definitely look bad in the media, and the other people start to wonder what the point of them coming here even was. At this point, Jihan just wants anything to happen. He needs a turning point to change the state of things. Suddenly, Seiya steps up to the microphone and starts to speak. She's reading the letter that Ryuhei sent her directly out to the public, as well as the thousands of people that Jihan is streaming to. He mentions how he heard about her wanting to give away the Sword Palace, and how disappointed he is in her. Then he says that the 5 billion yen is the last asset that he will give to her, and also serves as the end of their relationship as father and daughter. As she finishes reading the letter, she starts to cry, confirming that it really is from him because of his handwriting. Jihan looks away as his niece starts to cry on the stage. He heard that the Woman of Matchless Beauty skill is a form of mental manipulation, which is above the mental conquest skill. This must be true for Yoon Sejin to turn away from his daughter so blindly. Jihan always hated the man, but he was at the very least a very good and dependable dad to Seiya. To think that Ryuhei would do something like this to his own daughter. Seiya stops crying and immediately tears the letter to shreds. Then she tells Takeda to relay a message to Ryuhei. She has received his assets well, and she is glad to cut off their relations. With that done, she starts to realize that ripping up the paper like this will only make trouble for the cleaners that will take care of the place later. Jihan tells her not to worry, and then uses his force skill to gather up all the paper, before using his fire skill to burn them all. Fire is an obvious mage skill, which makes everyone even more confused about what powers Jihan has. He is known to have a warrior-level combat skill, while also having the mana of a mage and the divine power of a support. Looking at this powerful man, Takeda can't help but think that he is someone that Japan needs to have on their side. Takeda is not the only one that notices Jihan's talent though. Other recruiters that are also attending the event rush to pass their cards to Jihan, since they know that he is not in any guilds yet, and they eagerly want to recruit him. Jihan is suddenly overwhelmed by the number of people that call for his attention, and as he tries to fend them off, Seiya calls out for him from behind. He originally wants to tell her that he will catch up with her later, but then he notices that she looks sick. Then she starts to stagger and falls to the floor, unconscious. Jihan immediately leaves the lobby area and rushes towards Seiya. As he holds her frantically in his arms, she eventually wakes up and weakly calls out to him. He tells her that she should hold on while he gets ready to take her to the hospital, but she pulls him closer and whispers in his ear that she's actually faking right now. She thought he was struggling in the crowd, so she decided to put on an act. The guards successfully hold off the recruiters as Jihan tends to say ah on the stage. Now that he knows that she is alright, he can breathe a sigh of relief, but that isn't the same for the people still watching the live broadcast. They watch as Jihan struggles over Seiya and blame this entire thing on Ito Ryuhei, who caused her so much stress with such a heartless letter. Now that he has an excuse to leave, Jihan immediately ends the event, using his niece's health as an excuse to leave. Then he helps her stand up and she confirms that she wants to go back to the penthouse and rest. As they are walking away, Takeda still tries to reach out to him, offering his card and asking if they can be properly introduced later. Jihan doesn't even look at the card and uses force to grab it from the man's hand and rip it to pieces right above him. That's Jihan's response to any meeting with Takeda, and it's not changing. The recruitment leader of the fourth greatest guild in the world just got rejected by a Korean bronze player. There's no way that Takeda isn't incredibly pissed off. He would be anyway if he wasn't a creep. The man puts on a weird-looking smile and rearranges his tie as he realizes that Jihan really does have true power, a power that can rip a business card out of his hands and tear it to shreds in an instant. He's definitely worth recruiting to Korea just for that one power alone. Yet, he's still a bronze player, which means that he is a rising star that will become even greater in the future. Takeda is even more determined to get Jihan over to his side no matter what. Meanwhile, in the corridor towards the elevator, Seiya and her uncle exchange a high five for an acting performance well done. As they continue to chat through the lobby corridor, Jihan unexpectedly gets a donation from someone. Based on the message under the donation, it looks like the sponsor is Takeda, who went out of his way to donate to Jihan even though he turned off the broadcast. The way he talks is also way too creepy to say and Jihan even considers blocking the man despite the generous donation that he received from him. Their conversation is interrupted by a voice calling out to both Jihan and Seiya. It's Haeyeon and her bodyguard Gyeong. She introduces herself as the third department head of the Divergent Guild, and although she looks professionally happy to see him, Gyeong doesn't look as thrilled behind her. She apologizes for coming to see him all of a sudden despite the circumstances. Jihan tells her that she's not supposed to have been able to get in unless she is directly involved with them, but she still somehow managed to sneak her way through security. Jihan also notices that her voice seems oddly familiar, almost as if he has met her before. Haeyeon explains that she has deep ties with South Korea's BattleNet department, so it's her connections that helped her find her way into this place. She has a lot of confidence in herself, and her attitude almost comes across as shameless. Jihan is sure that he has met someone with that kind of behavior before. As she continues to talk, he finally remembers exactly where he has seen her. She is an old friend from his past life who always wore a mask. Seiya notices the stunned expression on Jihan's face and assumes that it is because he has fallen for this new arrival. Jihan, on the other hand, needs to test a theory of his. He quotes something that he has heard from her before in his past life just to make sure. The world is full of possibility. It is difficult to ignore that. This is a quote from the great writer Dostoevsky, known for his gambling addiction. He asks her directly if she likes this quote. Gyeong steps in front of Haeyeon protectively and demands to know who exactly Jihan is. Haeyeon's gambling fever is a secret only known to a few people, so an outsider is not supposed to know about it. That is the last bit of confirmation that Jihan needed. This definitely means that Haeyeon is American First's manager. Zero in his past life was the only other Korean in the guild than him, and she was someone he knew specifically for her love of drinking and gambling. Despite that though, she rose to the second-string guildmaster due to her voice ability. This voice ability was originally a skill that can only give experience buffs, but after the tutorial ended, the growth scope of gift rankings and stats as well as other aspects of the game spread quickly. The voice ability became a highly valuable ability, and the person who was the strongest among the voice users was Zero. In the present though, Zero, now just Lee Haeyeon, can't help but cringe in pain as her gambling addiction is revealed to these strangers. The Divergent Guild somehow managed to recruit both the Plum Blossom and Zero. That is quite an impressive roster for them to have even in just the tutorial. Jihan quickly covers up his knowledge of her gambling side by telling them that he saw her in one of his live broadcasts before. He tells them that the chat she sent was memorable and that's why he had to ask. Then he apologizes for surprising them. Haeyeon clears her throat, hoping to move on from this embarrassing conversation as quickly as possible. As they continue talking, Jihan can't help but smile at her antics, and that only further convinces Seiya that he must like her. Then Haeyeon uses the now comfortable atmosphere to approach Jihan more confidently. She tells him that she has a feeling that they will be seeing each other more often, then pulls out her phone and offers it to him. Her goal is clear. She wants to invite him to the Divergent Guild, and she hopes that the two of them can meet again privately. Seiya can't stop herself from squealing at the new development. It looks like she's about to get a new aunt out of nowhere. Even Haeyeon believes that she made a lasting impact on Jihan from how she acted, and she glances at Gyeong, who was famously rejected by Jihan in the past. That act would all have been perfect, if not for the fact that Jihan still can't remember what his number is. He turns and asks Seiya if she can give out her number instead, but Seiya misreads it and thinks that Jihan is just playing hard to get instead. That's not the case, but she falsely believes that Jihan has some kind of big plan and decides to help him out by pretending to be dizzy and sick again. After noticing that she must want to head back, Jihan apologizes to them and asks Haeon for her business card instead, so he can contact her later. Then the uncle and niece continue their walk to the penthouse, with Seo falsely believing that her uncle has suddenly turned into a playboy. Gyeong and Haeon start to make their way out of the building, and the bodyguard is visibly shaking after the exchange. Haeon tells Gyeong to stop holding it and just laugh, since she's about to get really pissed off. As Jihan and Seo take the elevator back to the penthouse, Seo points out that she never expected her uncle to wear her dad's clothes. Jihan can't help it though, since his own clothes don't fit anymore. Besides, it's not like the clothes did anything wrong. The man is the problem, and as long as it looks good on him, then it's fine. Then she asks him about what he did earlier, telling a pretty woman that he forgot his phone number. Jihan has no idea what she's talking about and seems genuinely confused as Seo scolds him for pretending to forget his number. But then Jihan tells her that he really doesn't know his phone number and he wasn't playing hard to get. Later on, it's time for another mission to start, and this one is yet another tower defense mission. Just like before, the goal is to guard the crystal and survive the zombie mob. Jihan isn't mentally ready for this mission since he spent so long trying to comfort Seo after she realized that she accidentally interrupted her uncle's chance of getting a relationship. She wrongly assumed that Jihan likes Lee Haeon, when he feels nothing romantic towards a gambler like that. Regardless of what he feels towards her though, he never thought he would zero again like this. Back in his past life, they formed a close friendship because they both came from the same country. On their off days, they also bet on sports to pass the time. Zero was very obsessed with bets and would keep going even if she lost multiple times in a row. It was during their close times together that he heard her use the quote, "she seems so fond of." She also had a facial scar that she refused to erase because she called it a price to pay for making a deal with the devil. They also had a lot in common despite being just refugees, and it caused them to become friends. The biggest thing they have in common was guilt, self-hatred, and regret of failing to protect the people they loved. Jihan bows his head down as painful memories come flooding back to his head, but the flood of comments into his stream snap him back to reality. They also notice the large sword in his hand, which has to be the first normal weapon he has brought to a mission since he started coming into the battle net. This weapon is the C-rank Urk Pontiff's horse-slaying sword, and despite being C-rank, Jihan managed to get it for unexpectedly cheap. Now that he's holding it though, he can see the reason why it's so cheap. It's way too big and heavy for most people to handle, but for him, it's pretty easy for him to use. He swings the sword to get more comfortable with it, and his viewers are obviously in awe at his obvious combat ability. They ask him to show them his status window so they can finally see what his class and stats are. It looks like he has a lot of people watching, so they are starting to request more things. Right now, he already has 12,000 live viewers. Jihan isn't sure he wants to show his status window to the public right now, but he can't ignore them since they are regulars. He decides to be straightforward about it since so many people are curious, and he turns on his mic to talk to them directly. He tells them that he will reveal his status window if they can get his channel to reach 200,000 subscribers. That's a high feat to accomplish since he only has 10,000 right now, but he promises them that he will do it once he reaches 200,000. But then, to make the deal more interesting, he adds one more condition to it, so that they won't complain about it too much. He tells them that if he fails to get first place in any game from now on, then he will reveal his status window as soon as he loses. The deal has the intended effect, and now everyone seems a lot more interested in the challenge than before. They all think that Jihan's game will be over as soon as he gets matched with a troll. Right on cue, the remaining 3 players are summoned as well. As soon as Jihan sees them, he can't believe his terrible luck. Of all the people to get, he had to get the 3 worst possible people he could be paired with, all at once. The first is the sparkly child that Jihan mercilessly destroyed not too long ago, and the second is the mage who Jihan treated like a stress relief toy in his first defense mission. The only person on this team that hasn't been murdered by Jihan, yet at least, is the professional footballer turned player, Diego Maciel, Argentina's top player before Jihan's regression. Right now, Diego isn't much to look at, and he looks really fragile while also having a messy beard. But on top of that, there's also something weird going on. Shiny is the warrior, and Kim Do-hyuk is the mage while Jihan is the support. That would mean that Diego is the archer. In Jihan's last life, Diego was a mage, so something weird must have happened. Kim Do-hyuk is not too happy about this matchup either. Thanks to Jihan taking him out last time, he lost his skill and his rewards from the last mission. Then suddenly someone named Sword King Family 898 registers a reward mission. The mission is to destroy the crystal and stop Seong Jihan from getting first place, and the reward, just like with Golden Light, is an absurd amount of money. The game begins, and Diego immediately goes on the offensive. He starts beating the zombies up with his soccer ball, actually impressively managing to knock each zombie off the tower with precise shots. Then he tells Jihan to give him more support buffs so he can get more power. Jihan hasn't had enough stats to use support skills before, so he never tried it. But now that his divine power has gotten higher, maybe he can try using it now. He gives a strength buff, and that also proves that he must be a support since he can give out buffs. but that only makes his viewers more confused about what his real class is. Then before he starts the fight, he asks Kim Do-hyuk if he's ready to play properly this time. Golden Light, who is still trying to be Jihan's #1 fanboy, is interested in whether Jihan and Kim Do-hyuk know each other. Right now though, the mage doesn't have a choice, and it's likely that if he acts difficult again, then Jihan is just going to throw him away again. The mage has no choice but to play nice, and with that, Jihan leaps off the tower to fight the zombies directly. Diego's first impression of Jihan is that he's crazy, and the mage definitely agrees with that analysis. He doesn't like Jihan at all, and he especially doesn't like the fact that Jihan seems to be treating him like some sort of underling. The mage has had enough. If Jihan is going to go around doing anything he wants, then he should also be able to go around and do anything he wants, right? Jihan falls straight into the pit of undead monsters, with a fireball already charged in his hand and waiting to blow. With his newly unlocked pool of mana, as well as his divine power that increased after they fused together to make force, a small horde of undead is nothing for our MC. He unleashes a rain of divine fire on the zombies waiting for him. Then as he lands, he turns with his comically large sword and slams straight into the ground, releasing a shockwave so large that it kills everything within a small radius. Even Diego can barely believe that a bronze support can be so powerful, while Goldie just marvels in awe at the man that once beat him to a pulp, twice. This entire series of feats is being broadcast live, and some of the audience speculate that Jihan might have already killed 100 zombies with just that one attack. Next are the blood zombies, which are larger and much tougher than the regular cannon fodder that Jihan dealt with. They rush at him, but unexpectedly run into an invisible wall that they can't seem to pass through. That's because Jihan is testing out the true authentic value of the space control ability, Force. With it, he is able to generate an absolute territory, which is a fancy way of saying that he can limit the movements of anything that is unlucky enough to step into that territory, and in some cases, he can even control their movements. Most people don't know about this power, but Jihan is very familiar with it. In his past life, Baron, whose control over Force was a mess, always used Jihan as a training partner. The two of them would spar repeatedly, and because of that, Jihan often came face to face with Baron's Force and was able to completely understand its abilities. Right now, Jihan is an absolute being who can use mana and divine power simultaneously while also having access to Force and martial power. In terms of raw hacks alone, Jihan is head and shoulders above anyone in the Bronze League. In less than a minute after landing in the horde of zombies, Jihan has already taken out over 100 of them. Last time he had a defense mission, he couldn't clear the 1000 kills quest, but this time, he's sure that he can definitely go for it. He just has to go a little bit faster, and he should be able to get it done. With each slash of his weapon, dozens of zombies fall at once with ease, and to everyone else watching, this scene is nothing but absurd. His viewers can understand now why he so confidently said that he will keep getting first place in every match going forward. Now the problem is getting him to 200,000 subscribers, so they can see his status window. The rest of them can only stand by and watch, and Jihan carries the team effortlessly. But one person in particular is suspiciously quiet. Do-hyuk grins menacingly, and the viewers realize that something is definitely wrong. They ask Golden Light to turn around and check on the mage, and Goldie immediately sees what's going on. Do-hyuk stands beside the crystal they are supposed to protect, with a fireball in his hand. His intentions are clear, and it looks like he's about to do something crazy. But just before he does it, he wants to take a moment to taunt Jihan, who's still fighting the zombies. Now that he feels like he's in the clear, he lets out all his anger and frustration that has been building for Jihan, hurling insults at the man, and then eventually insulting his niece, Seiya, as well. Even the zombies stop fighting and start shaking as they realize that this is a very bad idea. Jihan remains quiet as Do-hyuk continues to hurl insults and accusations about Seiya, going as far as implying that Jihan has done something terrible to Seiya to make her so obedient. The 55,000 GP reward that compelled Do-hyuk to do something so stupid is the result of the Sword King family who held a grudge against Seong Jihan. If the points are converted to real money, it would be the equivalent of about 55 million won, and that absurd number is enough fuel to give Kim Do-hyuk the courage to do what he's doing right now. Jihan can also see through the mage's actions, and his intuition tells him that there can only be two reasons why someone so cowardly would start acting up all of a sudden. Either someone is behind him, or someone is encouraging him to do this. He must be thinking that since Jihan is far away, that he can quickly destroy the crystal and run away without any consequences. Jihan truly doesn't care about any insults towards him, but mentioning Seiya is a line that he will make sure no one ever crosses again. The day he regressed and met Seiya again, he couldn't help but recall the terrible nightmare that became his reality. In order to hide a scar that was inflicted on her due to a terror incident by the Sword King family, she hid her face in bandages, and by the time he found her, her body was cold and lifeless. Back then, he couldn't do anything for her, and could only cry with her lifeless body in his arms. Now that he's back with the power to change the future, Jihan decided that he would never let that happen again, and that he would protect Seiya from anyone that tries to hurt her. From the flaming chi coming from his body, the viewers can tell that Jihan is pissed off, and even they can tell that mentioning his family is definitely crossing a line. However, that doesn't change the fact that he is still way too far away from the crystal to do anything to stop it. At least that's what they think. Today, he will make sure that everyone remembers what happens when you mess with Seiya. The moment he earned force, there was something that he realized while trying to unite the three Dantians. He realized that he can use nameless divine arts. His martial power isn't yet at level 30, so Jihan can only intimidate it, but right now, that's all he needs. The moment he gathered the three powers into one, he felt a sensation similar to when he USD nameless divine arts. All he has to do is feel the electricity starting from his feet, then channel it into the rest of his body, feeling himself become a thunderbolt. From there, he just has to push himself off the ground, and he can move with lightning-fast speed, using a technique called flashing sky thunder steps, which is a method to break the sky. The Sword King family realize that Jihan is moving, and they warn the mage to hurry up and destroy the crystal quickly. Before he can damage the crystal, the other teammates rush over to try and stop him. Do-hyuk pushes Goldie back with a fireball before he can get too close. Then the mage charges up an even more powerful fireball, but it's blocked by a football before it can make contact with the crystal. The mage asks what Diego thinks he's doing, but the star soccer player is always serious about any game he plays, and right now, he's stopping the mage from ruining the game. More than that, Do-hyuk also cursed out one of their team members, and even went as far as cursing his family. That's something that can't be ignored. Do-hyuk turns to start arguing with Diego, but it's too late for him to do anything else. Jihan has arrived, and he does not look happy at all with the fact that the mage seems to have a lot to say. With nothing else to do in this situation but talk, he decides to try and insult Jihan a little bit more, but our MC is tired of hearing his voice and uses force to shut his mouth. Originally, Jihan wanted to just blow up the guy's head as soon as he got back, but that would be way too easy. Instead, he wants to dish out a little punishment first before letting him off. Every player has their pain filtered through a connector, and even if Jihan kills the mage, the only penalty is that he will go down by a level. So instead, Jihan will dish out damage so brutal that the mage will think twice before daring to do something like this again. Do-hyuk smiles in relief since he knows that there is nothing that Jihan can do to inflict pain as long as he is logged in through his connector. On top of that, he has already lost all his skills, so there's nothing more for Do-hyuk to lose. At least that's what he thinks, until Jihan places a hand on the man's shoulder and he starts to feel unimaginable pain. The man screams in pain, and Jihan tells him to calm down, because things are just getting started for the two of them. The man's screams continue to echo through the entire game map, and whatever Jihan is doing is causing him unimaginable pain. The other two watch Jihan's cruelty in action, but they can't figure out why the mage is feeling so much pain. Usually, the battle connector should make it so that nothing hurts enough to make a person go close like that, but Diego quickly figures it out. As Jihan is breaking down the mage's body, he is also giving continuous healing with one hand. That allows Jihan to exploit a bug in the system where if a support keeps using recovery skills on an ally that is taking Do-T damage from things like poison or burns, then an overload effect occurs, and during this time a player can feel 100% of all the damage that the connector misses. Whatever Jihan is doing, it looks seriously painful, and Sparkly can only wonder what kind of skill Jihan is using to induce so much pain. What Jihan is doing is using his force to rip muscles and fracture bones. Only a few martial artists among those skilled in martial arts can use this skill. It sends an unknown energy into a target's body that destroys them from the inside. Do-hyuk can't understand what's happening since his connector should be filtering out all the pain, but for him, it feels like his entire body is being stabbed with needles and shaken around. He doesn't want to continue feeling this pain, and instead, he starts begging Jihan to kill him instead. Jihan wastes no time and obliges to the mage's request, slicing his head off with one clean hit, but as soon as the player dies, Jihan starts looking for the revival location. As soon as he revives again, Jihan continues the punishment, and this time, the pain is so intense that Do-hyuk dies from shock. At this point, things have been going on for so long that his viewers are starting to become uncomfortable watching. When Do-hyuk revives again, he doesn't waste time and immediately starts begging for his life as Jihan starts walking towards him. Things have gone on for far too long now, and Sia has to step in to stop her uncle from doing something drastic. If he continues being excessive with this punishment, then he's going to end up losing all his subscribers. For now, he should stop with this anger and focus on the game instead. Jihan isn't satisfied with the torture just yet, but for Sea's sake, he will stop here. It's still an era of peace, and what he has done should be enough to set an example for anyone else that wants to push his limits. Before he puts the mage out of his misery though, Jihan has to know who sent him on such a foolish quest. The mage doesn't waste any time and reveals that the person who sponsored him to do this is someone with the username SwordKingFamily898. The Sword King family kept sponsoring him over and over, and because of that, he got lost in the money and ended up acting stupidly. As much as that tracks with what he knows about the Sword King family, it's unlikely that one person was able to bet as much as 50,000 GP. That makes it more likely that it isn't one person, but an entire organization that did this. Now that he has the answers he needs, he grabs the mage by his collar and tells him to be thankful that Seiya stopped him from going further. Then as Jihan tosses him into the sky towards his death, the mage screams out his thanks to Seiya for stopping the torture. With that, Kim Do-hyuk has died for the last time and been eliminated from the game. For his splendid torture and the top-class throw of a troll, Golden Light and Diego both give Jihan 10 points each. Now that the trash has been taken out, Jihan has to go down and take out more zombies. From his memory, he remembers killing at least 920 zombies. He should easily be able to kill 80 more in the blink of an eye. However, when he opens his status window to check what's left, he has already cleared the linked quest. That's because of the thunder from his flashing sky thunder steps. The electricity from taking off supercharged the ground and zapped surrounding zombies, causing him to kill enough to clear the quest. If anything, this happened because he failed to control it, and the dispersed power exploded which caused this to happen. He didn't use the power of nameless divine arts, and only used the 3 Dantians, so his execution wasn't perfect. However, the results were good, so he can't really complain. For now, he just needs to train more and get a better grasp over his skills. Goldie tries to buddy up with Jihan and asks if he's going down again, so that they can fight together, but our MC ignores him completely and goes to meet Diego. He thanks the soccer star for helping to protect the crystal while he made his way over to it, and even offers to meet with the man later so he can be properly repaid. On top of that, he also has a lot that he wants to discuss with the man as well. Their friendly chat is cut short though by a sudden earthquake. It feels like something is trying to break through the earth, and nothing like this has ever happened before. Goldie notices that it feels like something is about to explode, and Diego notices something emerging in the distance. It looks like a giant hand with a mouth breaking through the ground. This is a completely new monster that even Jihan has never seen before, and it looks incredibly ominous. The zombies seem to have newfound vigor now that this monster has shown up, and things look like they are about to get crazy. As the zombies start charging towards them, the monster hand roars, and the sound even causes Jihan to freeze. However, it doesn't look like the zombies are being charged up by the hand. Instead, it looks like the monster is chewing up and eating the zombies. Then the mushed up undead in its mouth is turned into a living goop that falls to the floor and grows into a completely new monster that isn't even supposed to show up in a bronze map. It's a flesh golem, and it's a monster that usually only shows up in gold maps or higher. It looks like the evil beast is creating these new monsters by dismantling their physical bodies and recombining it. Jihan wonders if this is because of the linked quest, and he opens his status window to check. The Link quest Zombie Origin 1 has been changed to Zombie Origin 2, and now his next quest is to deal with the flesh golem without the help of the crystal. Jihan doesn't understand what it means by without the help of the crystal, but before he can even figure it out, he gets a system notification informing him that he has received a bonus mission. The other players have also received this quest, and they are just as confused as Jihan is about the whole thing. They can't even imagine having to fight this massive creature, but the system has clearly given them an objective to defeat it. It also names the massive beast as the Disciple of Destruction called Black Hand. They also unlock the Blessing of the Crystal, which allows them to lessen the gap in strength enough for them to have a chance to fight back. Even Goldie, who is as strong as a Gold League player, isn't sure that they can win this battle. In fact, he tells Jihan that even gold-level people like him struggle with these sorts of quests. It's definitely not a mission that they are expected to complete, otherwise they wouldn't offer such rewards. The system is offering him 10,000 achievement points, as well as a crystal fragment. It's rare for the system to offer him a reward that isn't just achievement points, which means that this is at least an epic quest. Goldie resigns himself to his fate, and then tells Jihan that he should receive the crystal blessing first, but our MC refuses. Then he picks up his sword and prepares to launch towards the flesh golem that is already aiming for their crystal. A flesh golem is an undead monster with incredible vitality. You can only defeat one by destroying the core at the center of its body. However, even that is difficult since it has a huge body and crystal fragments are stuck all throughout it. Above all, even at gold level, the Fleas Golem is a boss level monster, and even if Jihan has surpassed the strength of a bronze level player, this isn't a situation that can be dealt with easily. He tells the other two to move aside. Then he jumps into the air using flashing sky thunder steps, leaving a footprint crackling with lightning behind him. As he makes his way towards the monster, he remembers the most basic and fundamental skill in nameless divine arts, which is the 3 talents martial devotion. These martial arts, which were created based on heaven, earth, and humanity, have 3 meanings. Those fundamental meanings make up the nameless divine arts, and with the understanding of those meanings, Jihan is able to activate a new ability called 3 talents marial devotion, cleanly slicing through the flesh golem with a single strike. The impact is strong enough that he's able to completely break through the monster's sturdy flesh and destroy the core in one hit. The attack is so impressive that Diego drops his football in shock, and the system announces that Jihan has dealt with the flesh golem and cleared the bonus mission of the 4th tower. As soon as Jihan swung his sword, Golden Light felt a complicated emotion which is difficult to put into words. However, all the emotions he felt at once can easily be described as raw admiration. Goldie falls to his knees in exhaustion as Diego continues to watch in shock. He has never felt anything like this before. At first, Sparkly just wanted someone to turn into streaming content, but now he wants more than just something pathetic like that. He wants to record all of Jihan and watch him grow to reach the top as a player and as a streamer. But apart from Golden Light's strong decision to put his body and heart on the line for Jihan, this moment marks the start of Seong Jihan and Diego's relationship. Platonic, of course. This isn't that kind of manga. Jihan managed to quickly and easily take out the flesh golem, but the other towers aren't having quite as grand of a time. With one hit, the flesh golem easily destroyed the 3rd tower, ending their bonus mission, and the other towers as well are facing a similar fate. Meanwhile, Jihan's group is ready and preparing to log out. Because they managed to clear the bonus mission, they will be awarded triple the experience and GP. The rewards are plentiful, but there is one more thing that Jihan needs to do now that he has the chance. He suggests that he and Diego see each other on the outside. Diego initially declines since getting the bonus is a good enough repayment for him, but Jihan has other plans in mind. He wants to give Diego more information about his skill. That shocks the soccer player, and Jihan gives him a hint to make him even more interested, telling him that he needs to become a mage. However, it will be boring if everything gets explained right now, so Jihan offers to meet him elsewhere so they can continue the conversation over a meal. If it were anyone else that told Diego this news, they wouldn't even be worth responding to. But since it's Seong Jihan who just showed unbelievable power, Diego couldn't help but feel interested in his words. Understanding the situation, Diego sends Jihan a private message, and the two of them plan to meet up later for a meal to discuss things. Goldie overhears their conversation and begs Jihan to invite him too, but Jihan isn't interested in the sparkly streamer at all, and more importantly, this meal is supposed to be for the sake of repaying Diego. Goldie continues to beg and even offers to become his editor, but Jihan isn't interested and logs out while the streamer is still begging for an opportunity. Back in his room in the Sword Palace, Jihan checks his rewards for completing the 2nd linked quest. He gets 10,000 achievement points and a crystal fragment, but things aren't over yet, and he will get the next linked quest called Traces of the Disciple once he reaches Silver League. It's a good thing that he obtained Force, but the crystal fragment is more disappointing than he expected it to be. It is a one-use B-rank item that gives the player a divine blessing. It can also only be used in bronze or silver zones. A divine blessing is something that only the peak of support users like the Saintess can use. It's a high-level buff that raises all abilities by 50%, and it is considered a must in the upper levels. However, the fact that it's a one-use item that can only be used in the lower levels is incredibly disappointing. However, the other rewards more than make up for it. For one, he leveled up 3 times and obtained 6,000 GP because of his triple reward buff from clearing the bonus mission. Now he's level 13, and both his martial power and force are level 17. There are 12 levels left until the silver promotion game, so his levels are already unbelievable enough. Jihan wonders if there are other players who have advanced at this speed before. Meanwhile, the otherworldly divine item that he used in the tower defense mission starts to react. Since he completed the item's requirements, his divine power rises by 2, and it combines with force. However, even though he used up the weapon's power, and it is devolving from C rank to E rank, his stats aren't increasing. It seems like divine power and force are not directly proportional. Suddenly the sword starts to glow with a bright light. The power of the 3 dantians that he used in the sword is leaking out, and it looks like it could not withstand his attack. It'll be way too dangerous to just let the power leak out, so Jihan has to absorb it all back into his body. The process fills his room with a bright and blinding light that even leaks outside. Meanwhile, in a building right beside the Sword Palace, relaxing in an unsuspecting room, the NEO Self-Defense Force recruiter who recently went by the name Sword King Family 898 can't help but feel depressed that his plans failed. He was the one that registered the mission on the mage to force Jihan to lose the competition. But despite his plans to see Jihan's status window, he still wasn't able to get what he wanted. He originally wanted to use the mage's resentment of Jihan, as well as the animosity of the Sword King family to his advantage, since things haven't settled down since the Sword King left. For now, he needs to stop messing the game up by pretending to be in the Sword King family. It would have been great if things had succeeded in one go, but it looks like he chose a pathetic player to do his dirty work for him. Things would have worked out if the mage had just broken the crystal immediately, instead of taking a moment to fool around needlessly. At the rate things are going, he might end up losing his opportunity to bring Jihan over to Japan. As the recruitment manager of the NEO Self-Defense Force, Takeda Kazuo realized immediately that Jihan is a talented player, and he needs to recruit him using his long experience of recruiting talented players. However, his superiors in the company would only move and make decisions after clear information and evidence has been presented. They asked for evidence that Takeda's intuition about the bronze player is spot on, and he's going to need to do something to back up his position. In order to do that, Takeda needed to see Jihan's status window, which would give undeniable proof that Jihan is a strong player worthy of Japan's interest. But things have gone on too long, and Takeda is running out of time. He needs to up the ante and bring out the big guns in order to make sure that he can obtain Seong Jihan's status window. Once that happens, he will receive permission from the company to use the same special method that they used to acquire the Sword King. Back with Jihan, he somehow managed to absorb the overflowing power from the sword, and even raised his divine power by 1 level. This time though, his force level actually increased. From this, he can tell that every 3 levels of divine power means 1 level for force. Additionally, since his martial power is connected to force, it also increased by 1 point, bringing both to level 18. It's a shame that the weapon is lost, but the benefits from its destruction managed to make up for it. But the system isn't done yet, and it tells him that since the value of force has exceeded 17, he can only absorb divine power from A-rank divine items or higher. That's a huge handicap since A-rank divine items are incredibly hard to come by. Seiya bursts into the room to happily tell her uncle that she just got a 50 billion won deposit. Her joy is cut short though when she sees the state of the room and Jihan. He tries to play it off, but the blood fountain on his forehead begs to differ. Seiya ignores his attempts to placate her and drags him into the washroom so she can apply medicine to his wounds. Jihan just follows along with her as she continues to scold him with a smile on his face. Later on, after he gets his wounds bandaged up, the two of them head out to a restaurant to eat with the money they have received. After spending a decade in the US, he really missed eating some pork belly in a familiar Korean atmosphere. It's the first time he has been able to eat a proper meal since regressing. It's not back to eating out once in a while, but Jihan just wants to return to the food he's familiar with. Seiya insists that she's paying, so he should ask for something better and more expensive. Jihan just waves his hand and tells her that they are going to eat all their meals together anyway, so they can have fancier food some other time. But Seiya tells him that they won't be eating together for much longer. She has decided to go back to school, and although she may not look like it, she's still the student council president, so it's weird for her to have such a long absence from school. The teacher already told her that she can rest for another week, but it's almost the day to get the blessing from the gift room, so she can't rest for too long. The gift room is something that everyone gets to experience on their 18th birthday. Seiya's birthday is August 22nd, and even in these hellish times, Seiya still waited for that day eagerly. Seiya, who had wanted to be blessed in the academy's gift room, had hoped that she would get a good gift that would make the situation better. That hope fell apart when Seiya received an F-rank gift. That was the moment where the strong Seiya finally fell apart. He can't tell her that she's going to receive an F-rank gift though, so for now, he should just try to lower her expectations. She's going to start school the next day since it's a Monday, so she can get a fresh start. Jihan offers to be her personal driver to and from school, and although she tries to argue, Jihan has already made his decision about it. She frowns and turns away from him, but even though she tries to make it look like she's upset, she can't hide the joy in her face at his decision. The next day, early in the morning, the two head down to the Sword Palace parking lot, only to find that all the cars are gone. The Sword King had an assortment of sports cars and supercars, but now the place is completely empty. It looks like their relatives sold them all without their knowledge. Seiya decides to just take the bus, but Jihan notices a car has been left behind. The only car left is Seiya's mother's car, and it looks like they couldn't earn much from it, so they left it behind. Luckily for them, the door is open, and the keys are inside. Despite its old and beat-up appearance, the car still manages to start up. Seiya panics a little bit at the fact that they are going in that car, and Jihan thinks that she's embarrassed to be seen in such an old car, but she tells him that she's actually worried. He asks her what she's worried about, but gets her answer when they arrive at the school, and are told to move by a tall, angry-looking bald man. They are in Gangnam-gu Battle Net Academy, which is where Seiya studies, and in the parking lot, it looks like this man is trying to pick a fight with them simply because Jihan is driving a cheap car. He tries to tell them to move and even calls Jihan a beggar, causing our MC to calmly exit the car and tell the man to watch his tongue. The other people around them quickly recognize Jihan as the Bronze Killer, and they immediately take out their phones to record the interaction so they can stream it on the internet. Elsewhere, in the Divergent Guild headquarters, Hyeon immediately gets up and tells Gayoung to follow her as soon as she sees the video and knows where Jihan is. This time, she's going to make sure that Jihan won't look down on her anymore. Back with Jihan, the man continues to provoke Jihan and then eventually draws his fist back to attack. Jihan doesn't make any attempts to block, and instead uses force to stop the fist before it can connect with his face. Then before the man can speak, Jihan shuts his mouth and slams him to the ground in a kneeling position. As Jihan calmly scolds the man for his bullheadedness, Seiya comes around the side of the car and warns her uncle that people are watching them. Then, from the car that the man drove earlier, a young girl around Sea's age sticks her head out of the window and calls out to Sea. Her name is Kim Hisu, and she's the vice president at BattleNet Academy. It looks like this person is Sea's friend, and she hops out of the car to greet Sea. As she steps out of the car, she asks her driver why he's on the ground, and he lies that it's because it's slippery. Hisu ignores her driver's attempt to apologize and asks Sea where all the supercars from before went. She admits that her dad sold all the cars, and Hisu gets even more worried and tells Sea that she should have contacted her in that situation. Then she promises to give Sea a ride to school from now on. The action and offer are both so sudden, and Sea can't hide her shock at the sudden offer, but Hisu continues to insist and even offers to tell her father about it. Jihan watches the interaction, but something doesn't feel right. He doesn't remember anyone being so close to Sea in his past life. Later on, Hyeon and Gyeong make it to the BattleNet Academy, not even up to 10 minutes after the video that showed Jihan went up, but he's nowhere to be found. A worker confirms that Jihan got in his car and left earlier, and that causes Hyeon to worry even more. She's worried that foreign scouts might come for him too, and she wants to snatch him up before they do. Gyeong stops Hyeon from biting her nails and tells her to calm down, and the other woman is forced to accept the situation and think up a new plan. She failed to find him this time, but from now on, she will chase him live until she finds him. As she walks away, she watches the ongoing match that Jihan is in right now. As for the match itself, the results are already pretty obvious. Jihan has an overwhelming lead against the rest of the players, and he's beating them all down almost too easily. With his nameless divine arts, as well as his martial arts skill, he's able to very easily take down all his opponents. He's practicing how to focus his senses and adjust quickly to situations, and it looks like it's working out in his favor. He cracks his knuckles and shifts his attention to his next targets, and they are people who have already been beaten up by Jihan before. Seong Jihan is already known as the man who defeated a flesh golem with a single strike. For any Bronze League players matching up with him, it's essentially the same as a natural disaster that is impossible to prepare for. The game ends, and once again, Jihan has come in first place. He has also come in first place 5 times in a row, and the system rewards him with a 200% increase in his experience and GP gain. He also reaches level 15, which unlocks the dungeon map as his next area. The dungeon is a game type that opens from level 15, and unlike the rest of the game where you just need to fight, dungeons have different traps, mazes, and puzzles that need to be cleared to proceed. However, unlike the other game modes, this one is co-op, and there is a limit to how far one person can go alone. Even on BattleNet, they recommend that cooperating with party members is a necessary part of playing in dungeon mode. However, there are too many guys after him, and if he ends up being partied with people who want to screw him over, then there's nothing he can do about it. He briefly considers joining a guild, but changes his mind not long after. He doesn't want to be there for long, and the guild will be annoying when he eventually asks to leave. Besides, he will reach silver soon, and once he reaches silver, then he will create his own guild. Later that day, it's time for dinner, and Jihan calls for Sea to go and set the dining table. The food is all set, and the two of them sit down to eat. Sea is surprised that Jihan can cook so well, but Jihan honestly just threw together the ingredients they had to make a basic meal. She freaks out over how good the food is, and Jihan tells her that he will cook properly for her next time. He used to cook himself a meal every day when he was in America, so he's already well accustomed to being in the kitchen. As they eat, Jihan asks Sea if she's going to be getting a ride from her friend often from now on. Sea tells him that she doesn't want to ride in her car because during the entire trip, Hisu overreacted and made her very uncomfortable. She kept on showing uncomfortable levels of concern and asking personal questions, and eventually, it became too much for Sea to handle. Jihan immediately understands and realizes that being with the girl must suck. There's another reason though, and it's because her mom's car is much more comfortable and filled with warmth. Jihan also agrees with that. The next day, Jihan takes her to school, and this time there are a lot of scouts and reporters waiting for them. After their flashy outburst the previous day, it's no wonder that so many people are interested in seeing him. At this point, they are practically his stalkers. Thankfully, the school's security is doing a good job of keeping them back and out of the school's premises. As they drive into the parking lot, they see 2 familiar faces waiting for them. It's Hyeon and Gyeong, and the 2 of them were clearly waiting for him beforehand. She's even more upset because she gave him her business card, but he never contacted her. The truth is that he just completely forgot about her though. This time though, she has made sure that he has no way to escape. She takes him to the school's garden rooftop where they can have a nice private meeting. At least it would be private if not for the other scouts camping outside, hoping that they would get a chance to talk to Jihan. Jihan notices that Hyeon is more comfortable than usual, and that's because she graduated from this school, but she's more upset about his behavior. He apologizes for forgetting her, but she tells him that it's fine, since it's a refreshing change of pace. Jihan is the first person that has made her run around and give chase, so she prepared treatment befitting that. She offers him a platinum-grade contract on the spot, which gives incredible benefits to whoever signs it. It's such a big deal that the other recruiters prepare to start heading home. Even Jihan is shocked by how much she seemed to prepare just for him. Then she decides to directly tell him that the contract was only possible because it's her. Then she leans in close to him and directly tells him that these are her feelings for him. Her approach is so direct and effective that it makes the rest of the recruiters who were still hanging on to a shred of hope turn around and walk away. Even Jihan has to admit that he's impressed by how far ahead she seems to think this up. As she stares him down and tries to figure out what he's thinking, her being so close to him allows him to catch a scent of her perfume. He can immediately tell that it's the same perfume that Zero used back when they were close friends. Now he's certain that Lee Haeon is in fact the Zero that he knew. But now, the next question is if another quirk of hers is the same as he remembers. Haeon, tired of standing up and staring at him, finally plops back onto her seat with a huff. At this point, she's frustrated by the fact that she can't seem to get a reaction out of him. And on top of that, she hasn't even gotten his number, and it looks like she's the only one that has been giving him things. Now she's determined to get his phone number, no matter the cost. She tells him that after he checks the contract, she will have to put her seal on it, so she's going to need his contact information. Her approach is too direct though, and Jihan immediately realizes that she just wants his phone number. He doesn't turn her down this time though, and instead suggests that they make a bet. He tells her about the fact that he just hit level 15, and as they know, the first game after hitting the milestone will always be a dungeon. Haeon can barely believe that Jihan has reached level 15. It's been less than a month since he started actively participating in the BattleNet, and he has already grown so much. But more importantly, even in a situation like this, he's trying to make a bet with her. It makes no sense. She doesn't turn it down, and instead asks what his betting conditions are. It's straightforward, really. He wants to enter the BattleNet right now, and if he misses first place, then he will form a contract with the Divergent Guild, and of course, he'll give her his number as well. That sounds risky since it's well known that a lot of people are targeting him. If he hops into his first dungeon game by himself without a party or guild, then he will end up having to play with random people. The offer is almost too good to be true for Haeon, and it's pretty scary that he can just pull something like this out of nowhere. She doesn't refuse and asks him what he wants from her if she loses the bet. His request is simple. It's the last piece of the puzzle that he needs to confirm Haeon's identity. He tells her that he wants to see her status screen. Once he sees it, he can finally check if she has the same gift of nurturing as Zero. At this time, the nurturing gift was just an experience buff, which makes it an embarrassing gift to show others, and seeing her reaction pretty much confirms his suspicions, but he needs to check things with his own eyes and make sure that his intuition is correct. Just like he expected, she agrees to the bet reluctantly and warns him not to end up regretting it later on. Since he plans to enter the BattleNet immediately, she asks if he wants to move locations, but he doesn't need that. He enters the BattleNet immediately and starts a BattleTube live broadcast as well, so they can watch him. Just as expected, he spawns in a dungeon called the Conqueror's Tomb. The Conqueror's Tomb is a high-level difficulty dungeon where the legendary Conqueror sleeps. Various monsters appear in this dungeon, but it lacks the complex puzzle features such as traps or mazes. However, there is a reason that the difficulty of this dungeon is so high. The only way to clear it is to ensure that all members of the party survive till the end, which means that getting lucky with teammates is very important. Jihan enters the dungeon, and his temporary teammates also get summoned right beside him. From what he can see, these teammates don't look bad at all, and they immediately recognize him. From the looks of it, they are all in the same guild, and their equipment is pretty good too. They greet him with a lot of respect, and look genuinely happy to be working with him. One of the commenters recognizes the players as members of the Black Eagle Guild. They are usually known to be considerate people, so it's likely that they will get first place. The team also has a laid-back air to them now that they have someone as powerful as Jihan on their team. They initially tell him that they will take the lead, and he can follow behind them, but Jihan refuses, and decides to take the lead himself. They try to argue for a bit, but it's obvious that Jihan is dependable, so they eagerly follow behind him. Jihan is just glad they aren't trolls this time, and he was worried because of the clear conditions of this dungeon. Now he just has to focus on making sure that they all get to the end of the dungeon. They step into the first level, and the monsters already start to spawn. The ground seems to grow as the sand on the floor slowly morphs into monsters known as the Tomb's Guards. The rest of his team enters battle mode and asks how they should get into formation, but Jihan just needs them to stay behind him. He calmly walks into the room filled with sand guards, and as soon as he enters, they try to take a swing at him, but he's able to easily dodge the attacks with no problem. Then he returns the attack with a simple punch, taking down one of the guards with one hit. He continues the onslaught, punching through the guards without any problems, and taking them all out easily before they are even able to attack him. In a matter of seconds, the room is clear, and he reminds his stunned teammates that they need to keep up with him. In the Conqueror's Tomb, there are a total of 10 pathways, and each team is assigned to one pathway. All pathways lead to the underground level 7, which has the final stage. Jihan's team was assigned to the 8th path, and they are currently in an overwhelming lead. They're already down to level 3, and all his teammates have had to do the entire time is quietly follow behind Jihan. They have heard of how strong Jihan is, but seeing him in real life is really humbling. He's crushing the sturdy heads of the soldiers like they are made of sand, and easily clearing a way for them. This entire time he hasn't even used a weapon yet, and yet he's showing strength far above a normal Bronze League. As he continues pushing through the levels, he receives a donation from a familiar and annoying username. It's Takeda, and he begs Jihan to check his mail for a big fat donation. The strange way the man talks makes even the commenters uncomfortable, and his intentions are really clear. He wants to recruit Jihan to Japan, no matter the costs. The commenters beg Jihan not to leave Korea since they can't lose him too after just losing the Sword King. Luckily, he has no intentions of leaving Korea, and even bans Takeda from his stream for making such lousy attempts to recruit him. Now, they are even done with level 3, when the rest of the teams are probably still struggling to clear level 1. One of the players checks the strength of a guard with his sword, and it has a durability as hard as metal, yet Jihan is easily destroying them with just his fists. As the warrior checks the statue's durability though, he receives a strange message that causes him to pause for a moment. The others continue their trek down the towers, and the mage in the group apologizes for making Jihan do everything for them. He doesn't mind, and at this point, he's just happy that they aren't trolling like the rest of the people he has played with. They make it down to level 4, and this one looks like a straight path. As Jihan checks the area, another one of the players receives a message as well, and they pause to stare at it in disbelief. Jihan can tell from the holes in the walls and the ground that they are all just traps set for them. Usually the Conqueror's Tomb has almost no traps, but it looks like that is because they are all concentrated here. Jihan doesn't mind the traps and asks them if it's alright for them to speed up a bit. Once again, he starts to take the lead, and tells them to watch his back as he makes his way through the dungeon. As he walks on ahead, the archer and the warrior both pull out their weapons discreetly. They wait for him to start moving and plan to kill themselves at the nearest opportunity. The message they received was yet another attempt from the Sword King family to disrupt Jihan's game by telling his teammates to kill themselves without being noticed, which automatically sabotages Jihan's game. The guild members of the Black Eagle Guild all received the same quest from the very same Takeda, who was just banned from watching Jihan's stream. Originally, the recruiter wanted to avoid using this method, but at this point, all he can use is money to try and get his way. Now that the stage has been set, the question is what Jihan will do to prevent his inevitable loss when there are several people that have been bought out to make sure he loses. On top of that, these people won't make it obvious, which means that the moment he takes off, he will fail immediately. There are no exceptions, and Takeda is sure to win. That is, unless a certain golden lad decides to step in and tip Jihan off in advance. Jihan and the mage rush through the trap-filled room, and immediately, the traps activate, sending several arrows flying towards them. The mage tries to prepare a spell to get rid of the arrows, but Jihan already has a plan to stop them. He activates his absolute territory, and the arrows freeze in midair. The mage excitedly turns to ask his teammates if they can also see what's going on, and that's when he notices the two of them turning their weapons on themselves. The mage calls for them to stop what they are doing, and that's enough of a warning for Jihan to turn and notice what they are trying to do. He activates his flashing sky thundersteps in the split second that the guys are confused from having been caught, and thanks to it, he's fast enough to stop them from doing anything drastic, and knocks their weapons out of their hands. Then he uses force to bind them to the ground, stopping their movements entirely. The mage runs back in from the trap room to check if Jihan and his guildmates are alright. In their panic, they both reveal the fact that they got a suicide mission from someone. If one of them kills themselves, then the game ends immediately for them. The mage takes a moment to apologize to Jihan for the actions of his guild members, but our MC is just relieved that he made it in time to stop them from doing something stupid. But he knows that things aren't over just yet. He uses his force ability to move the mage's hand right as a beam of light shoots out of it, narrowly stopping the mage from killing himself as well. The Black Eagle Guild all receive the same suicide quest, and the mage yells in anger and asks Jihan how he knew that they all received the quest. After all, there's nothing that they did to make him suspect them. The person who alerted Jihan of his corrupted teammates was none other than Golden Light himself, who paid Jihan's absurdly high donation fee just to make sure that Jihan knows that his teammates have been bribed. Thanks to the fact that he's a die-hard fan, Goldie had been watching the broadcast in real time, and he noticed that the other members all seemed to receive a strange message one by one. That's when he noticed the mission given out by Sword King Family 989 with an incredibly high reward of 1 billion won. So he had to make sure to tell Jihan, even though the donation message starts from 10 million won. But Jihan is more focused on how strange this event seems to be. Regardless of the grudge that the Sword King family has against him, spending 1 billion won on one mission is just insane. Even if their life is on the line, it's definitely not worth that much. The conclusion is that whoever sent this mission is at least a named guild rank. or someone with the Sword King's special influence. To think that they would give 1 billion yen just to check one status screen is insane. So now the question is, who could have done such a thing? The commenters immediately realize that it must be Takeda. That's the only person who can do something so dirty while also dropping a huge amount of money into it. Because of that, Jihan changes his promise. Instead of revealing his status screen at 200,000 subscribers, he will now reveal his status screen at 1 million subscribers. However, even with that change, his promise of placing first in every mission still stays the same. As he says that, he picks up the warrior's sword and gets a special rope from his inventory. It's a good thing that this happened, because Jihan was worried that he would hit 200,000 subscribers too soon. Thanks to all this, he managed to gain some money as well as some attention. Now with the F-grade rope of restraint, it's time for him to take care of these betrayers that he has unluckily been paired up with. He tied them up in a bunch like livestock and drags them through the dungeon behind him so he doesn't have to worry about them. Eventually, without any more distractions, they are able to make it to the 6th level, just before the Emperor's room. And it looks like this place is filled with a lot more tomb guards than anywhere else he has been. Jihan stares up into the darkness as hundreds of eyes stare back at him and warn him not to go any further. Before they made it here, Jihan continued to drag them through the floor, and to make sure that they didn't make too much noise, he also used force to close their mouths. As Jihan tied them up, one of the players even says that Jihan will make an energy out of their guild if he continues treating them like that. But the truth is that the Black Eagle Guild will most likely not want anything to do with trolls like them. Then lastly, to make sure that they don't struggle, Jihan used his finger to poke at their pressure points, causing the strength to leave their body. That's something that only an advanced level martial artist, which is an advanced warrior class, can do. At this rate, they will be dragged around meaninglessly, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. The warrior remembers that Jihan is very sensitive about his niece, but before he can even say anything, his mouth is shut tight with force, stopping him from doing something stupid. As he drags them through the ground to make sure that they don't die, he passively heals them so that they don't die from the rough treatment. Finally, they make it to the 6th floor where they are confronted by multiple monsters hiding in the shadows. They are all the same clay soldiers that he fought before, and there are a lot of them this time. Jihan is prepared for their attack and parries a sword aimed at his teammates. Then to make sure that he's not distracted, he grabs his bunched up crew and tosses them to the center of the room. Now that he doesn't have any distractions, he sets off clearing out the clay soldiers approaching them. Except, unlike before, after slicing them down, the soldiers revive, and thousands more come out from the shadows. The fact that their eyes are glowing means that they are in berserker mode. Right then, a linked quest appears out of nowhere and urges Jihan to kill all the guards. It's been a while since he got a linked quest, and the last time was during the defense map. To make sure that his teammates aren't attacked while his back is turned, he places a shield over them to protect them. Then to test how good it is, he smacks his sword against it, confirming that it's sturdy enough to survive anything the clay soldiers throw at it. He also reinforces it with a force field made from his force power, creating a double layer of protection. Now that he doesn't have to actively protect them, he can focus on going all out to take down these soldiers. He starts by using his absolute territory ability, stopping all the soldiers before they can get too close to him. No matter how many times he uses this ability, he can't get over just how overpowered it is. All the movements of anyone who comes within the territory is absolutely slowed down. Then with just his hands, he can overpower everything. It's a shame that Baron had such an amazing skill but only used it to reinforce his mana. Now that he has the clay soldiers under his territory, it's time for him to get this over with. With one massive attack, he sends all the soldiers flying and immediately clears the quest with no issues. With the 6th floor taken care of, they finally proceed to the Emperor's room. There, they meet the Conqueror, who is the reason that all party members must be alive for the quest to be completed. He welcomes them and calls them plunderers who want to steal gold. The clear condition of the final stage is simple. All 4 party members need to give a respectful bow to the Conqueror and stand in specific areas. He throws the 3 stooges on the ground and uses force to untie their ropes, then forces them to walk towards the spots that have been designated so they can bow. Thanks to his high level in his force stat, even though the distance between the areas where each player must bow is significantly high, Jihan is confident that he can do it. He successfully makes the players stand in the appropriate places, then he's able to make them bow to the ground. Once he is sure that they have all bowed appropriately, he joins them on the ground, successfully completing the quest. A gate opens up for them to return to their world, but despite the fact that he has already cleared the quest, Jihan isn't moving. He suddenly got a hidden quest from the system, which requires him to show genuine respect to the Conqueror's statue for a reward of 5,000 achievement points, as well as the Conqueror's arrow. The arrow is so big that it's basically a spear, and if he can complete this quest, then he will get that as a reward too. But Jihan can't figure out what the system means by genuine respect. To test the waters, Jihan drags one of the other players towards him, and then tosses him up towards the Emperor as a show of genuine respect. The golden horse that the Emperor is sitting on grabs the player and chews him up, killing him instantly. The Emperor takes a moment to consider what Jihan is doing, then asks our MC if the king of plunderers he's referring to is the conqueror himself. Jihan confirms that a conqueror is the epitome of plundering, and he is just trying to show his genuine respect. Then he tells the giant statue that instead of all the gold in the room, what he really wants is the arrow that is resting on the conqueror's bow. To know the value of that arrow and plunder it is the genuine respect that the system requires him to show, and that is the condition to clear this hidden quest. In an instant, the statue shows a large grin, then bursts out into insane laughter. It looks like it is pleased by Jihan's show of respect, and it praises him for it. As a reward, he will grant Jihan the treasure for having shown true and genuine respect. Jihan knows where this is going, and grabs the sword to prepare for it, as the statue draws the phoenix arrows back and takes aim towards Jihan. The air becomes unbearably hot as the conqueror draws back the arrow, and the others can barely breathe. They catch on fire from the phoenix flames filling the room, and even Jihan catches on fire as well. Things have gotten dangerous, and as it stands, he's not sure that he will be able to hold out until the end. It doesn't matter if his teammates die, but the problem is that the moment that they are dead, their weapon which he has been graciously borrowing will disappear as well. Jihan needs to resolve this before that happens. The room gets so hot that even the gold starts to melt, and the conqueror hasn't even shot the arrow yet. One of the other players dies from the overwhelming heat, leaving just Jihan and the warrior. The heat is overwhelming, and Jihan can feel it inside his body. At his current state, Jihan definitely cannot face that arrow head-on, so the only hope he has is to aim for the bow before he shoots the arrow. He uses another skill that used to be part of the nameless divine technique called the ultra-speed stab. Just before the conqueror has a chance to shoot the arrow, Jihan uses the stab to toss the sword straight at the bow, snapping it in half before the conqueror has a chance to shoot the arrow, causing the phoenix arrow to fall to the ground. At that moment, the statue's grin disappears, and he asks Jihan for his name. Then he stops referring to Jihan as a plunderer, and refers to him as a noble warrior instead. Then he passes the arrow over to Jihan as a reward for showing true respect. Just like he thought, the arrow is so big that it can be used as a spear. Then the statue tells Jihan that he looks forward to the day they can meet in a more honorable battlefield in the future. The BattleNet has countless battlefields, so it's inevitable that they will meet again. But until then, Jihan will gladly use this new weapon to its fullest potential. As he admires the spear, his viewers are more concerned about the ability that he used to break the bow. It was so fast that slow motion isn't even enough to see what happened. That's because the ultra speed stab isn't just super fast, it's also a technique that precisely aims at one point with a thin sword chui. The fact that he was able to use it means that he's getting better at controlling the nameless divine arts. The first time he drew out this ability, it was unstable and consumed a lot of his strength. But now, the more he uses this skill, the more refined and stable it becomes. At this rate, he will be able to manifest the basic forms of martial arts too. Now that he has completed the hidden quest, he has also been acknowledged by the conqueror and has been exempted from the test on the 7th floor. Since he doesn't have to worry about the test on the 7th floor anymore, there's no reason to let a guy that stabbed him in the back make it to number 1. He walks over to the warrior who is still just barely waking up after the intense heat that engulfed the room. Then Jihan uses his new spear to stab at the man, ending his life in an instant. The game ends, and Jihan returns to the school rooftops, where it seems like everyone was watching his fight in the dungeon. The spear is easily the most impressive thing, and it's crazy that he got something so valuable from a bronze dungeon. He turns to Hyeon and Gyeong, who were also watching the stream, and announces that he got first again, just like he promised. That means that he won the bet, and as his reward, Hyeon has to show him her status window. Hyeon flinches, and Jihan initially thinks that she wants to go back on her word, but she's more anxious about the giant spear that he's holding behind him. It's filled with such overwhelming power that Gyeong is almost forced to instinctively draw her sword. After he puts the spear away, she shows him her status window, just like she promised, but she's still embarrassed about showing it to him. Seeing it himself confirms exactly what he thought. She has the fostering gift which allows her to foster other players. Gyeong watches on worriedly from the side as Haeyeon seems to die from embarrassment. She hates talking about her gift, and she was so upset that she spent so much money for such a garbage gift. She was so upset, she started wondering why she even went to the academy in the first place, and she ended up talking badly about the academy at any chance she got. But now she has to reveal her fostering ability at the very same academy of all places. Jihan, on the other hand, isn't saying anything, and Hyeyeon looks up at him, only to catch him smiling at her. She thinks that he's laughing at her, but he clarifies that he's happy instead. Then he pulls out his phone and asks for her phone number. Haeyeon reminds him that she lost the bet, but he tells her that he just wants her number. Then she tells him that her number is on the business card that she gave him, but then he tells her that he lost it. That's basically telling her that he has no interest in her, but now all of a sudden, he's asking for her number. Haeyeon can't get rid of the feeling that he's playing around with her, and her ego can't take it, but she ends up giving him her number regardless, even saving her name in his phone with a heart. Then she turns around and walks away, smugly turning around to see how he would react to the way she saved her name. Instead of being taken aback or shocked, Jihan just lightly laughs and then tells her that he will call. That's the last straw for her ego, and she wants to yell at him, but just barely holds herself back. Elsewhere in the school, Jihan watches her uncle's first dungeon run with her classmates, and they are all impressed by just how strong he is. Hisu, though, doesn't seem as happy as the others do about Jihan's accomplishment. In fact, she almost looks angry, but she's broken out of her spell by one of her classmates calling her name. The girl asks Hisu if she also notices how different Jihan looks compared to just a month ago. The last time Hisu went to Sea's house, Jihan looked like some unemployed alcoholic bum, and now he has turned into this amazing person who even has one of her other classmates swooning in glee. Sia can't help shed tears of joy at the fact that her uncle has become someone so respectable. Hisu then reminds Sia that her 18th birthday is coming up, which also means that the day she officially becomes a player is coming up. Everyone awakens as a player when they turn 18, allowing them to see their status windows. The other students also remember that fact, and the fact that she must be nervous about it. BattleNet Academy students eagerly await the day that they can become players, after spending so much time with various classes and undergoing so much training. The gift room is the biggest reason for the academy existing, and all the students are also the most interested in the gifts. The other students start to wonder if Seiya will receive a gift as well, and some already think that it will be at least an S-rank gift. After all, her dad has an SSS rank gift, her mum was an SS rank and a Saintess, and there are rumors that her uncle is at least an S rank. With all those talents in her family, there's no way she won't be just as powerful as they are. Although there has already been research done that proves that genetics has nothing to do with gifts. Still, despite that, she still hopes that she will get something good. Her birthday is just a little over a week away, so she has been really anxious about it, but Hisu tries to be there to comfort her. She tells Seiya to look forward to a gift that she will get on her birthday. Meanwhile, in the NEO Self-Defense Force training hall in Japan, countless unconscious people lay behind the Sword King as proof of his training session. The onlookers can only wonder if the Sword King has always been this powerful. However, it's been made clear through this training session that the Sword King has gotten even stronger, and all his abilities are now higher than before. Now that things have gotten to this level, everyone in the NEO Self-Defense Force is eagerly looking forward to the day when Ito Ryuhei will debut in the fight between Korea and Japan. In the Divergent Guild headquarters, Heian is having a very heated conversation with someone over the phone. She's talking to her father, who wants her to try and pursue a relationship with someone she doesn't like at all. They continue to argue, and her father continues to try and encourage her to get married as soon as possible. And eventually, she gets so upset that she ends the call abruptly on him. Gyeong comes into the room to check what's going on, and Heian doesn't even hide the fact that she's upset. She left her home and her life behind because her father kept on trying to force her to marry people that were way too old or unlikable. This time, he forced her to go on a date with an overweight, balding old man from the NEO Self-Defense Force. It was a really bad and uncomfortable situation, and this has been her life for as long as she has been in marriage. Despite the fact that she's rich, it doesn't stop her father from wanting her to marry someone wealthy. Gyeong suggests that Heian go and rest at home, but she declines since she's more comfortable in the Divergent Guild headquarters. Then Heian takes a moment to apologize to her bodyguard, seemingly out of nowhere. She knows that Gyeong doesn't have much time to herself because she is working as a bodyguard, and with her S-rank gift, her talents would have been much more useful elsewhere. Gyeong doesn't mind though, and she assures Heian that being a bodyguard is her duty, and something that she has chosen to do. For now, she'll just hold on until Heian inherits the company, although the Divergent Guild recruiter doesn't want to do so. Instead, she wants to be independent, so she can earn her own money and live the kind of life she wants without her parents nagging her to get married. That would have been a noble cause if not for the fact that Heian's main way of earning her own money is through gambling. It may be legal, but Heian keeps losing on every gamble, which makes it very unlikely that she will make her own money this way. But this time, she is sure that she will be able to win something big this time. That is because of the Korea versus Japan matchup coming soon. It's a rather sad situation, but all the Koreans are betting on Japan winning. People don't want to say it directly, but everyone knows that Japan is going to win. Her phone vibrates in her hand with a message from Jihan, and the contents of the message cause her eyes to go wide with shock. The next day, Jihan is making good on his promise to treat Diego to some good food as thanks for the help during the defense mission. The two of them go to a fancy restaurant where Diego gets his first taste of Korean beef, and even he can tell that it's very expensive. Jihan doesn't mind though and tells him to ask for anything else he might want. He asks for a drink and Jihan orders him some soju. In a split second, Diego perfectly mixes it even better than Diego would have been able to. Then he takes a bite of the meat, and it's so good that Diego can barely speak. Now that the two of them have gotten acquainted, Jihan tells Diego to speak more casually and comfortably. The two of them chat and drink, and as the day goes on, Diego confesses that he's a bit resentful about the way his life has gone. If it weren't for the BattleNet, then he wouldn't be living this kind of life. He was a soccer star and one of the best in the world, but in the blink of an eye, he fell to rock bottom. Because of that, he couldn't get any more to support himself, and his wife and children left him. Jihan understands what Diego is talking about. He was once a world star, and he was someone who could have everything he ever wanted. But with the birth of the BattleNet, people began losing interest in sports, and just like that, he also lost all his fans. Eventually, FIFA and the professional soccer scene would disappear as people forgot all about soccer. Nothing more needs to be said when a world-class player is forced to live in Korea, teaching kids how to play soccer. Diego stops talking about himself and suggests that they get to the point. Jihan recently advised him to become a mage, and he wants to know why. It's because of the gift that Diego has. It reinforces all equipment that resembles a soccer ball, and it's an SSS rank gift as well. Because of that, Diego carries a soccer ball wherever he goes, but he doesn't know if he has what it takes to be a mage, since his mana stat is really bad. To show his sincerity, Jihan summons an item that he got specifically for Diego. It's an Arachne's orb, and it's a B-rank magical item from the spider tribe. The orb is wrapped in spider's web, making it very elastic, and since spiders have only feet, the orb is considered a ball, therefore making it the perfect equipment for Diego. This item will bring out the real Diego, who was the most powerful mage to ever exist in Jihan's past life. Diego nervously asks how much it is, and Jihan tells him that it's about 50 million won, and the mention of the insane price immediately sobers up Diego. That's more expensive than the down payment on his house. Normally, Diego wouldn't be able to buy something like this even after 10 years of saving. Jihan isn't done yet though, and he has more to offer. He wants to give Diego this orb as a gift, and he even plans to support Diego financially too. The former soccer star can't believe what Jihan is saying, but our MC isn't done. He wants Diego to join the guild that he will create when he reaches silver rank. Naturally, Diego wants to know if Jihan has enough money for that, and our MC is confident that he does, although he's also sure that he's about to make a lot more pretty soon. Then he shows Diego his phone, and whatever is on it is enough to cause the soccer star to think that Jihan has officially lost his mind. It's the predictions of the match that will happen between Japan and Korea, and it predicts that Korea will have 1 win and 3 losses. He sends the same information to Hyeon, but she doesn't believe it. There's no way that Korea will be able to win against the Sword King, but his prediction will be proven soon enough, because the time for the Korea versus Japan round has finally arrived. Diego can't believe that Jihan thinks that Korea will get 1 win. It's almost impossible for him to imagine that happening. He's not looking down on the Korean team, but the Sword King is a whole other level. He's someone so powerful that he can take on an entire team on his own. Jihan understands why that would be hard to believe, but it's easier if he shows it than if he explains it. Then Jihan picks up a remote and turns on a TV beside their table, showing the match happening live. The international competition is set to begin, and the conditions to win is that one team must defeat all the players on the opponent team. There will be 5 rounds, and the first team to get to 3 wins is the winner of the battle. Ryuhei immediately starts the charge and tells his teammates to follow his lead, but the rest of them are hesitant. They don't want to follow his lead, and they don't acknowledge him as a teammate. It's not just because he's Korean, but also because they have had another member who has been their longtime teammate. That person had to be removed for the Sword King to participate in this competition. Because of that, they don't want to follow along with Ryuhei's plans. As they are arguing, one of the Korean players starts it off with a powerful attack aimed directly at Ryuhei. The attack lands perfectly, surprising everyone on the Japanese team as well as even the Korean team. They see this as an opportunity and rush to push the attack before he can recover. Their goal is to take down the Sword King first and then go for the others later. Ryuhei stops them in the paths with a simple swing of his sword, slashing the ground in front of them before they can make it to him. Then, as a show of rebellion, he stabs himself in the chest, taking himself out of the first round of the competition. That gives the first kill to the Korean team, shocking the entire crowd. It was recorded as the Korean team's kill, even though Ryuhei took himself out. Now Jihan's prediction is starting to make sense, but the question is how he even knew that this was going to happen. Jihan can't reveal that, but he tells Diego to focus on the match for now. With Ryuhei taken out, the Korean team has an easy time eliminating the remaining Japanese players, giving the first win to Korea. The MVP role goes to the support who cast the spell that originally hit the Sword King in the first place. And just like that, things have taken a completely unexpected turn. But they are exactly what Jihan predicted. Everything is going exactly the way it did in his past life, even down to the dividend rates of the betting app. Back in the recovery area, the Japanese players confront Ryuhei for his rash decision. He's the nation's representative, and he just casually killed himself to prove a point. Ryuhei is tired of their constant whining and calls them a bunch of trash without any sense of professionalism. He can see now why they lost to Korea every time, and he's tired of being around it. He doesn't care about their childish friendships, and he calmly tells them that if they don't recognize him as their leader, then he will kill himself in every round until they do. With the choices laid out before them, they have no other option left but to accept Ryuhei as their leader if they want to win. The second round starts, And the Korean side is just as confused as last time. They don't understand why Ryuhei killed himself out of nowhere. They initially wonder if he's a spy or something, but they quickly see that that is not the case. The Ryuhei on the battlefield is clearly more than willing to fight now, and he has a completely different atmosphere around him than last time. The Korean team stays alert and prepares to defend, but in the blink of an eye, Ryuhei has delivered an attack so powerful that it hits 3 of them all with one hit. The raw power of the attack shocks the players and the audience as they realize the overwhelming gap in power. Then he follows up with another attack, immediately killing the last remaining player who survived his vicious attack. The Korean audience trembles in fear, while the Japanese audience screams in joy and chants Ryuhei's name. The Sword King defeated the South Korean team with just 2 attacks, and that equalizes the scores. As expected, with the Sword King's return, Japan easily takes the 3rd round as well, and the 4th round is not much different. The Korean team can barely show any resistance against Ryuhei's overwhelming power, and it ended up being a completely one-sided defeat by Korea. By the 4th round, they try to put up a harsher fight, putting everything they have into the fight, but it's ultimately pointless. Even with his hands bound, he's still somehow able to move the sword with some other power and break his chains, defeating them one by one without missing a beat. It's only the archer and the mage left, and they both struggle to hold their ground, but it's no point. With their attention completely focused on Ryuhei, the other team is able to take down the archer with a cheap shot before he notices. The other members of the Japanese team are still there after all, and they can still put up a fight, however minuscule it might be. With only the mage left, Ryuhei personally goes up to finish her off. He does this with a new ability he seems to have called Sword Flight. The 2 players make some small talk, and the mage doesn't let her inevitable loss stop her from taunting Ryuhei on his rash decision to leave Korea and show off in Japan. Ryuhei doesn't let her words get to him, and tells her that she would have been able to survive for longer if her fighting skills were at least half as good as her talking skills. Not willing to go down without a fight, the mage activates a spell that boosts her power, but before she can fully activate it, the Sword King decides to try out a new technique on her, bringing down a giant sword of light over her head, which leaves nothing but a huge crater in the middle of the arena. The match is over, and as expected, it's an overwhelming victory for Japan. It's hard to swallow for the Korean team, but they are determined to come back stronger no matter what. Diego is just shocked that Jihan predicted the outcome so precisely. He lies that he saw it in a dream, and now that dream has helped him win a mountain of money. That's perfect for him, but it doesn't ease his worry over the performance that he saw from Ryuhei. The Sword King is much stronger than Jihan remembers, and at this rate, our MC won't be able to defeat him. In fact, the nameless divine arts might not even be enough to go against him. On top of that, he also has an SSS rank gift called the Twin Sword Peak, which makes him even more deadly. All of the stats may be against him, but Jihan doesn't care. He will make sure that no matter how strong the Sword King becomes, he will become even stronger. The 2 of them will clash eventually, and it'll be a fight for the ages. Someone else is a lot more excited about her payout from the betting than Jihan is, though. Hyeon managed to make 200,000 won from just 5,000. She never imagined that this day would come, and it's all thanks to Jihan. Unfortunately, she ended up in about 20,000 in debt from the total earnings in the game. After she followed Jihan's advice, Haeun was sure that South Korea would love 0-3 and bet more against them. She bet 200,000 on her surety that Korea would face an overwhelming defeat without a single victory, and that's how she ended up with a net loss. Back with Jihan and Diego, the next question is today's main topic, the fact that Jihan wants to make a contract with the football star. Diego doesn't understand why Jihan suddenly wants to make a contract with him out of nowhere because he doesn't see himself as worth that much effort, but Jihan is sure that this contract will be worth it. He tells Diego that the same foresight he used to predict the outcome of the Korea-Japan match is the same thing he is using to tell that Diego will be a very valuable asset in the future. Jihan is very confident in that decision, and that's why he wants to bring Diego to his side no matter the cost. Diego is set to become the world's strongest mage, and this contract is nothing more than an investment from Jihan. Diego hasn't had someone chase after him this much since his days as a football star. He missed being a vital aspect of someone's team. After BattleNet was created, he thought that he would never experience this feeling again. Now Jihan has come out of nowhere to show him a new ray of hope. There's no reason for him to refuse such a generous offer. Diego happily gets up from his chair and stretches his hand across the table to shake with Jihan. He will never forget the kindness that Jihan has shown him today, and he's determined to pay him back 10,000 times over. Jihan smiles lightly and tells him that he is eagerly waiting for that day. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Gayoung is facing her own battles in a gladiator match of her own. She's not as skilled as Jihan, but she still easily takes out the competition, and is known for constantly placing at the top in any mission she's put in. People usually team up to take her down because of this, but she's always able to send them flying with ease. The game ends as she takes out the last 2 threats and brings down the total numbers, and once again she places first. Her result of 5 kills isn't bad at all, but but she can't be satisfied with just this anymore. She has to get stronger to compare to the high-ranking Sword King who showed overwhelming power during the Korea-Japan match, and also to Jihan, who has grown into an undefeated legend. Gayoung started slacking off after she entered the Divergent Guild, and she has to do better going forward. Seo is facing similar struggles on her end, and she reads an article about her father's recent victory with a pained look on her face. She tries to play it off, but Hisu can tell just from the expression on her face that Seo isn't in a good place at the moment. The vice president offers to stay at Seo's place for the day to help reassure her, but Seo declines the offer. She's just happy that Hisu is willing to drive her home since her uncle was busy with work and couldn't pick her up today. The driver even apologizes personally again for making a mistake in challenging Jihan for no reason the other day. Then Hisu brings up another topic that the two have talked about previously, and asks if Seo has given it any thought. The Sword King's daughter still seems hesitant to agree to whatever they discussed. Their conversation is cut short though when the car comes to a sudden stop. Hisu angrily asks her driver why he stopped so suddenly, but the reason is crowding right in front of the car as they speak. They have arrived at the Sword Palace, and right in front of the building there's a crowd of people seemingly waiting for her. Jihan has finished his meeting with Diego and makes his way home across the rooftops. He notices that he feels a lot lighter now that his strength has increased, and he has also grown a lot as a result. He takes a moment to admire the view from the top of a building, and sits across the edge, watching the peaceful streets below him. He used to relax on rooftops in the past when he lived in the United States, and this makes him somewhat nostalgic of the past. Now he has gotten a first-person view of the kind of person Ryuhei was in this era. In reality, he never got a chance to fight the Sword King himself in his past life. During the era where half of Earth's countries had disappeared, and he started becoming one of the high rankers, the Sword King, who had been the top-ranked warrior, suddenly disappears without leaving a trace. Jihan still has no idea why he vanished. He's definitely as strong as Jihan was at his peak. Just because he's growing quickly doesn't mean that Jihan can afford to take a break. He has to grow and become even stronger than he was back then. To do that, he needs to achieve the full nameless divine arts as soon as possible. Now that he's done resting, he continues his journey home where a startling scene is waiting for him. Hisu's driver tries to shift the people out of the way so that Seo can pass, but there are just too many of them. These people are reporters, and they are all here to try and get first-hand interviews with Seo. Despite the larger man's attempts to hold them back, they all keep trying to push through to reach the car. They keep asking her questions about the Sword King's match today, and even accuse her of antagonizing the Sword King with her prior statements. They keep trying to approach the car like vultures, and the scene starts to get incredibly overwhelming for Seo, who is still trying to process the entire thing. Seo covers her face as the reporters press their cameras to the car door, hoping to get a peek of her. Because of that, she doesn't notice the subtle smirk on her friend's face as she pretends to comfort the distressed girl. Behind them, an angry voice calmly calls out to them as Jihan approaches. Then he uses force to push all the reporters away and create a comfortable space for himself to reach the car. The reporters are still relentless, and they accuse Jihan of laying his hands on innocent reporters who are just trying to do their jobs. They even accuse him of not caring about his public opinion. On the contrary though, he really cares about his public image. That's the reason why he's treating them so kindly despite how angry he really is. The enraged look on his face is enough to shut the reporters up and force them to look away, and he reminds them that they should be grateful that things ended here. Then she reaches the car where Seo is still covering her face in distress, and kindly tells her that they should go home. As the two of them leave the car, Jihan takes a moment to thank the driver for trying to protect her. Then he walks away from the car as Hisu wishes the two of them goodbye. Once they are far enough from earshot, Hisu bursts into laughter that she almost couldn't hold back during the whole ordeal. The other reporters notice her as she laughs. She is the daughter of the owner of South Korea's #1 media outlet. It's sad that Seo has to go through this, and Hisu smiles as she silently reminds the girl that it's all over for her. Meanwhile, Ryuhei goes on public television, once again claiming that he doesn't have a daughter. He abandoned his past and came to Japan, and he says that if he has something that can be called a daughter, then she is nothing to him now. That's the big interview that caused this huge fuss, and Jihan can barely hold back his anger at his former brother-in-law is acting towards his only child. Despite his anger though, he's more worried about Seo. His niece had just finally started to brighten up, and this came out of nowhere to ruin all their progress. Her expression has darkened again, and he can't help but feel terrible that things are reaching this point. Suddenly though, Seo calls out to him and asks if he remembers the promise he made to listen to any request of hers. The promise was made when she decided that she would help him find the Shadow Queen. She thinks it's time that he fulfills that promise, because she thinks that she has found the shadow after lots of searching. Jihan's eyes widen as Seo pulls out her phone and shows him a video that she found which reveals the Shadow Queen's identity. Suddenly Jihan is about to start another game. The Colosseum is filled with players, and the spectators are going crazy. They are unaware of what Jihan is planning to do now. To create further tension amongst the spectators, the guy aims to destroy the audience's seats with his dazzling gold spear. A dark elf lady in the stands, who Jihan suspects to be the Shadow Queen, stares down at him. One day ago, Sia showed him a picture she captured of the person she thinks to be the Shadow Queen. Jihan, at first, is shocked at such an accusation by Sia, so he asks her for the reason for her assumption. She isn't 100% sure herself, but claims that the woman in the photo is the prime suspect. She explains that the two elf queens she saw on the thrones were her initial suspects, though they appeared to be too high and mighty to be working in the shadows. Sia then points to the woman elf on her screen and claims her to be the closest to a shadow. Jihan looks at the dark-skinned elf and wonders why Sia would assume her to be the shadow. To clear her name of the racist allegations, she tells him to look at the files she sent him. She breaks down her appearance, starting from the unusual eyes of the Shadow Queen. There exist elves that have black eyes, but for even the white part of the eyes to have some black on them, that is suspicious. Jihan notices that too, so Sia breaks down her assumption even further. The elf she suspects to be the Shadow Queen is always keen on who the first place is, even before the game begins. Jihan asks Sia to explain what she means, so she clarifies that the Shadow Queen has been keeping tabs on him like a stalker, and every other person who she thinks will come out on top in every other match. Jihan now understands where Sia is coming from, suspecting this dark elf woman to be the Shadow Queen. Finally, she tells him to look at the last, most important video. In it, she points out the weird shadow of the dark elf. Jihan tries to zoom in on it, but that distorts the quality of the video. However, a weird and ominous aura can be detected around her feet, which Jihan finds something worthy of investigation. He asks her if she managed to deduce all of this on her own. Sia tells him that she has been using her free time for it, so Jihan gets worried that she might be overworking herself for him. She reassures him that she hasn't been up to much lately, for which Jihan is thankful. To reward her, Jihan asks Seha about the wish he promised to grant for her. She is surprised at first, but after gathering her thoughts, she comes up with something she wants. In present time, Jihan smashes his spear into the ground, causing a huge AoE attack that grants him 10 kills in first place in an instant. He looks up at the audience barrier and prepares to crush it. The audience barrier is a field built to separate the ring and the seats. It is strong enough to rival a diamond-ranked support's barrier skill, also preventing any skill from either side of the barrier affecting an individual. That is why Jihan struggles to figure out the real identity of the Black Elf. He aims to open a hole through the field to take a peek at her. The audience is unsure about this being the right thing to do, but they brace for impact anyways. Jihan, however, doesn't care. The spear in his hand, Phoenix Arrow, that he got from a dungeon. It is a grade A item, made from a feather of a phoenix for a conqueror, strongest when thrown, and returns to the owner like a frisbee. Fire of the Phoenix is stored within it. Since it's too OP on paper, it vanishes after 5 uses. Jihan understands the full strength of the Phoenix Arrow, so instead of throwing it at the barrier, he assumes a stance to leap and stab it to create that hole. Determined to see the face of the assumed Shadow Queen, he uses his skill 3 Talents Martial Devotion and strikes the barrier at one spot with the required force to create that opening. The impact seemed strong, but the barrier remained intact. No one in the audience even flinched, so people assumed it wouldn't work. What they didn't expect was Jihan's sheer will to get what he wants. He repeatedly strikes the barrier at the same spot with different sets of skills. With the final skill, Path of the Immortal Sage, he makes an impact so huge that the barrier finally breaks, and thus forms a hole. While the people expressed their disbelief that Jihan succeeded, he wasted not a single second to activate his Wanderer's Eyes to peek at the face of the Shadow Queen before it regenerates. When his eyes meet hers, instead of her identity being revealed, Jihan finds himself in an abyss, with a lurking voice questioning his identity instead. He looks around the pitch-black area in panic, when suddenly, a set of gigantic green eyes illuminate right behind him, leaving him in a state of shock in this unknown domain. Back at his suite, Jihan flops onto his bed, exhausted and agitated by the encounter he just had with the Shadow Queen. Even he got terrified after going through such an experience as a B-ranker. However, he is glad to have seen this as a regressed human, which enables him to make useful changes for himself. He gets up on the bed and opens his achievement store, which he has now upgraded to level 5, with the rewards he has collected so far. A new feature called Constellation Slot Edition was added to the store after it got leveled up. He can now use various constellations, but not yet. Earth is still in the tutorial mode of the game, so purchasing Constellation Slot Edition won't show till the real thing begins. Jihan swipes it away because it's a headache for another time, and instead purchases Title Slot Edition level, one which also increases his level to 22. He opens the status window to find that he needs only 3 more levels to reach the silver status. Still, having in possession martial, force, power, and a title, he is basically a silver rank as is. The reason he went for a second title slot was to prepare for the martial god successor he is soon to get. The moment his martial power hits 30, Jihan will earn the Nameless Divine Arts. The process will link him to the martial god, making him his successor. He already owned this title in his previous life, so he aims to obtain it again. All of this is in preparation for his inevitable battle with a certain individual who is presumably stronger than him. Later, Jihan and Sia go out on a search for an apartment. The realtor shows them a penthouse suite at the very center of Gangnam, one suited for public transit and surrounded by renowned schools in the vicinity, looking over the Han River, uninterrupted. The realtor adds that it is 200 square meters, thinking it would be enough for Jihan and Sia to live in. But Sia gets uncomfortable living in such a tight space with her uncle. Jihan notices her reaction and immediately figures out that going from the Sword Palace penthouse to just another regular penthouse is something she can't comprehend. Jihan stares out the window at the beautiful sunset and reflects on Sia's wish to move. He realizes that she only wanted to leave the Sword Palace as soon as possible because it reminded her of Yoon Sejin, her father, making her feel suffocated. Meanwhile, the realtor keeps trying to sell the apartment to Sia. He rambles on about the rooms being perfect for the price, while she continues to listen with a worried look. Jihan spots her tensed emotions and steps in. He tells the realtor that they need more space, because Sia is about to become a player as well, so this current apartment isn't big enough for a connector. The realtor takes his request in consideration and moves to look for a suitable option. The realtor gently addresses Sia while buttering up Jihan, painting him as a reliable uncle she can count on. Jihan appreciates the compliment but humbly plays it down. Turns out, the realtor is a big fan of Jihan, for which the duo thank him. However, it turns out that the realtor is more thankful to Jihan because he used to work at the Sword Palace. After Yoon Sejin quit, he was worried where Sia would end up. He's relieved to see that she is getting the support and care from her uncle in such difficult times. These kind words and well wishes for her future as a player from the realtor move Sia to tears. Unknowingly though, the realtor puts pressure on Sia when he mentions his expectations of her getting a good gift. Jihan knows that the media attention on Sia has increased a lot more after the Japan Viv Korea match because they are also interested in her gift. Unfortunately, Sia is bound to have an F-grade gift, crumbling all the expectations placed on her by the people as the attention turns into poison for her. All the pent-up anger of her father's betrayal will be taken out on her. Jihan vows to prevent such an event from ever occurring by keeping away the nosy paparazzi from Sia. Meanwhile, Kim Hee-so, Sia's supposed friend, also the granddaughter of Taewon Daily, giggles away on the phone about something. She gladly leaks the date of Sia's birthday to a media outlet, and even promises to get them an interview with her at the school's gift center. As she hangs up the call, a dude sitting on the sofa calls her a PR traitor that fits her media family. She dismisses the dude's remarks and tells him to leave, but the dude is not done leeching her off until he gets his hands on Sia. He asks Kim Hee-so about where her hatred for Sia comes from. She arrogantly states that Sia is only famous because of BattleNet, otherwise she wouldn't even be comparable to Kim Hee-so. The dude then asks for her reasons to interview Sia, so she, with a smug face, states that it's for her family's good. She is also ready to bury Sia under pressure if her gift is bad. The dude gets up, again calling her a demonic bitch. Taking no accountability whatsoever for her behavior, she moves on to the dude's objective for this mission. Seong Jihan, Sia's uncle. He has to fight our boy to take him away from Sia so that Kim Hee-so can get her interview. The dude walks up to her desk, not letting up his insults on her character, but reassures her that Jihan is nothing but an insect for him. He reminds her of the promise she made to him, which finally gets through her ego, so she calls him a dirty little budget villain, but then also reassures him that he can do whatever he wants, to Sia. This gets the dude pumped as he cracks his neck and red lightning starts to surge around him. In Seoul, at the Gangnam BattleNet Academy, 14 hours before Sia will awaken to her gift, Kim Hee-so sticks to Sia like a leech, trying to convince her to give the interview. Sia, clearly annoyed by the constant begging of Kim Hee-so, gets up and leaves to go to the restroom. As soon as she leaves, Kim Hee-so's expressions switch up instantly as she cusses out Sia for refusing the interview. She lets out a sigh, knowing that Sia is still getting ambushed by the paparazzi outside of the gift room. It will be even better for her company if she manages to get an article out of Sia right after her awakening tonight. Even more if she gets an F-rank gift. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Sia claims to have held herself back from reacting to Kim Hee-so's begging. Turns out, she already knows what the arrogant fox thinks of her. Some of the girls in class teased Kim Hee-so for playing the best friend act with Sia. The girls encourage Kim Hee-so's plans on milking Sia until she has nothing left to offer, and then send her to rot alone, especially now that her father is gone. However, the girls, in all their cruelty, were short-sighted. Kim Hee-so, as an offspring of a media family, had planned on feeding off Sia's journey to hell. She wished for Sia to get an F-rank gift just so she could capture her misery and show it to the world. In the restroom stall behind her, Sia sat and wept over finding out that she is surrounded by snakes that plan to devour her. It didn't take long for Sia to accept that Kim Hee-so is the spawn of the devil, but now she's worried about actually getting an F-rank gift. In the chambers, Sia stands at the center of the room, praying to get anything but a bottom-ranked gift. The light on the pillar starts to glow bright red and illuminates the entire chamber, while Sia stares into the blinding light, surprised at what she got. Near the BattleNet building, 5 hours before Sia awakens, Jihan checks his watch for time, impatiently waiting. He gets called by security to be guided through the building. Jihan asks them if Sia is doing alright in the gift room, so the security reassures him that she is being well guarded. Jihan reminds them to keep every soul away from Sia, especially reporters, which the security team already implemented, keeping even the school personnel out. Even the government is in on it. The previous day, Jihan talked about the Sword Palace donation problem with manager Park Yoon-sik. On the call, manager Park Yoon-sik confirmed with Jihan about the time of Sia's awakening as a player. He adds that someone might try sneaking into the awakening room with how bad the situation is currently. Jihan was pleasantly surprised that the government, understanding the situation, are willing to keep Sia safe. He's thankful about the help he is getting. Present day, the security leads Jihan to the gate of the gift room where Sia is, and suggests him to sit on one of the waiting chairs inside. Jihan shows his appreciation to the security and decides to meet with them after 12 p.m. As he sits on the chair, he feels a little anxious about Sia's gift, but shakes it off quickly because this time he is around to protect her. He chooses to remain positive and holds a pendant in his hands that he brought as a gift of good fortune for Sia. The sun sets, and Sia is 5 minutes away from awakening. Suddenly, Kim Hee-so walks in the chambers with a cameraman by her side. She greets Jihan with a snarky smile, trying to get chummy with him. Jihan puts his guard up around the cameraman she has brought with her. Jihan questions about her breaking in the facility when it's supposed to be restricted, so she flexes her media connections to his face. Jihan, not in the mood to play games, calls her out for sneaking in, but she counters the allegation by claiming to have work in the school. Kim Hee-so reveals her true intentions of interviewing Seiya, but Jihan firmly refuses her any chance of it, as he plans on taking Seiya home after her awakening. The cameraman starts trembling in his boots when Jihan warns them, but Kim Hee-so stubbornly presses for that interview. Jihan makes it clear to her that he's going to retaliate if she pulls off something. She then pulls of the worst acting skills ever, and tells Jihan that she cannot fight him one-on-one, but she can come up with a headline that a level 27 Jihan got attacked by an unknown level 50 whilst protecting his niece. Turns out the level 50 is the same dude that was in cahoots with her to capture Sia, and he sneaks up on Jihan with a charged-up fist. Meanwhile, inside the chambers, time for Sia's awakening arrives. She drops to her knees as her fears come true. She got an F-rank gift, Late Bloomer. Her eyes start to water and hope starts to leave her body. Outside the chambers, Jihan gets hit directly at the back of his head. However, instead of getting knocked out, his veins pop out, his pupils start to glow, as he looks back at the attacker in absolute fury. The attacker's attempt to knock out Jihan fails simply because he mentioned Sia in a disgusting tone, and that severely pissed off Jihan. The attacker is rather impressed by Jihan's endurance to stay unaffected after that sneak attack. The moment his sentence concludes, Jihan attacks him head-on. However, it doesn't work, as he notices the attacker has stone skin. Further impressed by Jihan's knowledge, the attacker fights back to shake our boy's confidence. Kim Hee-so watches the fight with amusement and assumes that her attacker is winning because he keeps throwing punches and is confidently spewing bullshit while Jihan is unresponsive. In the instance where the attacker goes in with a wild swing, Jihan endures it with his body and counters with a jawbreaker uppercut that sends the attacker flying before he can finish his next insult. As the attacker is mid-air, Jihan uses a projected hand to grab him by his hair, leaving him and Kim Hee-so distraught. Jihan plans on engraving a seal on the attacker to stop him from acting like a bully ever again. He uses the projected hand to whip the attacker toward Kim Hee-so, and when he drops at her feet, she screams in horror at the mutilated corpse that is laying on the ground in front of her. Inside the chambers, Sia, still flopped on the floor, tries her best to stop her tears. She knows crying about it alone won't help, but doing it with Jihan sure will. She walks toward the door, still worried about surviving even in the bronze rank with her F-rank gift. Her gift, the Late Bloomer, has a very vague description that she will realize her potential later, which annoys her. As soon as she steps out, her disappointment turns into shock, as Jihan stands in front of her with the attacker's hair in his hand, while he lays on the ground trembling. Seiya asks Jihan about what happened, so he justifies it by saying that the attacker deserved it. Suddenly, Kim Hee-so screams at Jihan for ruining her attacker's looks and threatens our boy with the name of her grandfather, but Jihan just stuffs her mouth with the attacker's hair because he isn't afraid of the media. Jihan knows this woman is crazy enough to manipulate the media, and she even plans on making fake stories. Her creepy expression turns visibly more evil as she plans to tarnish Jihan and Sia's family. Since people don't care about the truth, they will hate the two of them. The Sword King already lit the embers of defamation, so it will be easier. Jihan bids her good luck, because he is going to leave her to deal with the consequences when Sia and Jihan leave Korea because of the fake news Kim Hee-so spread. He engulfs his hand in fire, but Kim Hee-so's ego doesn't break. She reminds him that he is only able to converse with her because of BattleNet and Yoon Sejin. Jihan realizes that Kim Hee-so isn't the least bit self-aware to know when to give up, so he entraps her in his fire and causes a bright explosion in the building, simulating what will happen if she touches them. Later, in the car, Sia asks Jihan if it was okay to punish Kim Hee-so like that since she is from Taewon Daily, the biggest media group. Jihan casually puts his seatbelt on and reassures her not to worry. The reason being that such a big media company won't go after Sia, a rising player, just because the granddaughter of the president was being a bitch. Sia is impressed by Jihan's confidence. Moving on, Jihan asks Sia about her gift, so she tells him about the late bloomer, which he already knew. Before she begins brooding, Jihan opens up his stat window in front of her. It's the first time he has revealed it to someone, and Sia understands why. Even he has an F-rank gift, the Wanderer's Eye. She wonders how he's so strong, so he points towards the unique stats, which are the martial power force. He reaches in his pocket while explaining to her how unique stats are unlocked by meeting hidden conditions. Jihan reveals to her that the rank of her gift doesn't matter if she unlocks those unique skills. As Sia tries to process that information, he shows her a golden monocle with a wing on it, a device that will help Sia realize her path to glory. Before the regression, China's Jin Yuhua was ranked number 2 in the world, with Late Bloomer as her gift. Jihan regretted Sia's death even more when he saw that the gift that drove her to despair had so much potential. In the present, the monocle that Jihan showed Sia reveals that her gift can be upgraded if she takes part in BattleNet games. Right now, the effect of the gift, as an F rank, requires her to participate in more games daily as the days go by, but it also increases her stats' natural growth rate by 100%. Sia is amazed by her gift's potential, and seeing her hopefulness, Jihan is content that the monocle worked. It is the Hermes monocle, an A-rank item from Olympus that reveals the true nature of a gift, but can only be used once. Jihan obtained it when he fixed the C-rank Messenger's broken monocle. He used urgent restoration to prepare it as a gift for Sia's birthday beforehand. Jihan eagerly tells Sia that she can train 2 times more effectively than other people when the 100% growth rate is added after she upgrades her rank. Moved, Sia seeks reaffirmation from Jihan about thinking the gift is incredible, which he gives her. He even adds that she can gain the rare effect he mentioned before, Faster Now. As Jihan proudly claims that Sia can potentially make it as a top player now, she is moved to tears because the gift she expected to end her life has now given her so much hope. Jihan shows compassion toward her and thinks about how much she needed this. Her father left and disowned her, while she was the public's gossip, leading her to be ambitious to become her own person rather than a celebrity's daughter. His lazy ass uses telekinesis to give her a tissue to wipe her tears as he reflects on her fear of receiving a terrible gift. He gently encourages her to let it all out, knowing she's held it in for far too long, but Sia, unwilling to dwell on her emotions, quickly wipes her nose and brushes it off. Then, with her mind no longer clouded with worry, she claims that Jihan might be from the future with how much he knows about things. Startled, Jihan just calls it luck. After a weight is off her shoulders, Sia expresses that she is hungry, so Jihan gets up to prepare dinner. Sia is surprised to see him cook at this hour, so Jihan reminds her that he promised to cook something tasty for her, and her birthday is the perfect occasion for it. She gives a tender smile as she awaits the hearty meal. Meanwhile, at Kim Hee-so's place, the atmosphere is completely opposite. She furiously cusses out Jihan for ripping out her hair from her scalp, even the eyebrows. She worries about showing her face to her parents when a server enters her room with a phone in hand. She yells at him for not knocking as she hides her bald head. He apologizes, hands her the CCTV footage she asked for, and leaves while cursing her for being rude. She plays the footage and stumbles upon Sia's distraught expression over her gift, giving her just the thing to cook up a malicious story. With her cunningness, she figures out that Sia received an F-rank gift, but as she celebrates Sia's downfall in the most maniacal way possible, Kim Hee-so will be completely blindsided by the karma she is about to receive. Her story ends here for a while, and now we shift to Sparkly, who the author forgot for a while. He sits in his room, helplessly spending empty days by himself after he got rejected by his crush. Commentators tell him to just confess, but aren't sure if it is Jihan since that's who is in the background. He pictures himself as a knight in shining armor who carried Jihan in his arms after defeating the ugly and nasty flame mage, along with the foul and dirty eagles. That actually happened, but unlike how Sparkly imagines it. He enthusiastically jumps up from his chair and reveals his heart's desire to be Jihan's manager. But the commentators don't think so. He wishes for Jihan to see his messages, but our boy is currently busy massacring monsters in a blood-red ghost town. Using his flashy gold spear, Jihan efficiently takes care of all the mobs at once, while his teammates just eat popcorn on the sideline, gazing upon absolute cinema. Even the commentators relate to them as Jihan solos the entire operation. He uses his nameless divine arts to unleash flashing sky thundersteps as he moonwalks toward the mission's end and claims first position. His teammates' only regret is not getting flavored popcorn for the mission. Jihan reaches level 25 and can now join silver promotion battles. The commentators are eager to see him get promoted already, as bronze is too easy for him. Jihan gets selected as the top 100 in the Bronze League and becomes the league's ruler for having the best win rate in it. Jihan and the commentators are both shocked to see that someone from Korea will be participating in the global top 100 promotion battle on August 25th, confirming his promotion to silver. Being in the global top 100 means that his BattleNet results were top 100 in the world, guaranteeing his promotion to silver. He is now a silver promotion target, known as the Precious Top 100, which has another special aspect to it. The special aspect is that the promotion battle will be a battle royale amongst the 100 players, a survival game that ends only when one person triumphs above all, a stage to determine the true number one player. Commentators and Jihan nervously go through the top 100 player list. One name stands out for Jihan, Baron Williams. He already expected him to be on the list as the global bronze top 100 player from America, but this meeting between the two is sooner than he anticipated. Jihan finds himself in a predicament because he has never beaten Baron before, so he might lose this time too. The decisive factor that got Jihan into the top 100 was his unique stat, Force. Unlike martial power, which only enhances strength, speed, and stamina until the user unlocks nameless divine arts, Force is a unique stat that transcends reality by granting the user absolute territory, mana reinforcement, and telekinesis. Furthermore, there are different weight classes to this. The power Baron could exert using Force was on a different level. Force is a stat related to mana and divine power. With great mana comes great force, so Baron having double the mana Jihan has gave him superior force as well. Jihan's precise control cannot overcome absolute power. Baron reached first just using his power alone, with no other factor like luck aiding him. Jihan trains his physicality as he remembers Baron's diamond rank mana even as a bronze player. He knows that fighting him would be suicide right now, so he better unlock nameless divine arts. He sits in his room, staring at Baron's face, unable to accept that this is the same racist American he used to know. Even his look is unlike the mature appearance he had as a guildmaster before the regression. He wonders what could have changed him so much. Suddenly he receives a call from Lee Hae-on. He thought it might be a call to thank him for before, but he gets a surprising request from her. She asked him about picking someone, leaving even Jihan dumbfounded. At the Divergent Guild, Gyeong comes to escort the young lady to the next meeting location. Lee Hae-on asks for 5 more minutes as she is not ready yet. Gyeong asks her about what is causing her trouble, so Lee Hae-on tells her about the pics she asked from Jihan. Gyeong judges her, but Lee Hae-on is self-aware enough, so she asks her to be nicer. Gyeong inquires about what Jihan said, so she nervously tells her about Jihan joining the global top 100. The thing that has actually got her worried is the fact that Jihan asked her to bet on him winning this thing, even with Baron being there. Both of the ladies admire Jihan's confidence, but Gyeong wonders how he is planning on countering Baron's barrage of attacks. Lee Hae-on agrees with it, so she ignores Jihan's advice and places her bet on Baron, just to be safe. She tries to gaslight herself into thinking she is making the right decision, knowing the fact that Jihan got the results of Japan versus Korea absolutely spot on. Gyeong wanted to disagree, but she practices silence. Moving on, Lee Hae-on wonders how Gyeong is doing in her BattleNet scores, as she has been working hard recently. Gyeong tightens her injured fist as she prepares to tell Lee Hae-on something she regrets. Meanwhile, Jihan takes a deep breath after looking at his stats, as all the conditions are now fulfilled. He raises his martial power to 30, and his Wanderer's Eye starts to react. He quickly opens his eyes and finds himself in front of the constellation that is the wandering martial god, who found him in his tracks. Jihan floats in the nothingness, his vision blacked out, but a familiar sensation surrounds him. The wandering martial god looks upon him and acknowledges Jihan as his successor. Jihan, covered in mist, reflects on the wandering martial god's help in his past life. He then receives the skill, Nameless Divine Arts. Usually constellations ask a lot from the players they sponsor, but Jihan did not have to sacrifice anything. The wandering martial god gifts him the martial arts techniques, 3 talents martial devotion, and flashing sky thunder steps. As soon as the thought of reaching 30 in martial power crosses Jihan's mind, the wandering martial god frowns upon him. He gets hit by a sudden shock that cuts off his connection to the constellation. As Jihan tries to comprehend the situation, he finds out that the martial god is displeased that his 3 dantians are already opened. The wandering martial god starts to become suspicious of Jihan, which comes to him as a complete shock because a divine being finds his 3 dantians suspicious. The martial arts technique succession gets cancelled, and the constellation takes back its traces from Jihan. His left eye suddenly glows and explodes, bringing him back to the real world. He holds his head in pain, perplexed that he got sent back so abruptly. With his eyes still twitching, he opens up the status window and stares at a complete disaster. Previously ranked 7th in the world, and now competing in the global top 100 match, Jihan finds himself without a gift, the most important aspect in his journey. Delighted to not have any burden on her shoulders, Sia greets Jihan as he picks her up from school. He asks her about it, so Sia tells him how refreshing it is. Sia drops out of the academy after awakening to her gift, like most students do, as they only attend until they get their gifts. On online forums, people frequently ask about their futures in the academy if they get a C or higher grade gift, and it is often considered better to drop out, as that results in joining guilds and better training. Sia knows that she can just train with the main character, so the academy is just a filler to her. He pushes her to the limit, even if she wants to give up, so Jihan is not too worried about her going forward. He is more worried about himself. With the top 100 battle tomorrow, he is without the Wanderer's Eye and has an incomplete nameless divine art. It is an S-rank skill, passed down in fragments. He has just the 3 talents martial devotion and flashing sky thunder steps out of all the fragments. If Jihan manages to adapt to the 3 divine secrets or find the real name of the nameless, he can awaken to it fully. What pisses him off is that the nameless divine arts he has is an S rank instead of SSS, plus the skills it currently provides him are the ones he already has. Sia notices his foul mood and wonders if it's nervousness for the upcoming battle. To not vent about his complicated future, he just agrees to Sia's guess. Oblivious though she may be, Sia believes that Jihan can win, as he always finds a way. She jokes about how he always comes home with the first prize, making her consider gambling on him from now on. Jihan stops her right there, and her gambling dreams fall apart instantly. She gives him the side-eye for streaming his gambling sessions but won't let her do it. Jihan smiles and reminds her that she is a minor, so she gets annoyed and gives up the idea. However, before he could commend her for being so understanding, his left eye suddenly glows brightly for an instant and goes right back to normal. That leaves Jihan completely bamboozled as he wonders what it was. Later, at night, Jihan secretly sits in a park, trying to figure out the problem with his left eye. He wants to get rid of this new sensation by carefully approaching it with force to pinpoint its location and immediately remove it. Fortunately for him, it works, but not without pain, as it looks like something short-circuited in there. As he tends to his eye, he gets notified that the trace of the wandering martial god has been eliminated, and now he is free from the constellation's domination. Perplexed, he stands up quickly, wondering what being free means in this context. Turns out he can now get sponsored by another constellation, which he couldn't before. He figures out that the martial god was holding him back all this time, as the system never lies about this stuff. He flops back to the ground and gives an annoyed smile. The divine entity he thought to be selfless was more like a parasite to him. This causes the wandering martial god to be even more wary of Jihan, as it leaves him for good. Jihan wonders what is wrong with this tsundere of a god, running away from a bronze player. He is annoyed that even in his second life, there are mysteries he hasn't solved yet. Still, Jihan now finds himself without any of the martial god's powers. Though he quickly moves on to find another constellation, it also coincidentally becomes a chance for him to complete an epic quest. He has to provoke the Shadow Queen seated somewhere in the Colosseum. He will gain 50,000 achievement points and the interest of the Shadow Queen's constellation. He walks around the park, still unsure about his match tomorrow, even if he gets the Shadow Queen to sponsor him. The moment he thinks about filling the gap that the martial god left in him, he remembers a certain thing he had. The day of the battle arrives, and the Colosseum roars with excitement and fireworks. The Bronze Top 100 promotion round begins, and the commentators hope that everyone bets on the Korean players. The game will continue until one player remains, proving that they are the best. Jihan, in casual attire and with a royal spear, finds himself surrounded by several players. Fans count down from 3, and the fight begins. Jihan opens his eyes and challenges all of the extras to come at him at once so that he can make quick work of them. Provoked, every one of them wildly leaps at him and gets swiftly eliminated. The fans get excited, knowing that Jihan is famous overseas as well, so he gets to fight everyone. As the legendary Feared One, a name given to him by the fans, Jihan uses every technique in his arsenal to efficiently counter opponents of different classes. He stabs a warrior and charges straight at a mage who gets knocked out in one punch. Jihan knows that other than Baron, no one measures up to him. However, the moment he drops his guard to preserve some stamina for his inevitable fight with Baron, he faces a sudden strike from a familiar sword. Barely managing to block it in time, Jihan turns around to look at the player, only to recognize her as Gyeong, which completely baffles him, as there is another Korean in the top 100 battle with him. After the Space League began in the previous world, people came to terms with dying in real life as they did in the game. When the Northeast Asia League final began, against Japan's representative, the Sword King, Ito Ryuhei, no one from South Korea dared to go against him, except for the Plum Blossom Sword, Lim Gyeong, who was the candidate for the successor of the Sword King at the time. However, in the present time, Jihan is confused as to why she is in the top 100 battle, As he swiftly evades her continuous strikes, he wonders if the future has changed. He counters her with his flashing sky thundersteps and goes on the offensive using his spear. Jihan feels that the future did not change, but Gaiyong still got stronger. As the two exchange blows, Jihan realizes that Gaiyong has grown so much in battle. She uses her light feet to land heavy blows with effective movements, making him wonder what she went through while he didn't pay attention. Back at Lee Haeon's apartment, Gaiyong revealed that she got into the bronze top 100 as well. Lee Haeon couldn't believe that Gaiyong was already at level 25 and got excited when she learned that Gaiyong placed first in all her matches, except when Jihan was involved. However, what Gaiyong mustered up her strength to tell her was that she needed new equipment. The reason being that the sword was too heavy for her hands. Gaiyong regretted saying that because her current sword was a gift from Lee Haeon, but she didn't expect Lee Haeon to get mad at her for not saying anything before. Lee Haeon knows that Gaiyong could have reached further had she not hesitated to tell her earlier, so now she is willing to use her personal money to get her even better equipment, regardless of Gaiyong thinking she is making excuses. Haeon, even with her money dried up from gambling, proceeds to make phone calls to sort the issue out, and wishes Gaiyong would show everyone in the promotion round that she deserves to be there, even if that means taking out Jihan. With her kind remarks and genuine support, Gaiyong gives Lee Haeon a smile and reassures her that she will go big in the top 100 battle and live up to her young lady's expectations of being the best in the Bronze League. Unfortunately, Gaiyong realizes in the battle that she cannot keep the promise of surpassing Jihan. Even Jihan understands that. As he whacks her in the face with his spear, he questions why she would want to throw away her chance to survive by fighting him, when she could rack up points by defeating the small fries. Almost as if she could hear his thoughts, Gaiyong tells Jihan that she knows this is a battle for her to lose, but she cannot go down without fighting. As she presses on Jihan with her relentless attacks, she claims that her goal now is only to keep up with him, instead of surpassing him. Using this moment of hesitation from Jihan, she assumes a stance by raising her sword towards the sky and summons a cherry blossom tree in the arena. As sakura petals surround the two, Jihan pauses for a moment, proudly thinking about Gaiyong's admirable character. He respects that she wants to improve without caving into fear over her opponent's monstrous strength. Jihan thinks about how, in the past life, she died to the Sword King's dual blades, but now she is a top 100 player, making him curious about what is to come in the future. As he stares at the glamorous stance of Gaiyong and the tree behind her, Jihan makes up his mind that she is one of the people he wants by his side. Finally ready, Gaiyong unleashes her secret technique, Plum Blossom Hurricane, and charges at Jihan with multiple quick strikes. However, Jihan, being the overpowered protagonist, has a specific skill for this type of unforeseen situation, incompatible with his spear. He drags back his spear and uses the 3 Calamity Martial Devotions Earth, a technique that rips the Sakura tree in half with a blinding light impact called the Thousand-Fold Rampage. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, Clark Jr., ranked 3rd in the USA Bronze League, along with his goons, squares up to Baron Williams. Clark's complaint is that a support type like Baron has somehow reached the top. While he continues his pitiful yapping, Baron yawns at him. Without a moment's hesitation, he invites them all to fight him at once. Baron gets fired up with all the fighting he gets to do and defeats all of his opponents single-handedly, quite literally. The others see him annihilating Clark Jr. and his goons in one spell and think it's best if they all jump him. Seeing the disposable characters trying to be relevant, Baron blows them all away with one AoE attack. As he mocks their attempts with a maniacal expression on his face, his arrogance exudes out of him. However, even he is unable to disregard Jihan, as he witnesses our boy slicing through the entire plethora of side characters, including Gaiyong and her tree, in one strike. Baron quickly makes his way towards Jihan and calls him the undefeated thief by mispronouncing his name in Korean. Jihan smirks, knowing that Baron is still the same racist as before regression, and corrects his pronunciation of the name. Baron laughs, pretending he just doesn't know the language, but immediately retracts his statement by calling him a thief again and blasts Jihan away. Jihan, however, withstands that and counters with his flashing steps. Baron, before he even reacts to this, compliments Jihan for being strong and then evades the attack without breaking a sweat. Jihan finds the racist up in the sky, already prepared with a spell. As the magic spell rains down, Jihan quickly makes his way up to Baron and strikes. The racist with a god complex dodges it and sends Jihan back to the ground with a clean hit. To completely squash all of the bugs in the arena, Baron covers the entire sky with a series of magic circles and fires them all towards the ground, with no regard for human life. The explosions accumulate and cover the entire arena with the impact, taking out everyone caught up in it, while Baron floats in the sky, laughing hysterically as he thinks he, alone, is the honored one. Unfortunately for him, he is not aware that Jihan is the main character. Our boy used his thousand-fold rampage once again to clear out the smoke, all while using its cover to rack up 20 kills to reach the top of the leaderboard of this match. Baron stares blankly at Jihan, Pondering how he survived the flames imbued with force that burn until the person is dead, he notices that the flames are not touching Jihan, immediately figuring out that he now faces another user of the force. Baron crashes out because he had thought that no one else could use force like him without 2 status windows and accuses Jihan of trickery. Jihan tells Baron that he is nothing special because getting 2 status windows can make anyone OP, like it did with Jihan. Getting his ego hurt like that, Baron gets pissed off and sets the arena ablaze. He vows to expose Jihan's act and punish him by incinerating him into ashes. Jihan refuses to go down like that, even though he is not at full power currently. That is when he materializes a blue crystal in his hand. Last night, after he chose the Shadow Queen to replace his constellation, he remembered that he had the crystal fragment to make up for his lack of martial god in the top 100 battle. A B-grade item, it can only be used once to receive divine powers, restricted to only the bronze and silver zones. Now, faced with Baron, Jihan crushes the crystal in his hand to use its powers. With Baron literally fired up in front of him, Jihan prepares himself to go all out and destroy Baron with a smile on his face, now that his stats have increased by 50%. Baron used to be a coward, afraid of battles due to his short figure and fragile muscles. The others would express dismay over a gift like 2 status windows and 2 classes being wasted on him. They thought that Baron would dominate BattleNet had he picked classes other than Supporter and Mage. However, upon receiving Force, Baron was able to switch up from being the rear of his team. His unparalleled mana reserves, coupled with the Force, led him to the top of his field as he defeated the other star players. He was dubbed as carrying 2 disasters in his hands by his opponents. First disaster, Fire Wave, a technique that lets him summon a tsunami of flames to deal with multiple enemies at once. It's a sure hit technique, with a survival rate of 0, until he faced Jihan. With 1 stab attack of his spear, Jihan managed to disperse his entire tsunami of flames, unscathed. Baron looks at Jihan with an irritable expression, unable to comprehend the situation. Jihan takes his chance to insult Baron for being nothing special yet again. Just after making light work of one of his disasters, he quickly leaps towards Baron's position and unleashes multiple lightning strikes while lecturing Baron on the things he did wrong. He smashes the stunned American into the ground. However, Baron, being the powerhouse, only reacts to Jihan's words. Baron wonders why Jihan talks like he knows him. Jihan shrugs it off, saying he knows someone like Baron, when in reality, Jihan has spent his past life around this insensitive racist who pretends to be strong, but cannot get rid of the guilty conscience that has taken root in his heart. Baron slowly gets up from underneath the rubble while Jihan continues to berate his poor attempts to cope by altering his appearance to look menacing. Ironically, as he gets up, Baron calls out Jihan's arrogance, but our boy throws it right back at him. Jihan charges at Baron, thinking he has the upper hand, but gets hit with an unexpected attack. Lightning, Baron's second disaster. A high-level strike that focuses the mana and delivers a piercing attack, perfect for Baron Dao's, as it represents his power. However, he is still pissed off that Jihan managed to block even that at the last moment to avoid serious injury. He is impressed with Jihan's quick reflexes, even if the strike did manage to tear through his guard a little. Baron then charges up his lightning once again, this time combining it with force, giving his all to take out Jihan once and for all. The remaining side characters assume that Jihan will not be able to block it. Fortunately, everyone other than Jihan overlooked one factor, the Shadow Queen, who has been watching over him all this time. Jihan smiled and assumed the stance, and as Baron shot his lightning at him, the Phoenix's arrow had already pierced him, completely annihilating Baron on the spot. Jihan knew that the Phoenix arrow would disappear after this attack, yet he gladly sent it. The reason being that the arrow was actually meant for the Shadow Queen, with Baron just being in the way. For the first time in BattleNet's history, the barrier was shattered completely by a player. Jihan defeating Baron was not in anyone's bingo cards, especially not in Lee Haeyeon's, as she freaks out over losing all of her savings because she bet on Baron. While she continues ranting about losing her money, Gayoung walks into the room and sees her young lady crashing out. To lighten the mood, Gayoung makes a comment on how Haeyeon didn't even consider betting on her, but her attempts get instantly shut down as Haeyeon reminds her that she basically lost right at the start. Haeyeon tells her that Gayoung needs to at least be a finalist to bet on her. After taking her shots, Haeyeon notices that Gayoung is unusually happy, like she was relieved of a heavy burden. Gayoung says that it is because she had a learning opportunity in this fight, which enables her to improve further. Haeyeon, like a proud mom, cheers her on. Their wholesome moment comes to an abrupt end as the announcer on the livestream shouts after something unfolds in the fight. Haeyeon and Gayoung find themselves speechless, but Baron, back in his base, is absolutely pissed off at the fact that he got eliminated by an attack that wasn't even aimed at him. Silence echoes in the arena as the announcer reveals that the barrier got destroyed. The Phoenix's arrow glides back into Jihan's grasp, while he confidently stares down the Shadow Queen. The Shadow Queen, with a rather worried expression, exudes a pitch-black, ominous aura that radiates far and wide, enough to engulf the entire arena and the players in it. The livestream crashes, which gets Sia anxious about her uncle. Meanwhile, inside the Dark Realm, the Shadow Queen's blank white eyes stare down Jihan, who analyzes the atmosphere around him, dark and difficult to breathe in because the air is cold and heavy. He knows that he is being observed, but his provocation wasn't accounted as a challenge by the system because no notifications popped up. To test the waters, Jihan uses the Path of Immortal Sage to attack the Shadow Queen, but the Shadow Queen absorbs the sword's chi without taking any damage. He worries that none of his attacks are of any use against her, and then suddenly gets approached by one of her shadow remnants. He anticipates and counters the shadow with a punch, but physical attacks have no effect on them. Jihan, along with the remaining players, struggles to fight back against the shadows. Jihan thinks on his feet and shoots a divine energy ball at the shadow, which doesn't harm it, but scrapes off a little bit of it at the point of impact. Completely sure that these are real shadows, Jihan figures out that light is their weakness. He plans on surrounding himself with lightning, like he did back when he didn't master the flashing sky thundersteps. This method works as the shadows step away, giving Jihan confidence that he can deal with them pretty easily. Unknowingly, however, Jihan doesn't realize that he jinxed himself. He goes from confident to being completely done with the world as a shadow, larger than the entire arena, attacks him with its sword. The BattleNet connector is essential equipment to participate in the battles because it reduces the pain inflicted on a user. Effects like amputations, burns, and other such injuries are common in these battles. The BattleNet connector is more of a necessity rather than an option, as the recommended model reduces pain by 80%. The top players use a model that reduces 90% of the pain, enabling them to go carelessly wild in these games. However, Jihan never bothered with a connector. Since he knows that the BattleNet is about to become their new reality, there was no point in getting comfortable with reduced pain. The beginning of the Space League is going to hit like a truck to others. So, Jihan chose to fight with his life on the line, even in these simulated battles. Fire burning his skin, getting hit by 1,000,000 volts of lightning, Jihan endured all of that pain in real time. Now, he has to avoid getting sliced in half by a sword that is over 10 meters. The severity of the situation even gets Jihan frustrated. The rest of the players are unable to comprehend the entity that is striking Jihan. For reasons foreign to the side characters, the giant shadow relentlessly continues swinging its sword, while Jihan tries his best to not get caught by it. The sheer size of the shadow makes even Jihan admit that this is an unfair fight. His legs wobble as they lose strength, but Jihan's worries keep on growing. Not only does he have to avoid the giant sword, the other players also plan to target him while he is occupied. They saw our boy obliterating Baron and collectively decided to get rid of him, using cowardly tactics as he struggles against the giant shadow. Jihan lets out a frustrated sigh as he finds himself in a pickle and uses his trump card, Force. He raises the Phoenix's arrow, embedding it with force to reinforce his mana and cover it in a blazing fire. He plans on taking everyone at once, with his fire raging brighter than the giant shadow, overpowering the darkness in the arena. To get rid of the darkness entirely, Jihan uses his nameless divine arts, 3 Calamity Martial Devotion, Heaven, and smashes the Phoenix's arrow into the ground to summon an even greater light. He calls this move Big Mountain Press Plateau, as it causes a huge explosion. The attack sequence finishes, and Jihan takes a deep breath, hoping that his attack worked. The NPCs run away after seeing Jihan's flashy display, realizing how unmatched they truly are. With the side characters out of the way, Jihan turns his attention towards the Shadow Queen, who now appears to be of normal size. She tries to surround him with her shadows again, but all it does is annoy Jihan. He figures he needs to find the original body of the Shadow Queen to get rid of this nuisance, and prepares to violently beat the shadows until he does. The 3 Dantians crash as his body unleashes a blinding light. Jihan realizes that he is capable of a higher level of martial arts because he was able to use the 3 Calamity Martial Devotion without the nameless divine arts. He charges up the technique, knowing it won't be perfect at his current level, but the Phoenix's arrow will make up for it. When the arrow is thrown, it unlocks its full power and the sealed Fire of the Phoenix within it. Jihan plans on using that to make up for the lack of strength. In ancient times, lightning was considered God's rage towards humanity when the world would become dark. Having said that, Jihan calls forth God's rage to clear the darkness surrounding the arena. The system warns Jihan that the volts his body is withstanding are beyond his limitations. Powering through the excruciating pain, Jihan uses the lightning god's martial arts that purify all evil and throws it at the Shadow Queen in the form of a huge lightning bolt flash. The technique that Jihan used was one that belonged to a higher realm of the nameless divine arts. It was not something ordinary or simple, it was a powerful move that surpassed the usual level of martial prowess. However, he only managed to obtain about 80% of the skill's true potential. This was because Jihan's lightning bolts were unable to completely merge and combine themselves into a single unified force, the way the original technique was intended to function. Nor were they able to travel as fast as the Phoenix's arrow itself, which was a key component of the complete skill. Fortunately for Jihan, this incomplete and slightly flawed version of the skill still managed to pack more than enough of a punch. It held just enough strength to reveal the Shadow Queen's true face, a sight even she was not prepared for. Moreover, it initially seemed as though the Phoenix's arrow had done her no harm at all. But the hidden force embedded within the arrow was, in reality, capable of scratching her face with the slightest bit of lightning that reached her skin. This minuscule injury, although seemingly insignificant, was enough of a win for Jihan. Even though it was a tiny scratch, he realizes just how lucky he was that his lack of complete mastery over this high-level skill somehow ended up working out in his favor, even though it could have easily gone the other way. Jihan briefly wonders if this display was enough of a provocation to complete the quest that he was assigned. However, when he sees the freaky, twisted expression on the Shadow Queen's face after she receives the scratch, Jihan begins to question the true nature of the provocation the quest was referring to. It no longer feels so simple. That expression didn't look like someone who had merely been provoked. It looked like the smile of a sadist who had been given an excuse to escalate. The queen begins to raise the intensity of her attacks. Each strike becomes fiercer and more aggressive, forcing Jihan to struggle just to deflect them with his injured right hand. He finds it increasingly difficult to hold his ground. He worries that he won't last long if things continue like this, especially because the queen is only targeting him with her full wrath, while the rest of the players are seemingly unharmed, even though they too have been captured. This frustrates him even more. The moment Jihan stops to contemplate the situation, to think about what's really going on, he ends up getting trapped in the shadows, almost instantly catching him off guard. At that moment, Jihan understands clearly what the sadistic queen intends to do. She's aiming to kill him first, and she's enjoying every second of it. With his mana completely burnt out and his energy nearly depleted, there is no way for him to escape her grasp. He is helpless. The queen's attack, however, is slow, and this gives Jihan a dark hint about her perverted nature, how she seems to take pleasure in the gradual pain of her victims, relishing in their suffering before finally delivering the final blow. Knowing that this is the end, Jihan glances around at the smug, irritating faces of the other competitors. He sees how entertained they are by his downfall, and decides, in that moment, to wipe those expressions off their faces, no matter what it takes. To maintain his first place on the leaderboard, Jihan uses force from his fingers in a very suggestive and unnerving way, channeling energy that reaches into the bodies of the other players. He manipulates it precisely to mess with the insides of their bodies and finishes them off one by one. It's a brutal move in more ways than one. The Shadow Queen becomes furious, absolutely livid with Jihan for ruining her carefully orchestrated sadistic ploy. Her enjoyment has been stripped away, and her expression contorts in rage. Without wasting a second, she splits Jihan in half with her gigantic shadow sword. The blow is massive and final, turning Jihan's confident expression, thinking he would win the top 100 battle, into a world of unbearable hurt. Everything shifts in that instant, and the pain becomes the only thing that feels real. With his plot armor working overtime, Jihan manages to dodge the huge sword at the very last second, losing only his left arm in the process. He rubs it in the face of the Shadow Queen, whose frustrations grow by the second. The system forcibly kicks Jihan out of the game, as he bids her farewell until their next meeting. However, the system alerts him to an error, that a shadow of the sun has been marked on his left hand. Jihan blips back to his apartment's floor, complaining about how exhausting it was to fight Gyeong, Baron, and the Shadow Queen in the same battle. Thankfully, he managed to escape with his life, dealing with only the side effects of everything. He thinks about the moment he used the force from his fingers to cut off the arteries leading into the heart of the other players, right as the Shadow Queen's sword approached him. Fortunately for him, she did not notice anything at all, and he managed to escape with only his left arm sliced off. The thought of getting cut in half makes him quit his gambling addiction. On the bright side, he got rewarded appropriately for his troubles. He won the top 100 battle, received 1 million GP and bonus XP, pushing him to level 5. He even earned the title King of Kings of Bronze. The title grants him perks of a permanent +5 boost to all of his stats in the silver rank, and 50% more XP earned than usual. He replaces his Tutorial Conqueror title with the new one, hoping to progress faster from now on. He then moves on to the Special Achievement Rewards, where he receives 10,000 points for winning and an additional 50,000 points for doing it without a gift. His shock turns into relief as he realizes that losing the martial god was truly a blessing in disguise. Suddenly, Jihan notices that his left sleeve is no longer there. He stands up in confusion, but immediately catches on that it might be because of the BattleNet effects. He wonders if it has to do with the slow transition of BattleNet to the real world, or the constellation is of a different dimension. He looks for injuries on his arm but finds none. Sia suddenly bursts into his room to check on him since the live stream abruptly cut off. He reassures her that he is fine, but curiously asks her about the stream getting cut off. Sia explains that it happened right after he broke the barrier. The media is going crazy with headlines about Jihan breaking the barrier, leaving the entire world in shock. He checks his phone and finds his DMs blowing up. Sia, excited, asks him about the elf she deduced to be the Shadow Queen, and gets really happy when Jihan confirms it for her. However, her celebrations are cut short when she notices a dark glaze covering Jihan's entire left arm, which he is completely oblivious about. He starts to get nervous about it when the system tells him that he has been cursed. At the Divergent Guild's headquarters in Gangnam, Seoul, Haean, along with her board members, reviews the footage of Jihan defeating Baron and then breaking the barrier of the arena. She holds her head in her hands, irritated that everyone's been talking about Jihan, so she needs him to be on her roster before he becomes even more powerful and famous. Even in Manhattan, New York, the Americans are eager to contact Jihan and hire him due to his extraordinary showing in the top 100 battle. Moreover, in Tokyo, Japan, another board talks about hiring Jihan, but are not sure of the approach they need to take. They know Jihan is against joining them, regardless of the money, but they have some special measures in place to make him oblige. One of the old men gets mad at the idea because they are worried about losing control over the Sword King if she moves away. However, the person suggesting the idea has a plan to keep the Sword King under control, while she goes on to seduce Jihan into joining them. Meanwhile, the person they keep mentioning is on her way to fly out for her mission. On the helipad, the Sword King asks the woman about where she is flying off to, but all she does is brush him off because it won't take long. She releases an alluring scent, commanding him in a seductive way to wait for her, obediently, until she returns. The Sword King, against his will, finds himself completely enticed by her, and bids her farewell for now. The woman, referred to as Goddess, real name Ito Shizuru, proceeds to board the helicopter, commenting on how it is such a beautiful day to visit a long-lost family, as she names Jihan. Meanwhile, our boy and Sia stand in their room, concerned about the black curse on his arm, which is when a symbol of a dark sun reveals itself. Jihan uses force to drench an arrogant old man in orange juice. Apparently, he came to Jihan, offering a chance to our boy for apologizing to someone, but Jihan did not like that one bit. To understand what brought this on, we will go back 10 minutes. The old man is the South Korean government's BattleNet department head, Kim Nam-tae. He walks into Jihan and Sia's apartment, talking to someone on the phone about doing a favor. His task is to get Jihan and Sia to apologize to Taewon Daily for what they did to Kim Hee-so. The two of them welcome the fat old man into their home, where he tries to make small talk, asking about their well-being. Jihan asks Kim Nam-tae why he is really visiting, to which the old man replies that the apartment is willing to reward him for his efforts in BattleNet. This sounds like a good deal to Jihan, but then Kim Nam-tae tells him that the catch is that Sia and he have to publicly apologize to Taewon Daily and work as their advertisement models for assaulting one of the CEO's family members. Before the old man can spout further nonsense, Jihan gets up from the table, refuses to apologize, and tells Kim Nam-tae to leave. This reaction hurts the department head's fragile ego, as he uses a bogus article about Sia as blackmail to convince him. He adds to the blackmail by reminding Jihan that Taewon Daily can ruin a person's image beyond repair, which would hurt him more since he is related to the Sword King. This is what causes Jihan to spill juice all over the arrogant fat man. His reason for being pissed off is that everyone uses Sia to make him cave. Continuing his rant, the butthurt department head tries to scare Jihan by telling him that he has now made an enemy of Taewon Daily, plus the South Korean government, and the article about Sia is all but published. He storms off, thinking he did something, but Sia and Jihan smirk at his futile attempts to scare them. At Taewon Daily's headquarters, Kim Nam-tae whines about his humiliation to the media company's COO, Kim Hyeon-cheol, while Kim Hee-so celebrates the online hate Sia is receiving after they publish the article about her F-ranked gift. The COO confidently sips his tea, thinking that their article will plummet Jihan and Sia to the ground, which the department head agrees to. However, their victory is short-lived. One of the COO's servants comes rushing into the room and worryingly informs the high and mighty shitheads that Jihan is currently exposing them on a live stream by playing an audio recording of the department head's earlier outburst in their apartment. He also reveals that Taewon Daily tried to attack him in order to release an evil article about Sia while the government backed them. Eventually, when pressure did not work, they decided to release said article. Fortunately, Jihan already saw what Sia's gift is truly capable of, via the monocle, so he knows revealing it will help their case. He tells Sia to open her status window live on stream, and everyone, including the Taewon Daily scums and the department head, witnesses the fact that Sia has a rare gift that can be upgraded. Even the chat is in shock, but they are rather impressed by it, so Jihan uses the moment to clarify that it is indeed not a useless gift by any means. He then thinks of a way to screw over these rotten elites even more, when a golden egg drops in his stream. An agent named Robert Gates from the American First Guild donates 100,000 GP to introduce himself, and then another 100,000 to offer Jihan a contract after being impressed by his fights. Jihan considers hearing him out, but decides to make the contract public, which the agent agrees to do. Turns out the down payment is $300 million, and no one from chat blames Jihan for considering leaving Korea for good. because even they would do so. Using this stupid amount as leverage, Jihan thanks the agent for the offer and tells his sob story about his dream to build a guild in Korea, but now that the country is not treating him right, he won't be able to do it. While the COO of Taewon Daily and the department head seethe with rage, Jihan pulls a power move by claiming to love his nation on the stream. He requests the chat to help him so that he may stay here, and his glamorous smile pulls at the heartstrings of everyone. The stream ends, and Jihan immediately moves toward the next thing on his agenda and rings up Lee Haeon. After she gets the call, Haeon stands in her walk-in closet, stressed about what she should wear because Jihan called her at a weird hour. She overthinks her outfit so as not to look like she is excited to meet Jihan, but Gayoung just stands there in awe over her childlike behavior. Meanwhile, Jihan finds himself ambushed by a group of ninjas who are ready to take him out without speaking. He wonders if they were sent by Taewon Daily or the department head, but whoever it is, he finally gets to use his newfound powers. He calls forth Ariel, the Shadow Queen. The dark aura reveals itself and spreads across Jihan's body, irritated that he used her to fight some disposable characters. Jihan tells her that these guys are her pilot enemies to introduce her powers, so she should use the convenient darkness of this underground parking lot to showcase her powers. The shadow moves to his left hand, revealing the emblem of the dark sun. Jihan takes care of the ninja crooks quite easily, and is impressed by the constellation's skills. The Shadow Queen gets irritated that he isn't grateful for her help, but knowing that it's the chibi version of the queen following him around, Jihan doesn't feel like taking her seriously. She tries to lecture him on how Dark Spirit is a prestigious skill which she bestowed upon him, but Jihan ignores her and rings Haeon. She immediately picks up and asks him his whereabouts, but Jihan cancels on her. On the phone, Haeon acts like it doesn't bother her, but in reality, she tells Gayoung that Jihan rejected her, with the most defeated expression on her face. Gayoung is left speechless, unable to believe that her little miss put in so much effort only to get rejected. Meanwhile, in the Taewon Daily headquarters, the CEO of the company forgets his position and beats the crap out of his COO's son. He refuses to listen to any bullshit his son can come up with, and even slaps Hiso across the face when she tries to shift the blame onto Jihan and Sia. He is furious at the fact that the only granddaughter he had pulled off a move that almost got his company shut down. If both father and daughter do nothing to fix this, Kim Taewon, the CEO, plans to disown them. Even after losing on multiple occasions, the ignorant and delusional Kim Hiso still refuses to take accountability and blames it all on Sia. In the BattleNet arena, Sia stares at her status window while waiting for the match to start. Another contestant, Do Hyung-gyun, cousin of Do Hyokyu from the Divergent Guild, with the A-ranked gift of agility, looks at a confused Sia and prepares to take her out, thinking that she is easy prey. However, his plan fails as Sia manages to figure out BattleNet right at the nick of time, using her unreasonably strong armor to block his strike. She disarms Hyung-gyun and uses his very sword to easily get rid of him for her first kill. Back home, Jihan is impressed by Sia's battle as a beginner, but the Chibi Queen has to throw in some shade, so Jihan reminds her about who she works for now. As she aggressively reminds him of the great gift her original self granted him, Jihan reminisces about the day he got that curse. When the system warned him about the curse, Jihan figured that it did so in the same way an item is described, so he used the urgent restoration command on the curse multiple times, as it only fixed it partially after every command. He finally managed to rid himself of the curse and unlocked its true feature, an SS-ranked constellation of the Shadow Queen which can be changed into the Shadow Sword Eclipse, with an upgradable rank through the Shadow Queen's authority. Before Sia and Jihan could be at ease, the Shadow Queen interrupts them by materializing in the room. Jihan instinctively tries to protect Sia, but when the chibi clone of the Shadow Queen comes out, his biggest worry becomes walking around with a Dark Spirit doll gifted by the Queen. He has yet to use it in the BattleNet, but Jihan is glad to have command of the shadows at his disposal. The downside is that he has to listen to a pipsqueak whining in his ear about raising his Dark Spirit stat. Sia comes home to a hearty meal after completing her tutorial, making her gleam with happiness. After swallowing a few bites, she asks Jihan about the American Guild's offer, but Jihan plans on rejecting it because he can make just as much money later on. Also, he plans on establishing his own guild, and to pull that off, he has a cheat code in the form of Lee Haeon, an expert in handling these matters, as she drops by their building. Much like a person getting spoiled about an ending, Haeon finds herself flabbergasted when Jihan asks her to be his guildmaster. She screams at Jihan to explain himself, because she's affiliated with the Divergent Guild, but Jihan reminds her that she only manages the guild's sales, plus he only wants to use her name for his guild. Haeon holds her head in her hands, proposing that Jihan should be the guildmaster so he can lead the other players by example, not someone like her, who is built for management. To convince her, Jihan mentions Haeon's support gift. She can give a 10% XP buff to players, which isn't the greatest advantage, considering it can't be stacked with other XP granting items. While the truth stings, Jihan claims that Haeon's gift can shine if she becomes a guildmaster. Haeon gets shook to the core, because despite so many experts calling it a useless gift, Jihan is absolutely sure that she has the potential to do more. She wants to believe Jihan like he believes in her, but becoming the guild master of a different guild troubles her. Jihan sees her stuck in a dilemma and offers her the correct results of all future BattleNet matches, immediately reeling in the gambler side of Hyeon. Gyeong is absolutely bewildered at how fast Hyeon got convinced once betting came into play, while Hyeon herself seems like she needs to stop, but her addiction is too powerful for her to resist. She agrees to the contract and immediately gets her first big payout for taking the risk. Her gift fostering will be applied to every member of the guild, with a 200% improvement rate and a 30% increase in XP to all. Later, people start tuning in to Jihan's livestream, where they learn that he has established a guild. People start assuming things like Jihan being in New York, but when Haeon shows up on the stream, everything clears up. As the guild master, she introduces the Great Vessel Guild, and Jihan makes an appearance later to reinforce her position. The chat is split between those who know Haeon's financial capabilities and those who are simply simping for her. Jihan quickly moves on to the concept of the guild and reveals that all guild members will have their stats increased by 1, the stat improvement rate increased by 200%, and the rate at which all members acquire XP increased by 30%. This sends the chat into turmoil, because these numbers are a straight-up cheat code to BattleNet. Haeon adds that their concept is called fostering, which guarantees a faster improvement rate than other guilds. The only issue they have right now is that their capacity is capped at 10 members only, with 5 spots already occupied by Hyeon herself, Jihan, Sia, a random footballer called Diego Macied, and Gyeong, who joined on a rental basis, seemingly against her will. The chat is unsure about Diego and Gyeong's involvement in the guild because it seems like they didn't want to be there. Jihan proceeds to conclude the stream by telling the chat to witness their progress through streams and to contact Hyeon if they want to join permanently or on a rental basis, but Sia reminds him that he needs to explain the guild's name as well. Sia seems proud, and that's because the name Great Vessel Guild comes from a Korean phrase that refers to late bloomers, and the first 2 characters of the phrase mean Great Vessel. In a training room, Baron seems to be feeding his ego by training against what appears to be an AI-produced Jihan. He effortlessly beats the training dummy using his 2 disasters, calling it a boring matchup, gaslighting himself into thinking that Jihan won against him through luck. After the simulation ends, the professor tells Baron that he easily defeated Jihan when he was only at half his strength. Poor Baron's ego shatters when he hears that he's now ready to fight Jihan at only 75% of his full strength. Fortunately, before he self-destructs, the guild owner calls him for a meeting. However, the meeting only gets him even madder, because the guild owner suggests he join Jihan's guild on a rental contract. The guild owner, Robert Gates, the one who approached Jihan, tells him that it's worth it. But what he doesn't understand is that even the sight of Jihan is trauma-inducing for his crowned fighter. Baron uses force to wreak havoc in the owner's office and proceeds to call Jihan a fraud, when he's the one calling himself the strongest after losing to said fraud. He storms off like an angsty teen mad at his father for siding with the bully. Robert holds his head in frustration, realizing he underestimated Baron's inferiority complex when it comes to Jihan. He realizes Baron might not cut it, so he plans on sending Sophia, the cute, blonde saintess of the American First Guild, who already seems to harbor some affection for Jihan, presumably because she watches his streams during her workouts. Gyeong tries her best to tolerate Hyeon's insufferable obsession with money, as Hyeon tells Jihan about the offers from America and China for their guild secrets. Jihan reminds her not to let the secret slip just because of the money being offered, which Haeon, uncharacteristically, agrees to, because she wants this guild to succeed more than ever, so she can get back at the directors of her previous guild who devalued her gift and told her to seduce Jihan for his secrets. When she tells Jihan about her drive to make this guild successful, he hesitates and tries to tell her not to get attached, since his original plan was to disband the guild after he got the relevant achievements and the members he was looking for. His worries only increase when Haeon forces Gyeong to testify that she always had a dream of being a guild owner in BattleNet, which is why she made all that fortune. Haeon proceeds to lay out a plan to make the guild more functional, and Jihan just sips his tea, his guilt eating away at him. Later, in the interview room, Haeon meets with the new applicants for the guild. First is a girl named Ju Yoonji, a passionate marketer since high school, which impresses Haeon. Yoonji is more than what she expected. Up next is the lifelong fanboy of Jihan, the streamer Lee Gumbit, also known as Golden Light. He enthusiastically lists his expertise in advertising, specifically for Jihan, as he has probably been stalking our boy for a while, which is why Gyeong prepares to use her sword on him. His over-the-top introduction creates a moment of silence in the room, and after his awkward pose, Haeon just tells him to have a seat because it's a lot to take in, and laments how wrong she was for inviting this psycho just because he's a famous streamer. The third interviewee is Kim Jianwoo, a normal and professional-looking individual who has worked for the famous XX Guild for 4 years and is willing to use his past experience in the BattleNet video editing scene to aid Jihan and his guild. while improving his own skills as well. Lee Gumbit feels threatened by this competitor. Hyeon is impressed by Gaeonwoo's textbook interview, so she gives him the opportunity to ask a question, which he uses to inquire about Jihan's involvement in the interviews. Just when Haeon thought she found a normal applicant, Gaeonwoo straight up asks about Jihan's living quarters, which leaves her speechless. Lee Gumbit gets pissed at Gaeonwoo for cutting in line to meet Jihan and obnoxiously prying into his personal life. Fortunately for them, all the shaking causes Gaeonwoo to drop a knife he brought in secretly to assassinate Jihan. Now that his cover is blown, he manically jumps at Lee Gumbit with the knife, seeking revenge for the Sword King. Gaeonwoo goes wild in the room, blaming Jihan for the Sword King not returning to Korea, which led to his reputation plummeting. He lunges at Haeon to kill her, but before Gaeong gets a chance to defend her, Lee Gumbit steps up and shoves the real psycho to the ground. The out-of-control assassin tries to take him down first, but the Golden Light swiftly deals with the situation in one strike. Turns out, Lee Gumbit is a Gold League player who purposefully ranked down to Smurf on newbies, so his skill must be pretty impressive, but his absurd personality just doesn't let it shine. He immediately switches to streamer mode and starts making a thumbnail and title for his stream, telling everyone that he protected Jihan's guild from the Sword King's family. Hyeon seems done with the entire situation and orders Gaeong to call the police, to which she agrees without a moment of hesitation. Hyeon tells Jihan about what went down and how it was immediately resolved, but Jihan is pissed at the attempt nonetheless. He plans on upping security, but Haeon tells him she already took care of it. Meanwhile, Lee Gumbit anxiously waits for the interview results, even though they just happened. He cries, thinking about the failed opportunity to be more awesome in taking down the assassin. His phone rings and he quickly taps the notification to find out the results. Unfortunately for him, Ju Eunji gets the job, but when one of her henchmen calls her the goddess, her true colors come out. The henchman tells her that video editing is hard and she should have picked something else to infiltrate the guild, but she confidently takes off her glasses, claiming to be good at editing, as her innocent face turns into the evil goddess that is Ito Shizuru. Devastated, Lee Gumbit sits in front of his stream, unable to comprehend his rejection after saving Hyeon from the assassin of the Sword King and proving his loyalty. While he whines, the chat bullies him, saying he was more of a bodyguard than an editor. His eyes immediately sparkle at the idea of being Jihan's Prince Charming, the one who protects him from unprecedented troubles. While he pictures his fantasy of protecting Jihan, the chat tells him that the person he so dearly admires is currently streaming a game, so they're all leaving to watch him instead. Lee Gumbit helplessly pleads for them to stay, but to no avail. Jihan arrives at the Silver League Gangnam area, which is new for most of his viewers. The mission is called Invade, and while Jihan has been here before in his past life, Gaeong joins in as well and wonders how Jihan could have possibly been here before. The two of them partying together was only possible because Haeon screamed at both of them to work together so they could bring more exposure to the guild while simultaneously leveling up. Jihan cooks up the lie that he has only seen this map before on streams, but this is his first time playing it, which somehow convinces Gaeong. He's happy to have her on his team, but Gaeong is disappointed that she got scouted by the very person she was supposed to scout. The other three players arrive, coincidentally Gaeong's former team from the Divergent Guild. The chat and Jihan find it hilarious that the pairing system played such a joke on Gaeong. While the Archer and Saber are starstruck at seeing Jihan in person, the caster can't hide his relief at seeing Gaeong again. He had basically imagined his whole life with her after she got promoted to Silver, but Jihan took her away from him, albeit only on a rental basis. He fumes at the sight of Jihan, while Gaeong feels chills run down her spine. The Saber then offers to explain how an invade mission works to Jihan and Gaeong, as it's their first time. In short, an invade mission has two teams of 5, the Angel Camp and Devil Camp. The map is divided into 3 parts. The left side is called Top, the middle is called Mid, and the right side is called Bot. Using these pathways, the team that reaches and destroys the enemy base first wins. Outside of these routes are areas called jungles. The monsters residing in these jungles grant a team various buffs when defeated. For this game, Jihan's team is the Devil Camp. Jihan raises the question of who is going to be the jungler on their team. As it turns out, no one is prepared to go to the jungle because the monsters there are level 65, while the Divergent Guild members are in their upper 40s. Gaeong is level 25 plus 5 levels due to the top 100 bonus. Gaeong expresses her disappointment because she expected them to deal with it when the mage's glasses suddenly sparkle. Jihan's question makes this jealous simp think he is now in charge, and he arrogantly tells our boy to follow his lead. He assigns positions. The Saber and Archer will take the bot lane, while Jihan and Gaeong should follow him. He thinks Jihan is famous only for his good looks, not the exceptional skills he has shown. His plan is to use this chance to show off in front of Gaeong, but he doesn't take his own advice that doing more than necessary in missions like this just leads to disaster. The trio comes across a mob called the Minions, which have a repetitive attack pattern but are still tough for even a silver to handle. The mage continues to yap about sticking together to deal with them, because even if one respawns after dying, it puts the team at a disadvantage. Even Guyong is done with his constant yapping, so Jihan takes the initiative to shut him up by taking on the challenge himself. He warms up and nonchalantly walks toward the minions while the mage is dismayed. Jihan aims his dark spirit at the minions, wondering how effective his newfound powers will be in BattleNet. The minions detect his presence and rush toward him, but Jihan calmly prepares his Eclipse Sword, which is supposed to be far less intense than the original Shadow Queen's attack. Not that it matters against these little minions. He immobilizes them with the shadow and summons multiple swords that take them all out at once. Guyong watches it unfold with a bitter expression, while the mage looks perplexed, so she reminds him to go do his job now. Jihan unlocks another achievement by killing 50 minions, and the demonic god of the devil camp grants him his blessing. All their stats increase by 20%, which amazes Jihan. Confident, he plans to take on the jungle himself. He tells Guyong he'll be back in no more than 10 minutes because he has some solo leveling to do. Guyong tries to stop him, but Jihan runs off before his amazing exit is ruined. Suddenly, the simp mage sneaks up behind Guyong, seemingly to attack her, which she sees coming, but the unexpected turn of events still shocks her. Guyong immediately reacts to what seems like an ambush by the mage, but to her surprise, he is actually protecting her from an enemy attack by forming a protective shield. 5 minutes earlier, the mage had been furiously cursing out Jihan because his plan to show off in front of Guyong had been foiled. He is self-aware enough not to voice his insults out loud, choosing instead to keep a low profile. His Guyong-driven brain comes up with another strategy. Approach the top lane with Guyong, while letting Jihan handle mid. Excited, he immediately heads back to where he left her, praising himself for his genius in taking advantage of what he thinks is arrogance on Jihan's part. Fortunately for him, he arrives at Guyong's spot just in the nick of time, detecting the enemy mage and saber moving in to strike while she is distracted. His barrier appears right on cue, making Guyong wonder if he had somehow known this would happen, since she clearly didn't expect it. The simp mage tries his best to keep the barrier up, but the strain on his body forces him to cough up blood. The enemy mage finally breaks through, shattering his image in front of Guyong as he collapses. The mage passes out and begins to vanish, apologizing to Guyong for failing to protect her. In his dying moments, he confesses his love, but all she thinks about is how he'll respawn in a minute anyway. Even the enemy players find her reaction strange enough to stop attacking for a moment. After the awkward pause, the enemy saber tells Guyong to resume the fight, but the enemy mage warns him not to underestimate the rising star of the Divergent Guild, Lim Guyong. However, Guyong is still fuming over the fact that Jihan chose to solo level during a team mission. Suddenly, black mist begins to surround the area, leaving her confused. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Jihan stares down a massive two-headed wolf. The monster lunges at him with full intent to devour, but Jihan holds its jaws open by grabbing onto its teeth. These wolves, standing at 3 meters tall, have enough bite force to crush a human skull. Though they are considered the most common jungle monsters, it usually takes at least 3 silver players to bring one down. Yet Jihan flings the wolf aside all on his own. The wolf regains its footing but can only stare in shock at Jihan's strength. It had only managed to trouble him because it caught him off guard. On its second charge, Jihan dodges easily and uses his dark spirit sword, Eclipse, to slice the creature into mincemeat without breaking a sweat. Eclipse is an SS rank weapon, the same one used by the Shadow Queen in the top 100 match, and is unique to dark spirit users. It loses form if handled incorrectly, but its destructive force remains the same. Killing the wolf earns Jihan 1,000 achievement points and the title of Silver League Jungler. Having already guessed that killing monsters grants achievements, he begins searching for more prey. He wonders how he'll earn player kills, when suddenly, he receives 100 points for a kill made by one of his demon camp teammates. Somehow, the Chibi Shadow Queen has appeared to help Guyong. She effortlessly takes down the enemy saber with her many Eclipse swords, terrifying the enemy mage. Without giving Guyong time to think, the Chibi Queen orders her to finish him off. The mage casts a pitiful fire spell, but Guyong leaps over the explosion and ends him in a single strike. She thanks the sassy queen, who rejects the gratitude like the tsundere she is. It turns out Jihan had sent the Chibi Queen to help Guyong, something she obviously didn't like, but Guyong uses this to deduce that she's Jihan's summoned spirit. Her relief at Jihan's consideration is noticed by the Chibi Queen, though neither woman is honest about her feelings. Regardless, they wait for Jihan to return, as the Chibi Queen cannot remain materialized for long. Unfortunately for them, in the jungle, Jihan takes down another two-headed wolf, but suddenly feels dizzy beyond control, just as glowing eyes emerge from the darkness behind him. The giant toad that released the dizzy gas now attacks Jihan with its tongue, but he manages to dodge it in time. The tongue grazes his arm slightly, but Jihan is more concerned about his meeting with the venomous toad, a venom-using toad that lives in the jungle. They are rare, high-ranking monsters in the Silver League, as they are a threat of a higher caliber. Jihan didn't expect to meet it here too, even more so when all of his stats had been debuffed by 50%. The chat follows Jihan's jungling chronicles. The toad loads up and spits balls of venom at Jihan, which he manages to avoid, then uses Eclipse to slice its tongue. He finds the speed and range of the toad's attacks quite troublesome, and the venom just adds to the danger. Unfortunately, even though he was moving cautiously, the toad still manages to wrap its tongue around his hand and tries to inflict venom, but Jihan uses the dark spirit with his other arm to break free. Some of the venom gets on his fingers, burning them and actually making Jihan feel threatened. The toad recovers from its sliced-off tongue and then charges up a huge venom beam to punish Jihan. The chat understands how pissed it is. It spits the venom beam, and it seems like it actually got Jihan because the target area was huge. However, since Jihan is the main character, he pulls out a protective barrier from somewhere and survives. Even the chat calls out this cliché. Had Jihan entered this fight without farming the many wolves before, he would be in trouble. But now, he has countless buffs. This moment creates an opening for him to use the dark spirit swords and pierce the toad multiple times at once. The toad flops to the ground but survives, making even Jihan nervous about its defense. He plans to get rid of the toad fast, but his movement abruptly comes to a halt. The chat immediately figures out that the toad is taking control of him, and then causes a huge venomous explosion that splatters all over the ground. The chat worries that it's over for Jihan and advises him to cast a spell quickly because he looks like he is about to die. The toad actually self-destructed but made sure Jihan was unable to avoid the aftermath. He is now affected by a lethal poison for 5 minutes that reduces all of his stats by 90%. He limps across the jungle, trying to wait out the effect of the venom because 5 minutes doesn't seem that long. His more pressing concern is the lack of achievement, even though a toad just died in battle with him. Unfortunately for him, a second venomous toad drops in from out of nowhere, and now he has to figure out a way to run away because he is in no condition to fight. All the buffs he got will be removed once he dies, but he desperately needs the toad-killing achievement as well, so he hopes for a new buff from somewhere. As plot convenience would have it, he hears battle noises in the area and knows exactly where he is going to take the toad. The Saber and Archer of the Divergent Guild face off against the same classes of the enemy team, but are outmatched when the enemy Archer takes down the Divergent Guild's Saber. With the ally Archer left alone, he panics, while the enemy celebrates and continues pushing towards the Devil's Camp base. The enemy mage is confident they can take the upper hand in bot because their guys at the top are winning, while the battle in mid is in a stalemate. However, they are shocked by a sudden rumbling nearby, and that is when Jihan drops in the middle of the battle with the venomous toad and stares back at the enemy team with a hungry look, calling them his extra buffs, while the poor guys stare at him blankly. 5 minutes ago, Jihan came up with the idea of leading the turtle to the bottom lane and killing it once he gained the player killing buff. However, he wondered why the toad wasn't making a move. The chat pointed out that it was a female toad, presumably with bad eyesight. The dots connected when the toad blushed, revealing that it was a female who had a crush on Jihan. The plot twist was so shocking for Jihan that he accidentally attacked the toad, making her angry. Fortunately, his idea of making the toad follow him worked anyway. Back to the present, the rest of the players were perplexed to see a jungle monster on the main route. The toad released a massive venom cloud that intoxicated the players. They all succumbed to and choked on the poison, while Jihan Aura farmed in the smoke. The players were infuriated that Jihan had brought the toad to them. He got back at them by gladly putting them out of their misery, receiving the buff that negated the poison effect. Killing 2 players also buffed his stats again, so Jihan breathed a sigh of relief and faced off against the toad. The poor toad didn't like being taken advantage of, so she furiously spat venom all over the place. Jihan leapt high into the sky and used his mountain plateau attack to strike down the venomous toad. The ally archer stared in awe at his ability to take down such a monster so easily. Defeating the toad granted Jihan a massive increase in stats, plus 10,000 achievement points, as that took care of all the monsters in the jungle. He was glad to have his hard work rewarded, but now he faced a new quest called Traces of the Disciple. Jihan turned toward the ally archer to catch up on the situation outside the jungle. He summarized that Guyong had pushed through at the top, the middle was still a stalemate, but the bottom was won by the demonic camp thanks to him. They now only had the minions to defeat, which would grant them the advantage, so Jihan got right to it. Meanwhile, in the middle, the simp mage barely survived the enemy turret because the enemy was sticking to it like glue. He tried provoking them into stepping out but was instantly told off. He was eager to take down the turret, but without someone with attacking prowess, they were stuck in a standoff in the middle lane. His brilliant brain helped him out of the desperate situation when he used Jihan's name to make the enemy look away for a second, then jumped at the opening he had been waiting for, only for the turret to attack him again, foiling his plan. The enemy seemed irritated at him for pulling off such cheap tricks, hurting the simp mage's ego. The enemy stepped into close proximity to finish off the simp mage for good, but as fate would have it, Guyong leapt in at the last moment to take out the enemy turret in one strike. The enemy thought the mage was playing his dirty tricks again, but the turret exploded behind them, and Gaiyong, with her superhero landing, told the simp mage to finally have his moment. He charged up a fire spell and blew the enemy to smithereens. Gaiyong came over to check on him, and seeing his eyes gleaming with a grateful expression, she moved on, informing him that the bottom lane was the only one left to be taken care of. Before the simp mage could fully cherish his moment with Gaiyong, Jihan arrived, and her attention turned toward him. Jihan apologized to Gaiyong for leaving her alone, but she told him that the chibi queen he left behind had helped her. They noticed that the angel team had given up, merely camping at the spawn point, so destroying the last turret was all that was left. Unexpectedly, Jihan let Gaiyong take the honor of finishing the job, but only because he had something to do at the enemy's spawn point. The recently respawned member of the enemy team was pissed at the way Jihan and his team had played the game, but his teammates told him to let it go. They saw Jihan approaching with the eclipse equipped. They thought they were safe in their barrier, but forgot that Jihan was renowned for breaking these very things. The barrier crumbled and they started cursing him for completely breaking the game. With a smug look on his face, he taunted them, claiming he didn't really know that, since he was a newbie. The serial quest Traces of the Disciple, one that Jihan received, was to destroy the sacred sword of the Archangel at the Angel Camp, the sacred scythe of the Death God at the Demon Camp, and collect their fragments. An important point in this quest is that these fragments can only be acquired when they are in an opponent's camp. The reward for completion is 20,000 achievement points. Seeing that the serial quest offers a better reward than the jungle quest, Jihan figures it must be a continuation of the Flesh Golem quest from the defense map. His main concern is the difficulty of the quest, because both fragments can only be acquired by destroying the spawn point symbols of both teams, symbols that are protected by barriers no regular player can break. Then again, Jihan is not a regular player, and his attack actually breaks through the barrier. The Angel Camp team panics helplessly as Jihan plans to eradicate the barrier completely. To protect the sacred artifact, the Archangel of the Angel Camp materializes herself, putting a stop to Jihan's reckless shenanigans. The giant Archangel takes one look at Jihan and becomes furious at the obnoxious player disrupting the peace of the game. She begins supercharging the area with intense lightning, which scares even the Devil Camp team, including Gaiyong. She commands her team to destroy the main camp first, but is also worried about the absurdity of Jihan's actions. The Archangel uses her powers to strengthen the barrier of the spawn point, which gives one enemy player a false sense of safety, prompting him to mock Jihan. His teammate tries to stop him, but the chat knows what's coming. The Chibi Queen is impressed by Jihan's attempt, even if it failed, but our boy has more tricks up his sleeve. He decides not to hold back anymore. The Nameless Divine Arts have 3 God-type martial arts: the God-Destroying Technique, the Divine Lightning God Technique, and the Shadow God Technique. The first 2 hold the power of destruction, while the Shadow God Technique controls the power of darkness, strong enough to cover the entire world in deep darkness, known as the Dark Soul Twister form. Jihan manifests this very technique in the palm of his hand, and uses the immense force of the Twister form to drill a hole in the barrier. The enemy players are intensely pulled in by the attack, almost as if it's a black hole. The Chibi Queen looks on in disbelief as Jihan exerts even more force to completely shatter the barrier once and for all. The barrier finally collapses, but this makes the Archangel feel even more humiliated than before. Jihan now watches as the Archangel personally decides to throw hands with the ignorant troublemaker who should have known to stop. The two go at each other with the full extent of their powers, but ultimately, it is Jihan who emerges as the victor in this clash. When the dust settles, Jihan receives an achievement for getting a pentakill. He takes a breather after that intense fight, which results in the Demon Camp's victory. His allies in the chat stare at the destroyed artifact of the Angel Camp, disillusioned by the insane feats Jihan has managed to pull off, from jungling to the unthinkable destruction of the Archangel. The chat wonders if the American First Guild would be willing to put up at least $500 million after what Jihan has achieved. Ito Shizuru watches his stream, pondering over Jihan's unbelievable accomplishments, which seem to get more ridiculous by the second. She speculates that, at the rate he's improving, he might even surpass the Sword King. She starts brainstorming a plan to recruit Jihan for her guild, but even approaching him is a tough job as a mere employee, though she initially thought it was a great idea. Just as she's considering her options, Ito Shizuru lucks out when Heian walks into the office. Back at Jihan's residence, he sits in his room, practically bathing in numerous rewards from all the absurd achievements he earned in the previous game. The main quest for the Archangel Sword Fragment and the Death God's Scythe will grant him the items automatically once he gets the Demon Camp's sacred artifact. The Chibi Queen interrupts his award ceremony, so he remembers to tell her that she did a good job. But the Pipsqueak is more concerned about who Jihan truly is, because the power he used to destroy the barrier is nothing to ignore. Jihan struggles to come up with an alibi, as he cannot reveal that this is his second chance at life and that he learned the martial art in the previous one. He gives a half-baked explanation that his gift grants him an additional buff like that, But before he can move on, the Chibi Queen summons multiple dark swords aimed at him. She clearly doesn't buy the explanation and presses for a real answer to her question. How could Jihan use that power, as a human? The Chibi Queen is hell-bent on knowing where Jihan got the knowledge of such power from. He tries to defuse the situation by asking if she's jealous of him. She then tells him that the skill he used is the original Shadow Queen's power. The dark mana came from a similar darkness she has felt before, but the Chibi Queen doesn't actually reveal the true way to mimic such a power, so she returns to her original question. Jihan learned the Shadow God technique in his past life, which makes him wonder if the Shadow Queen and the Wandering Martial God are related in some way, considering they share the same skill. Still withholding the truth, Jihan tells the Chibi Queen that the gift he had has long been gone. The constellation he was in contract with took off with it, and now he's just a player without a gift. As proof, he offers to show her his status window, but the Chibi Queen only asks for the name of the gift, which Jihan can reveal. The gift's name, Wanderer's Eye, rings a bell for the Chibi Queen, but she still lets Jihan off the hook for now. She dematerializes, and he breathes a sigh of relief, but another woman calls to scream at him. It's Heian, freaked out about what she saw on his stream. She scolds him for not alerting her beforehand, when she could have farmed clips from the stream and uploaded them to the portal herself. Regardless, she's happy to have more content to upload, but she prefers to have variety instead of just battle.net footage. Jihan doesn't see the problem with that, so she explains that his fanbase needs something more diverse. Oblivious to this fact, Jihan agrees, and Heian plans to set something up for him in that regard, while also asking him for a favor. Somehow she ends up captive to some street thugs. They seem delighted to have the Great Vessel Guild's master in their grasp, thinking they can leech off the money Heian receives from multiple guilds. She screams at them, warning them to make amends before you know who shows up. She refuses to cooperate with scum like them, especially after becoming a respected guildmaster. The kidnapper thinks he has her on edge, but she just cringes at the fact that they're wearing sunglasses at night, thinking it makes them look cool. She starts insulting the Baldy's appearance, which makes him cry, forcing his lackeys to defend him. They remind Heian of her place by threatening that no one is coming to save her. All the effort of picking an abandoned building that's off the grid and rigging the GPS to be untraceable goes to waste when Jihan finds them, before the kidnapper can even finish his evil monologue. Jihan arrives at the scene looking fresh like James Bond, even rizzing up Heian while he's at it. The kidnappers shoot at him on sight, but he uses force and stops the bullet like Neo from the Matrix. Frustrated, they throw away their guns and switch to an RPG because it's faster than reloading. The Baldy launches the rocket at Jihan, hoping to cause catastrophic damage to the area, but Jihan just Wingardium Leviosas the rocket back at them. Like all superheroes, the explosion happens in the background as he frees Heian from her binds. She wonders how he found her without GPS, so he whips out his Space 23 foldable smartphone, which has an accurate GPS that cannot be tampered with. Heian, impressed, mentions that it has a shock absorption layer with a flexible display. The ad demonstrates how durable and sturdy this foldable smartphone is, which is available to buy now. The advertisement ends, and Sia passes out from laughing uncontrollably. Heian applauds Jihan's acting, while he looks completely done with the world. Sia continues to tease him, annoying him even more, because the advertisement does everything but promote the product. He also worries about the guild's reputation after this, but Heian reassures him that this was somehow better for them, because the Divergent Electronics team worked hard on the device, and even used the Arcasic page for it. An SS item earned in Platinum Leagues and above, the Arcasic page allows connection to the superdimensional Intel network. No one knew how to use it at first, but its price skyrocketed once a company figured out how to integrate it into technology. The sassy Chibi Queen materializes to trash talk the new product, feeling that the Arcasic page is wasted on it. Jihan wonders if there's a hidden use for the page, but before the Chibi Queen can reveal it, the filming crew arrives. Sia goes to welcome them in, and Heian tells Jihan they'll be farming clips from the Sword Palace training facility. She also introduces the Divergent Guild's editing team, oblivious to the fact that Ito Shizuru is one of them. The sly goddess greets Jihan using her alias from the interview, but something like an aphrodisiac oozes out of her presence, targeted specifically at Jihan, leaving him in complete shock. Jihan seems lost in Ito Shizuru's eyes as she greets him. He loses control over himself for a brief moment, but Heian calling out to him brings him back. He's curious about the editing team's involvement in filming these training clips, but Heian thinks that letting a newly hired editor into the CEO's building is a smart move just because she is a fan of his. Ito Shizuru pushes her luck by asking Jihan for a handshake, which he agrees to. For an instant, she smiles wickedly, thinking her aphrodisiac is going to work, but Jihan turns the tables on her by giving her a shock more intense than a taser. It turns out she lacks the authority to even approach Jihan, blowing her ego to smithereens. Heian and Jihan then lead the editor to the training room, but the goddess stays frozen in place after being humbled by the limits of her gift. She is unable to comprehend that Jihan holds an even greater authority than the Sword King. For the clip farming, Sia's deadlift attempt comes first. She pushes herself beyond the limits of her tiny body, surprising the chat and Heian with where the strength is coming from. Jihan informs them that Seiya is working on her tenacity stat, a rare stat that is unlocked after a player reaches level 10 in the max HP stat before reaching level 10 overall. It doubles the efficiency of one's HP. It is generally quite hard to achieve, which is why the chat and Heian are unaware of it, even though the effects are straightforward. Jihan adds that another requirement is for a player to meet the other conditions within 100 days of awakening. He is confident that Seiya can achieve it through the guild's XP buff and his sinister way of training, which involves healing her repeatedly after she fails, a fate worse than death. With Seiya's cries for help ignored, Heian asks for Jihan's training routine. He takes the filming to his personal workout room, which is just a big empty space with a ring at the center. He doesn't need equipment to train, just the Chibi Queen as his sparring partner. He shamelessly asks her to begin the training routine, and she gladly obliges, ready to put the lowly human back in his place. The Chibi Queen shoots many dark swords at Jihan, which he manages to swiftly avoid before finding an opening. She thinks she is slick with an underhanded attack, but Jihan sees through it and counters, finishing the match by placing a heart-shaped sticker on her. The training finishes in an instant, and everyone wonders if anything even happened. Heian requests Jihan to show them something the cameras can capture, but she is just mocked by the Chibi Queen for being a human. Meanwhile, Ito Shizuru in the background observes the entire fight and realizes just how OP Jihan is. To use force to stop an attack from a blind spot at the last moment is unthinkable. She is glad to have brought the Arcasic page with her, just in case. She approaches Jihan with the excuse of placing a microphone on him, but instead uses her gift, a woman of matchless beauty, on him again, a support gift, like Heian's, that allows the user to seduce and control other players. Its effect is amplified when used with the Arcasic page, which is the proper way of using it with support gifts. Jihan doesn't react to it, making her wonder if she failed even with the Arcasic page. Ito Shizuru becomes annoyed by the fact that even the Sword King was easier to control. Fortunately for her, Jihan finally falls into her control, looking at her as if he has seen the fairest maiden of all, and asks for her name. Seeing Jihan completely in love with her puts a big smile on the goddess's face. Seiya sneaks up on them and finds Jihan getting her number. She wonders how her uncle could fall for some ugly editor when someone as pretty as Heian has been by his side all this time. Seeing this new expression on his face makes Seiya wonder if Jihan was ever into dating. She suddenly notices an ominous aura behind her. Nervous, she turns around to find Heian absolutely blazing with anger, believing that Jihan has been purposefully avoiding her by coming up with garbage excuses. Poor Jihan unknowingly digs himself a deeper grave by thanking the sly goddess for her number in front of Heian. Ito Shizuru tries to play it off, but she is actually worried that Jihan still managed to reject her obedience gift, just like the Sword King did, even under the influence. This makes things difficult for her. She plans on doing more for him to make him her dog. Later that night, Jihan suits up to go to a mysterious event. Seiya is surprised to see him all freshened up, which makes her wonder if he is going on a date with the editor. Jihan doesn't say much, except that he will be late tonight and that she should help herself to dinner. Seiya watches her uncle leave so uncharacteristically that she assumes he is never going to return to her after today. At a high-end restaurant, Ito Shizuru, alongside her butler, waits for Jihan to arrive for their date. The butler opposes her hasty decision to expose her face to Jihan without making sure he is actually under her influence. She continues to listen to his advice as he mentions how hard it is to keep even the Sword King in check, whereas Jihan seems to be a player with even higher authority. He tries to convince her to back out, but she arrogantly ignores his advice and orders him to follow the plan as instructed. She takes off her glasses, impatiently waiting for Jihan, while her shadow waits for its chance in case things go south for her. Jihan enters the premises, but before he can greet Ito Shizuru, he recognizes Takeda, her butler, as the man nervously shakes his head. Jihan wonders why Takeda is here, but Ito Shizuru takes control of the conversation, claiming that he is just a colleague of hers. She stands up as Jihan gets closer and reveals her true plan of taking him to Japan with her, while releasing her gifted aphrodisiac. To ensure the plan works, she orders Takeda to use his gift with the Arcasic page. He shouts at Jihan to share our emotions, which is the name of his gift. The gift makes its way over to Jihan, while Ito Shizuru explains how Takeda's gift is useless in battle, but a force to be reckoned with when combined with hers. The sharing allows the user to share emotions with the target, but with the Arcasic page, it ensures that the target can never refuse to obey Ito Shizuru. The gift almost reaches Jihan, and the goddess thinks she has won. Suddenly, Takeda loses grip of the Arcasic page, and it gets ripped in half. It turns out Jihan used the force right before the gift touched him, destroying the page. With the goddess and her butler frozen in place, Jihan looks at them with a devious smile, revealing the true name of Ito Shizuru while surrounding the room with force. He claims to understand how she had so many people blindly following her, which makes Ito Shizuru realize her brainwashing didn't work at all. She asks if he knew from the start about her plans, and even worse, how he figured out her true name. However, Jihan, being the lady repellent he is, refuses to satisfy her by giving an answer. He pulls a pro-gamer move by walking closer to her, showing how her powers are null and void against him. To completely assert his dominance, he towers over the goddess and tells her to behave like a good girl. Ito Shizuru accepts defeat and her short-sighted preparations before confronting Jihan, but that cannot be until she has a backup plan to handle him, and that is exactly what happens. The Shadow, also her plan B, sneaks up behind Jihan and attacks him in one swift motion. Thankfully, Jihan is the main character, so he manages to block her assassination attempt at the last moment, but the two of them burst out of the building. With the two of them at each other's necks, and multiple stories above ground, Jihan finds himself in a troublesome situation. Jihan realizes he cannot stay afloat and is fast approaching the ground before he goes splat. Unable to do much about it, he crashes into a nearby building with the Shadow still glued to him. Somehow, he only loses his coat in the fall, yet the assassin gets back on her feet without a moment's hesitation to fulfill her job. Ito Shizuru and Takeda watch over the fight, glad that they brought a backup in case something like this were to happen. The Shadow, real name Akari, is an exceptional assassin that can take care of stealth kills effortlessly and efficiently. Even Jihan struggles to just brush off the threat facing him in the eyes. He speculates that Akari is at least a diamond rank assassin, based on her movements. He did not expect Ito Shizuru to come prepared with such a weapon in her arsenal. Still, it is still not out of the cards for Jihan, as he too thought ahead. He points at his head and activates force. Takeda panics over the fight between Jihan and Akari being live-streamed through his perspective. Ito Shizuru gets startled by this development. Turns out the Chibi Queen warned Jihan about her when she first arrived at his apartment, because she detected an arcasic page inside her bag. That is also when the Chibi Queen revealed the hidden purpose of the arcasic page, to amplify the effects of a support gift. Using it on technology is a waste, and Ito Shizuru having one in her possession is very suspicious. After they took a break from filming, Jihan used that time to figure out that why an employee would have such a rare item, and to bring it with her is even weirder. That is when she interrupted him once again, using the microphone excuse. But the system warned Jihan that the woman is attempting to captivate him in her eternal love. The system also did Jihan the favor of revealing her name, which reminded him of the woman that seduced the Sword King as well. Her gift was actually able to affect him a bit, but Jihan managed to control his nerves at the crucial moment and used the nameless divine arts, mind technique. His presence of mind enabled him to activate the ability called mind over matter and completely repelled her aphrodisiac gift. However, to know for sure that how Ito Shizuru managed to come all the way to seduce him without the Sword King, Jihan planned to play along with her, seemingly because she tried so hard to enact this plan of hers, so getting her to spill the secrets won't be easy unless she is truly backed in a corner. Using his top-notch acting skills from the commercial, he prepares to strike when she slips up. Using the first-person perspective sharing, he live-streams what he sees with his own eyes on the BattleTube website to truly reel her in his trap. Back in the present, he feels grateful that no one caught on his antics, but his acting really came in clutch. The chat joins the stream and is surprised to see an ongoing battle between Jihan and an unknown person. The topic of Ito Shizuru brainwashing Jihan, coming from all the way from Japan, becomes hot online, and viewers keep pouring in, making Jihan the clear winner of this battle against the goddess. He mocks her shitty little gift because she thought it would work on him if it did on the Sword King, so the Chibi Queen humbles him that she was the one who saved him. Him name-dropping the Sword King alerts the chat of the truth, so Ito Shizuru commands Akari to carry out her job before it gets worse. Akari strikes her assassin pose, prepared to take Jihan's limbs if that is what it takes him to defeat him. Jihan doesn't take her threat seriously because of the language barrier, so he has to use the translation app to understand the threat. His goofing around almost gets his eye poked out, but of course he manages to avoid yet another life-threatening strike at the last moment. He manages to slice her in half, but that was just an afterimage, which she used to get him in a reality marble conjured by her. She praises Jihan for living up to his name, but she thinks highly of herself as an assassin that adopted the shadows. The two of them clash again in a flurry of blows, though Akari manages to pick up on the fact that Jihan's reaction to her attacks is barely accurate. She feels confident at her chance to win this bout, but her reality marble suddenly breaks apart, bringing them back to reality. Her shadows get sucked away by Jihan's dark spirit, and that is when he reveals to her that the tide was always in his favor when she decided to make this a battle of shadows, because she merely adopted the shadows. But he has been living with them and molded by them for a while now. The two clash again, only this time, Jihan has the wave of confidence while Akari feels nervous for her life, because he used the SS gift called Shadow of the Moon, which widens the ruling domain of the shadows and absorbs the enemy's shadow. Jihan winning the clash has Akari shook, but he had already made it clear that he came prepared. 2 hours ago, before heading out for the date, Jihan found a random chest for this month in his inventory after his achievement store leveled up to 6 and a gift slot was added. He only opened it to sort some stuff out before meeting up with Ito Shizuru, but a random chest was all he got. However, for a former gambler like him, nothing beats a free gacha opportunity. The gift he received was just dexterity, which reminded him of one of his first kills in Battle.net. But because the Shadow Queen most likely has a crush on him, she used her constellation powers to alter the gift into something called Shadow of the Moon. The Chibi Queen gets mad at her original self for gifting Jihan the very thing that earned her the role of a constellation, disrupting the power balance between humans and them. The gift enables the user to expand dominion over other shadows and absorb them. This increases the power of the Eclipse Sword, and the gift's rank is boosted if the Shadow Queen is serving as the user's constellation. The Chibi Queen accidentally reveals to Jihan that this skill was what enabled the Shadow Queen to become a constellation, which gives him the idea that entities are not born as constellations, and that he can reach that state if he becomes strong enough. Tired of her constant complaints, he just gets ready and leaves for his date, where Sia stops him to inquire about his outfit. Jihan finds himself in a dilemma about whether to tell her the truth, because the woman he is about to meet is the one who took her father away. With that knowledge, if she never saw Jihan again because of the brainwashing, Sia's mental health might take a devastating hit. To prevent that from happening, he leaves without revealing anything, but swears not to let Ito Shizuru succeed with her plans, so that Sia can continue living peacefully. Back in the present, the chat is surprised to see the diamond-ranked player Akari losing to a silver-ranked Jihan without him needing any support whatsoever. He uses his gift to overwhelm her with ease and overcomes everything she throws at him. Akari puts some distance between them, trying to comprehend why she is being overpowered by someone several ranks beneath her. Ito Shizuru observes the fight and loses hope of winning with every passing second, because Jihan has managed to overcome everything, from the brainwashing to Akari herself, that she threw at him. Strangely enough, the frustration from failing just makes her want him more. She calls out to Akari and undoes her restriction, releasing a huge amount of shadow aura that even shocks Jihan. Restriction is a state where a player's stats are deliberately lowered, according to the tutorial, so players do not misuse their powers. However, Ito Shizuru used a specific skill to remove any limitations on Akari for a certain period of time. With her limiters off, Akari's vibe shifts into that of an even more bloodthirsty assassin. The change in situation makes even the Chibi Queen worry, so she warns Jihan to be careful with his approach. He looks over at Ito Shizuru, who gives him a devilish smile as she reveals a hidden feature of her gift. Jihan and the chat go bonkers because a diamond player just had her limiters released, and they can't do much about it. Hyeon, along with Gaiyong, rushes to the fight scene, but she also keeps up through the livestream and starts to panic. She feels frustrated for having hired Ito Shizuru, which only made her plan easier. She knows Jihan is unbelievably strong, but even his stat limits are far below that of a diamond player, and with said player now under no restrictions, things could get ugly. Over at the fight, Akari uses her illusionary hand blades to pierce through Jihan's defenses, wounding him badly. He barely manages to slow down the attack with force, but still sustains serious injuries. Contrary to him, Akari is shocked that he even managed to survive this strike of hers, and she now has less than 3 minutes of freedom left. She identifies his left hand as the source of his powers, so she instantly attacks it with a ghost slash, managing to cut it clean off his body. Akari's restrictions return, but she's satisfied to have taken Jihan's arm before they did, and if he values his life, she thinks, he won't resume the fight, especially as a silver rank missing an arm. Seiya should probably apologize to Jihan for laughing at his acting, because Akari is now the second woman tonight he has fooled into thinking she held the upper hand. In reality, he has her trapped in his shadows, regenerating his left hand using the dark spirit. With her completely misjudging the area she needed to target, he decides to repay her with the full extent of his powers by summoning the Phoenix's arrow and throwing it straight at her. The arrow connects, and although she is severely injured, Akari manages to survive the same attack that had taken out Baron with ease. The chat is split in opinion over the results of the battle, a silver with restrictions versus a diamond with none. Suddenly, the authorities arrive and force Akari to surrender. Jihan takes that as his cue to leave and goes to confront Ito Shizuru before she can escape. Surprisingly, she doesn't seem too disappointed, despite her multiple failures and the waste of a few archaic pages. To save themselves, she orders Akari to retreat using spiritification, leaving the authorities unable to apprehend her. While Jihan looks away for a moment, Ito Shizuru seizes the chance to leave in the same manner as Akari, implying that they will be meeting again soon enough. Unfortunately for Takeda, he has no means to simply poof out of there, and ends up stuck with Jihan as the latter interrogates him for answers. A few days later, at Ito Shizuru's mansion, the Sword King furiously storms in to find her sitting with a vicious smirk. She greets him, fully aware he has a lot of questions, but before the Simp King can speak his mind, she seduces him again with her aphrodisiac gift. The Sword King confronts her about Jihan's accusations, about how she tried to seduce another man after she had already charmed him into her control through captivation. She tries to gaslight him by turning the conversation into a matter of his doubts over her love for him, and calls Jihan a slave she wanted to scout for her nation. She holds his face to use her gift, and the simp falls for it, even though he clearly knows she is playing him. Every time she seduces him, the memory that replays in his mind is the first time she trapped him, days before his wife's death anniversary, in a bar. To make his current situation even more hopeless, the Sword King remembers rejecting Ito Shizuru the first time she tried using her gift on him, when she was taking advantage of his morning state under the influence of alcohol. Fortunately for him, his twin blades, Ganjiang and Mo Ye, have the exclusive ability Disobeyer, which prevents status abnormalities like obedience and fanatic from taking over him. Even then, the crazed goddess got excited by the Sword King's hard-to-get personality and manipulated the depressed drunk using status abnormalities like dependence and obsession. His twin blades eventually gave up on trying to save the simp as he succumbed to the succubus goddess's control. Back in the present, while the Sword King drools in her arms, Ito Shizuru gets annoyed at him for occasionally acting up because her obedience and fanatic effects don't work on him. He only stayed under her control because her real body was left at the mansion, while the incomplete and unstable body known as Yu Yunji was sent to seduce Jihan, an effort that ended in her worst failure, as he even figured out who she was. Moreover, Akari, the shadow she deployed to fight him, is another body of hers, which she feels needs more work before her next task. At the BattleNet department during his interrogation with Takeda, Jihan becomes furious after finding out that Yunji was just one of Ito Shizuru's bodies. He speculates that there might be multiple versions of her running around the world, but Takeda folds under pressure and reveals that she only went that far because she couldn't leave the Sword King unattended. Takeda swears he knows nothing else and begs Jihan to trust him. He then recalls the night when Ito Shizuru was exposed on his stream, but the Japanese government claimed there was no player with her name in the database. They tried their best to help the Sword King save face by conducting investigations and avoiding conflict between the two countries. This makes him think that the succubus goddess probably has a hold on authorities by using her gift, meaning he can't just push her into a corner easily. He walks out of the building to find Xia waiting for him. Annoyed, she complains about him not returning last night, but when he gives her a half-assed response, Xia scolds him for hiding information from her, like the fact that his arm got cut off. Like a typical new adult, she demands to be kept in the loop about serious matters that revolve around him, then bursts into tears at the thought of losing her only family without even knowing what took him. Jihan moves to comfort her, but Xia just punches him in the gut to vent her frustrations. She tries to put on a tough act, promising to grow into a strong warrior who can have his back, so he can tell her things in advance, and she can try her best to share his burden. Jihan cracks a proud smile, probably because his extreme training made her strong enough to actually hurt him. He laughs at the monster he's raised, as Xia continues to make bold claims she'll have to work hard to turn into reality. Their sweet moment abruptly ends when Xia brings up Ito Shizuru brainwashing her father, the Sword King, and asks if there is a way to undo the effect. Jihan understands she still misses her father despite what people say, but he is unsure. That's when the Chibi Queen butts in, saying it's possible, and name drops Yu Ilshin, an entity from one of the most arrogant races in the universe that can undo brainwashing. Yu Ilshin, the one god the Chibi Queen mentioned, belongs to the elves. Ariel, the Chibi Queen, is one of the Shadow Elves, different from the regular ones. Jihan remembers how the Alliance of Elves, known as the World Tree Union, did everything in their power to ensure their race's survival, and even managed to secure a top 5 rank in the Space League. The Chibi Queen adds that the elves are a racist species that treat outsiders in an unjust and cruel way. The god she mentioned, Yu Ilshin, is actually the world tree from which all life comes, and the one that sustains their world, so they worship it as their one and only god. Moreover, it can undo status abnormalities, meaning the Sword King needs to consume either one of its leaves or touch a branch to break out of the brainwashing. Xia is glad to hear that there is some hope for her father's return, but the conversation shifts Jihan's focus to the Sword King's strange behavior before he regressed. The next day, at the Great Guild Vessel's headquarters, Haiyan goes live on stream to update everyone that Jihan is okay, since people began asking about him the moment she went live, except for one simp who commented on her beauty. She adds that the BattleNet department has promised to do more for player security. She then moves on to the real purpose of the stream, fulfilling her pledge to reveal Jihan's status window, as the guild has hit the milestone of 1 million subscribers. Since he is playing Invade again, this time as the Angel Camp player, Jihan just opens up his status window right from the beginning. That, however, pisses off Haiyan because she told him to wait until later so she could farm engagement. She's proven wrong, because his status window reveals his class as third-rate martial artist, along with archer, mage, and supporter. Everyone freaks out over him having multiple classes at the same time, plus an unheard-of class like martial artist. The chat, his teammates, everyone, has a dozen questions to ask him, assuring Hyon that no one is leaving the stream after such a reveal. When he ended the stream after the Ito Shizuru situation, Jihan broke many viewership records that earned him a lot of achievement points, which led to his decision to pick up the Archer and Warrior classes, on top of already being a mage and supporter, because why not? He confirms for the viewers that Martial Artist is indeed a subclass of Warrior, unlocked only after meeting certain requirements. Everyone still keeps bombarding him with questions and turns to Hyon for an explanation. It turns out even she was kept in the dark about this insane status window of her guild's CEO. Regardless, Jihan puts off the questions for now since he's in a game and runs off. 5 minutes, 10 kills, and 0 deaths later, Jihan reaches the Devil Camp spawn point. The enemy team calls hacks because he's clearly way above a silver rank. The swordsman on the enemy team tries squaring up with him in the most honorable way possible, but the poor bloke gets his neck sliced off before he can even react. With no disposable characters left in the way, Jihan now confronts the Reaper. The protector of the demon camp is wary of him for threatening the peace and manifests to personally defend his territory. Jihan plans to end it quickly, but the Chibi Queen warns him that using Eclipse or the Dark Spirit against the Reaper will not be effective, as it is the element of darkness itself. Fortunately for him, Jihan is the master of both darkness and lightning. He summons the Phoenix's arrow and shoots it straight at the Reaper, infused with the divine god's lightning. The arrow pierces the Reaper before it can act and completely destroys the relic, completing Jihan's previous quest, Traces of the Disciple 1. He immediately receives the second phase of the quest. Meanwhile, Sophia, the priestess of America's first guild, arrives in Korea at the same time and happens to watch him obliterate the relic on stream. She is extremely excited to meet Jihan as a fan and worries about not messing up her first impression. Suddenly, her entire private jet gets smashed into the ground by Baron, who also arrived with her to join the guild, but couldn't bear her constant yapping about Jihan. She gets mad at him for taking out his anger on the plane, but all he cares about is getting his revenge. After the game, Jihan shows his status window to Hyon to confirm that he did not fake anything. She seems convinced but wonders why he went for a third-rate martial artist, since it doesn't provide any great buffs except for XP bonus and a faster improvement rate, which might come in handy for guild members. He smirks and sips his tea because there's a hidden reason for his choice. When he unlocked all of the classes, the system gave him two options: either buff all of the classes or pick one to improve massively while losing all others. He had already achieved force after getting the mage and supporter classes, so he picked the all-for-one route, which quadrupled his third-rate martial artist class while discarding all other classes and their buffs. He's not too worried about that, since now he can rank up to gold even faster. However, before moving on, Jihan wants to complete the Trials of the Disciple 2 quest first. He opens a window and finds that only Sia and Masid are at bronze, while all the other members of the guild are silver. Hyon curiously asks what he's planning to cook up, but Jihan just tells her she should be ready with her gift. She sighs nervously and goes to greet the esteemed guests from abroad. In the waiting area, Baron loses his temper over the most trivial things, like the taste of coffee, and causes a fuss simply because he can't get over his anger toward Jihan. Sophia tries to keep him in check, but Masid, juggling his ball across the table, points out the American brute's rudeness toward his hosts. Saya is in the room as well, but she just sits quietly while the two go back and forth trading insults. In the midst of this barbaric chatter, Baron points out how Masid purposely dropped to level 1 to start a new career as a mage. He has the potential to be the strongest mage, yet bro chose to be a football pro. Their pointless fight ends when Hyon and Jihan enter the room. Seeing her favorite player, Sophia's frustration from enduring Baron melts away. Without wasting time on introductions, despite Jihan being happy to see Sophia doing well, since the last time he saw her was in his past life when the earth was decimated, the meeting proceeds to the main reason they've gathered. Everyone present gets to fight and defeat Count Nasid. Count Nasid is a giant snake monster that appears in Platinum League or above, the strongest boss in the jungle. Jihan's quest, Trial of the Disciple 2, requires him to defeat Count Nasid, who is currently hiding deep within a lake that receives neither light nor darkness. The 2 fragments he collected are lures to bring the creature out of hiding. The reward for the quest is 50,000 achievement points, but it will be nullified if he's promoted to gold rank during or after the quest. Even an egomaniac like Baron admits this is above his skill level, and summoning Count Nasid isn't even possible in silver. However, Jihan has obviously accounted for that and plans on taking Saya and Masid along. Sophia is ready to tag along, but her concern is that they can't form a party due to being from different regions. Hyon addresses this by revealing that their guild allows them to form parties with players from different nationalities or leagues, as long as the gap is 1 rank or less. Hyon's gift actually ranked up because she used an Arcasic page that Jihan gave her after stealing it from Takeda. She initially thought of selling it for millions, but instead used it for community service. Baron is convinced, but he objects to Sia and Masid joining as bronze players. Jihan tells him to leave, saying he's already contacted China's Wang Ling, Russia's Michael, and some made-up country's Scarlet. Baron instantly retracts his comment and joins the team to create balance by making up for the 2 bronze players. With everyone ready, Baron swears to show up Jihan to prove that his items carried him in the promotion match. The game begins, and 15 minutes later Jihan and his team have already pushed the enemy camp into a corner. The entire team aura farms while crushing Silver League nobodies, and Baron doubles down by injecting fear into his enemies. He prepares the final blow, giving them a few words of praise for holding out as long as they did. However, his entire speech of superiority and dominance gets thrown into the bin when Jihan abruptly surrenders the game. Everyone just stares blankly at him, as the words that came out of his mouth couldn't sound more like a joke. 5 minutes before Jihan's surrender, Masyed, with his insane ball control, wreaks havoc in the top lane. Using unreal techniques to shoot the ball, he destroys the enemy team in style. Before they get decimated, they reveal how he was demoted by the system because he trolled too much at higher levels. Even Sophia, along with the chat, is shocked to see the footballer's skills, clearly far too much for a bronze player, regardless of the buffs she gave him. At the bottom lane, Jihan makes light work of the enemy and lets Sia deal the final blow. She nervously accepts it, and the chat points out that she is being carried by her uncle. In the distance, on the mid lane, Baron carries out his sadistic destruction all alone as well. Sia worries that the game will be over without Count Nessid ever showing up if this keeps up. Jihan reassures her to follow his lead because he knows what he's doing. Back in the present, everyone in his team storms him with questions. Jihan calms them down and turns towards the enemy, offering them a chance to go at Count Nessid. Baron furiously confronts him about taking help from random fodder, which the chat agrees with, but Jihan explains that he is not asking for their help to fight the Count itself. Rather, he would prefer not to have enemies going around their backs to win the game while they're busy with the Count. Everyone understands the situation, but before they can ask further questions about the plan, Jihan simply tells them to follow him, since this guy just cannot use words to explain anything. With everything trivial out of the way, they move towards the main objective. They all circle around the opening to the lake. Jihan moves to summon the Count as quickly as possible, and Sophia makes sure to buff him up properly by using her SS rank gift called Trinity, which lets her stack up to 3 buffs at once. Before he does the summoning though, Jihan warns Sia to stay farther away from the battlefield until they are close to defeating Count Nessid. The moment she walks away, he steps towards the lake and drops the fragments to summon the Snake Count. The fragments melt into the lake and release a scent, which the Count picks up on. It emerges from the depths, activating the towers surrounding the lake as well. Everyone looks at the giant snake in awe as it announces its ascension from the area devoid of light and darkness. The system describes him as the Ravine Boss of End, the boss monster of the Invade dungeon. Jihan reminds them all of the plan, repeatedly take down the marked towers surrounding the lake because they power up the Count while active, and they respawn after a certain interval. He divides the group into 2 teams of 4 to focus on breaking the towers, while he alone deals with the Count. Sophia raises her concern about how dangerous that can be, and Baron uses the opportunity to feed his own ego. He argues that someone of his caliber shouldn't be reduced to a mere stonebreaker like the rest of the fodder. Before he can finish his rant, Count Nessid fires a huge power beam at them, catching the American egomaniac off guard. His reaction is way too slow, but thanks to Jihan's OP abilities, he and Sophia come out unscathed. Jihan flips the situation by using it as a way to get Baron to simply follow orders. While Sophia is glad to do just that, Baron, with his fragile ego, takes the order as Jihan talking down to him like the dog he is, and gets extremely pissed off at his humiliating situation. The Count continues his mindless spray of dark mana, which only helps to increase Jihan's dark spirit stat, as the Chibi Queen points out. Jihan plans on farming this exploit as he slashes through the Count's entire body. The fight has been easy for him because his allies are doing a good job of blocking off the stones of regeneration. The no-name idiot paired with Baron watches Jihan solo the feared Count and starts to trash talk the American psycho. He begins berating Baron by pointing out that his one and only edge, brute strength, has been taken away, since Jihan has now caught up to him even in that regard. Even the chat joins in on the roast fest. They try to cushion the low blows by praising Baron for being #1 in the USA. The zero-awareness shit-talker gets instantly blown to smithereens by Baron's disasters, and so does the guy who came over to check up on him. Sophia and Masid look over as the American brute lets his ego take over and ruin the entire boss fight. He claims to be strong enough to defeat Count Nessid on his own, after getting buffed by a pentakill. Jihan and everyone else try to question his actions, but Baron's arrogance convinces him that Jihan brushed him off to the side in this battle just to make himself look good. So, in Baron's mind, the next logical step is to confront the Count himself. He confidently shoots the giant worm with one of his disasters, only to be smacked back to reality. He overlooked several factors before blindly attacking. AoE attacks don't work on Count Nessid as a single enemy. The stones repeatedly getting crushed had kept the Count from using its powers, which have now fully recovered since he stupidly killed all his teammates. And lastly, an arrogant teammate never gets a good ending. The giant worm devours him whole in a single bite. The chat revels in the karma Baron receives, but now that the count is back to full strength, it uses paralysis on all the players, including Jihan, who is pissed at Baron for ruining their chances at victory, especially since the enemy team isn't going to cooperate either. He can't even attempt the quest some other time, since he will soon be promoted to gold. Fortunately for him, Sia manages to grab the count's attention by shooting it with her regular arrows. They don't inflict any serious damage, but luring it toward her manages to weaken the paralysis on the rest of the players. As the poor girl helplessly tries to avoid getting chomped by the giant worm, her uncle takes his sweet time lecturing her about the dangers of being on the battlefield. Rightfully, Sia grows frustrated with his constant nagging, and reminds him that if he had put someone stronger than her on the team, things would have gone much better than relying on some arrows that only prevented all of them from dying. She continues her rant, complaining that she has gone from being known as the Sword King's daughter to simply Seong Jihan's niece, despite working so hard. Baron, being the very embodiment of arrogance, had constantly belittled her as well. She reminds Jihan that her gift is actually effective, so instead of telling her to skedaddle out of there, he should come up with something useful that she can contribute to. Convinced that Sia is motivated enough to hold on for a few moments, Jihan tells her to be an autumn mosquito for now, since Sophia, Masid, and he are stuck in paralysis for just another minute, thanks to the American priestess's buff. The reason Jihan told Sia to play the autumn mosquito is because of how resilient and powerful mosquitoes become in that season, compared to summer, when their numbers are higher. In autumn, they're fewer, but much more annoying to deal with. Similarly, Sia's arrows are like mosquito bites to the count, stings that don't deal much damage but cause irritation. While she continues doing her best to run away, Jihan is almost free from the paralysis. Moreover, his eclipse grows even stronger as the battle against the count drags on. The Chibi Queen urges him to focus on improving his dark spirit stat from now on, but all he cares about is unleashing the new Shadow God technique with this much power. Suddenly, the count crawls out of its little pool cave to deal with Sia once and for all. Seeing the giant worm increase its aggro range so close to her, she loses her footing and falls into the pit with Jihan. Even though she is at her limit, for the sake of her uncle, she forces herself up and starts running again. This raises her max stamina cap to level 10 as she unlocks the hidden stat Tenacity. The count grows even more annoyed and unleashes an enormous beam to finish her off, but Jihan manages to carry her out of harm's way, using his lightning steps as the paralysis ends. He praises Sia for her tenacity, which makes her happy, but with the stones no longer being destroyed as quickly, thanks to Baron, she worries about how they'll defeat the buffed-up count. Jihan, as always, takes every opportunity to skip a prolonged fight scene, including this one. He throws his eclipse into the count's pool and surrenders. However, unlike the opposing team players, Count Nesid doesn't plan to let them off so easily. It intends to finish them all to make up for Sia annoying it over the past minute, which is why she is the most terrified. Fortunately for her, the pool beneath the count suddenly erupts into a massive storm of shadow that swallows the worm whole. Jihan reveals that he has just activated the new technique of the Shadow God, one that breaks the very rules of reality by consuming even darkness itself. The storm rises higher and higher, completely devouring the worm that only wanted to swat away these annoying bugs, yet ended up as nothing more than a test pilot for our boy's new technique. While Jihan defeated the count, Baron waited impatiently at the spawn point, convincing himself that he had almost killed the giant worm. As soon as he got the notification of Count Nesid's defeat, even more bad news piled up. The enemy team players showed up to get their revenge on him. To make up for the humiliation he faced, Baron chose to humiliate the enemy team in return, who thought they had a chance against the former #1 in the world if they ganged up on him. In the end, the American egomaniac took first place in the game with the most player kills. The day after the game ended, Sia's level jumped from 5 to 20. Jihan felt relieved that she had obtained the tenacity stat during the fight. She now had to decide which class to pick, and he was surprised that she was still undecided. He recommended the archer class, since she had done well with a bow and arrow, but Sia wanted to be at the very top of her field, which might not be possible with so many strong archers already in the country. He still urged her to choose archer, because there was no way she could surpass him if she picked warrior instead. For that, he earned a throat punch, because, as always, he was insufferable. Just then, she received a phone call, so Jihan opened up his own stats for review. After defeating Count Nesid, he had reached level 50, making him already eligible for the silver promotion match. He received plenty of rewards, but one item in particular stood out: the Cloak of the Void. It was an S-tier item, once given to a disciple of the Void. When equipped, it isolated the user from the world and prevented all damage, unless it came from an SS rank. However, the stealth only lasted while movements went undetected, and wearing the cloak for too long would result in a one-way ticket to the Void. Jihan didn't like the isolation gimmick of the cloak, and summoned the Chibi Queen to inquire further. She appeared, however, with an irritated expression. Again, she wanted to know about the Shadow Heaven Ascension he had used to defeat the Count. She revealed that the attack was her original body's final authority, but Jihan deflected the question, not wanting to reveal the secrets of his regression. Still, the Chibi Queen had already pieced things together. She concluded that the constellation who took away his gift was the wandering martial god, and that worried her. Jihan looked at her in shock, so she explained further. The original Shadow Queen had tasked her with watching over him, after detecting a trace of the wandering god's energy in him. Jihan felt relieved that she wasn't clinging to him because of her usual perverted tastes. Curious, he asked why the wandering martial god was such a dangerous figure. The Chibi Queen revealed that he was the true face of disaster among the constellations. Normally, constellations exist to protect the stars they are born on, transcending the limits of their species to become godlike beings. Even Jihan could become one, if he reached level 777 in BattleNet. Jihan was surprised, since he had thought the level cap was 500 after reaching the Star League. The Chibi Queen only told him to wait until the tutorial ended to learn more. As for the wandering martial god, he was a constellation who had created his own star, the Martial Star, where he hunted and locked away other constellations. He absorbed their powers and trapped them in a boundary between life and death, which was why the other constellations feared him. The original Shadow Queen had asked the Chibi version to watch Jihan closely, because he carried traces of the martial god's energy. The fact that he could use her powers was not strange in itself, but since the Shadow Queen hadn't yet fallen to the wandering martial god in this lifetime, there was no way Jihan should have received that power from him. Upon hearing this, Jihan pieced together the truth. In his previous life, the wandering martial god must have already captured the Shadow Queen and transferred the Shadow God technique to him. That meant the Shadow Queen would eventually be hunted by the Constellation Butcher all over again. The Chibi Queen then wondered if Jihan had stronger attacks. He admitted that he did, but said he couldn't use them at his current level. He had only managed it before because of the buffs he received inside the game. The Chibi Queen reasoned that if she could learn his stronger skills, the original Shadow Queen could reinforce her final authority. Suddenly, Sia burst into the room, telling Jihan to clear his schedule, because some gorgeous-looking fans of his wanted to meet up. Both Sophia and Heian wait for their dates to arrive, nervously fixing their makeup. Sophia's date turns out to be with our boy Jihan, while Heian gets stuck with an obnoxious mob boss. Sophia arranged this date to formally introduce herself to Jihan, because she didn't want her first impression to be associated with the egomaniac that came along with her. She made up with Sia, and when the two of them hit it off, being the same age and all, she asked her to set up this meeting. Jihan understands her reasons and tells her to ease up, since they share a guild now, albeit temporarily. Sophia takes that as a green light to start flirting with him, playing with her hair and calling him Appa. Jihan struggles to wrap his head around her girlish behavior, because he remembers her as more mature and less bright in his past life. To keep his conscience clear, Jihan straight up asks her age. Sophia tries to convince him that she's an adult now, but when she mentions being the same age as Sia, 20, that puts Jihan right back into uncle mode. He offers to pay for the meal and even urges her to eat more to stay healthy, treating her like a kid. After they finish, Sophia wonders if she will have to fight Jihan in the silver promotion game, since she's in the top 100 as well. Jihan checks his status only to be buried under a ton of unexpected notifications. Turns out he's already the ruler of silver, which lets him participate in the silver promotion match, but he's also too high level for it. The system gives him a choice: fight directly in the gold promotion match, skipping the entire league, or fight in the silver match with heavy penalties. The choice excites him. Becoming the fastest player to reach platinum would be a great record to hold, so he thinks carefully about his next step. Meanwhile, Heian crashes out at her date when the man proposes to her on their first meeting. She's obligated to attend these dates because of the lectures she receives if she refuses. The only things that comfort her nowadays are her busy schedule, her ambitions, and gambling, the most real of the three. She scrolls through a betting site and finds that the rules of the promotion game have changed. It states that Jihan's decision has altered the map of the silver promotion game, the date has been moved to September 24th, and gamblers can now place new bets. Heian wonders what Jihan was thinking, but he's just excited to take on the penalties. He chose the silver promotion battle over the gold, because he didn't want to skip an entire league that offered additional rewards and quests. Plus, his advancement rate has been growing too fast, so he has to balance it by progressing normally. 3 months after the promotion game, the Space League will enlist Earth as one of its players. To prevent disasters from happening then, he needs to be at Platinum League by that time. However, the penalties placed on Jihan were sent to every participant. The map changed to the Ambushed Conqueror's Tomb. The team ratio was set to 10 versus 90, and Jihan would be on the 10-player team, made up of those ranked from 91 to 100. Lastly, the monsters he'd face would be stronger than usual. Upon receiving this news, Baron's ego took a hit because he wasn't even considered for the handicaps, while China's top player seemed amused. Heian, despite regretting it multiple times before, bet against Jihan again. The changes favored the other team so heavily that the odds attracted an all-time high number of bettors for this game. After a brief time skip, the promotion game begins. Jihan stands atop a fortress wall, looking down at the army that has come for him. To his surprise, the enemies aren't regular players, but an army of undead out to claim the king's head. The Undead Association fights for the equality of all creatures, and among them stands a hooded figure with a sinister smile, someone who has finally found Jihan. The Ambushed Conqueror's Tomb is a special defense map being used specifically for this top 100 promotion match. However, instead of raiding the tomb, the players have to defend it this time. Furthermore, the northern gate has only 10 people to defend it, including Jihan, while the remaining 90 protect the southern gate. At the southern gate, Baron learns that the ranks of the teams will be decided based on their contributions to the defense, and the team that lets the enemy into the tomb will be eliminated. To win, the team that prevents their side of the enemy from entering will claim victory. Baron seems confident that Jihan's side will lose. China's number 1, Wang Ling, interrupts him after he says something so ignorant. He informs Baron that the gamblers online have voted him as number 2 in the chosen candidate list, while Wang Ling is number 1. The Chinese player even mentions Baron's failed attempt at stealing the spotlight against Count Nessid, which makes Baron furious. To defuse the situation, Wang Ling blames the BattleNet translation system for making his comment sound like an insult. But it turns out it wasn't BattleNet's fault. This Chinese is just as arrogant as Baron, only with a calmer demeanor. He claims that Beijing will take USA's first spot in the world if Baron keeps on messing up. The situation escalates, but before it can go further, the Game Start alert interrupts their dispute. The Undead Association, Kill the King, makes their move against the Conqueror's soul. The player's goal is to stop the ambush until the Conqueror enters the scene. Both Baron and Wang Ling panic at the sight of an enemy they have never seen before. Before Jihan regressed, Earth fell because of the dungeon portals. These portals first appeared only in the bottom 10% of nations during the tutorial, but eventually they began spawning across the entire globe. Every nation fell to them, except for 10. The Undead Association, Kill the King, were the monsters that appeared in Korea through these portals. At the northern gate, Jihan watches the undead army, worried that handling them will be difficult, especially with a team of deadbeats who keep complaining about being in the bottom 10 and now blame Jihan for their suffering. Just when Jihan plans to take care of the game himself, Sophia jumps out of nowhere, excited that she gets to help her beloved Jihan instead of fighting him. Meanwhile, Jihan privately notes how her ranking is lower than he expected. They don't get any time to catch up as the undead army tries to slam down the fortress door with a gigantic log. They use military tactics to function, and each one of them is as strong as a regular player. However, with Sophia's buffs and his trusty Phoenix's arrow, Jihan jumps straight into the war zone and pounds the ground with enough force to knock them all back. With a 20% increase in power, and the arrow's affinity being the opposite of the undead, he feels confident. Unfortunately for him, the army recognizes him as the king. That's when a huge hand emerges from beneath the ground. Jihan quickly realizes it is the Disciple of Destruction from the defense map. He barely manages to avoid being squashed like a bug, but his dodge results in part of the tomb's wall being destroyed. The last time, he only had to face a flesh golem, but now he is up against the real thing. With 20% of the wall destroyed, the system sends a warning to the northern team that they will be disqualified if the enemy manages to enter through their side. This even causes Jihan to panic as he stands between the giant hand and the wall. The disciple reveals a mouth in the palm of its hand, declaring that Jihan has the potential to surpass the king, and therefore it must consume him fully. Heian is shocked by the Disciple of Destruction toppling a huge chunk of the tomb's wall with a single attack. Gaiyong informs her that Jihan has already faced a version of this monster before, so she shouldn't worry too much about him. However, Heian isn't anxious that Jihan might get hurt. She's excited. The odds of the bet are definitely on her side this time around, as she has gone all in on Wang Ling winning. The fodder on Jihan's team try their best to hold out, but the sheer number of undead is too overwhelming. Sophia attempts to reassure them that Jihan will come save them soon enough, but our boy has his hands full dealing with that gigantic mouth hand. Thankfully, with force active, Jihan narrowly avoids getting devoured. The hungry hand only grows more excited, thrilled that its prey is playing hard to get. Meanwhile, Jihan's gears start turning as he tries to figure out the hand's behavior. Last time, it mindlessly ate zombies, but now it's focusing solely on him, and even conversing. Jihan realizes that delaying the fight will only put the wall in greater jeopardy, so he decides to go on the offensive. He unleashes the nameless divine arts, divine lightning, god technique, summoning a massive bolt that transforms him into Super Jihan. The hand feels threatened by this new form and orders its minions to surround him. Jihan wipes them out effortlessly with a single AoE lightning strike, which even manages to scorch the hand. The attack hurts it enough to force a retreat, the monster putting off its meal for another time. Jihan attempts to land a final blow before the hand completely vanishes, but he falls short. Watching it slip away so quickly, almost like it entered a portal, reminds him of a certain item he obtained after the Count Nessid battle. The Cloak of the Void, an S-rank item that lets him dabble in the void discreetly. He quickly equips the cloak, knowing he has nothing to lose. What appears before him, however, is incomprehensible. He sees the Black Hand, now in human form, laughing about its near-death encounter with him. Beside it, the shining soul of the tomb's conqueror kneels as if too weak to stand. Jihan is confused. The mission's goal was to retrieve the conqueror's soul, yet here it is colluding with the enemy. Before worrying about the details, Jihan decides the best course of action is to deal with this shady-looking NPC. Conveniently, the Phoenix's arrow still has one use left, so using his full power here makes perfect sense. Unfortunately for him, before he can even charge the attack, the shady NPC suddenly appears behind him and grabs him by the neck, menacingly questioning Jihan about how he managed to get here. For the first time, Jihan feels true fear. He struggles to escape the grasp of the shady NPC. Luckily, the cloak transports him out of the void as his movements are detected. However, he has no time to catch his breath as the undead army storms him. He simply uses his lightning steps to plow through the lot of them. Sophia spots him and immediately calls for help, as the fodder on their team is being pushed back. Jihan wastes no time and rushes to their aid. Before they know it, our boy has taken care of every undead in sight, using his insanely quick feet and OP attacks. Before the dust even settles from his flashy strikes, the giant mouth hand returns to resume where they left off. The hand seems shocked that Jihan didn't attack him instantly on sight, but that's because it always vanishes once our boy manages to deal some heavy damage. The hand proposes they not drag this battle out, which Jihan agrees to. He turns into Super Jihan once again and hurls the Phoenix's arrow, infused with the full force of his divine lightning. To prevent the hand from escaping again, Jihan combines the Phoenix's arrow's flames, Sophia's buffs, the power of his lightning physique, and the divine lightning god technique to deliver divine justice. The arrow flies at the speed of light but narrowly misses, only grazing the hand. The giant hand runs its mouth, acknowledging the arrow's strength but relieved that Jihan missed completely. What the hand overlooks is the fact that Jihan has never done anything in his life without calculations. A massive projection of the Phoenix's arrow manifests, bringing forth the day of the true master of heaven's judgment. This time, the arrow completely decimates the hand, leaving behind only a whirlpool of black smoke. Jihan finally drops to the ground, the Phoenix's arrow disappearing after one last use, at the cost of his right arm. Still, dealing with the undead one-handed is no big deal for him. That is, until laughter erupts from the black smoke. A laughter so loud it causes tremors and summons a thunderstorm. Uncontrollable gusts of wind sweep away all the undead, while Jihan and Sophia struggle to keep their footing. Then a voice emerges from within the storm, belonging to an excited being eager to continue its fight against Jihan, one who holds the potential to become greater than a king. It claims Jihan has earned the right to fight its head. During the booming introduction of this sky-transcending being, a system warning suddenly flashes before Jihan. The constellation of the Death Star has invaded the game through hacks. Jihan, eyes wide with fear at the headless giant before him, braces himself to face the constellation. This promotional battle was tailor-made for the gamblers who placed bets against Jihan, but the moment he came out on top despite the punishments, millions of hearts were broken. People in offices who risked their careers and savings, people in other countries, and even Heian drown themselves in pools of tears. A couple discusses how Jihan managed to outshine Wang Ling and Baron combined, despite them putting up good numbers themselves. Either of the two could have been the main character of the game, had it not been for our boy. Suddenly, the stream cuts off, courtesy of the constellation's arrival. Jihan hopelessly faces the headless giant, aware of how unmatched he is in this scenario. Surprisingly, Battle.net is the only online game system that responds immediately to a hacker by trapping it inside a dimension cut off from reality. Even the constellation knows how dangerous the defense system is, so he tries to capture Jihan as soon as possible. Fortunately for our boy, just as the constellation's massive palm closes in, the defense system obliterates it with a single blast. Then the system goes ham, firing multiple blasts at the defenseless giant to completely eliminate him for trespassing. For some reason, the constellation asks Jihan for help. Of course, bro doesn't care and lets the system do its job. However, to buy some time for conversation, the constellation offers the soul of the tomb's conqueror in return. The system halts its attack and waits for Jihan's decision, reassuring him that he will be safe from any kind of psychological attack. He accepts the request and immediately regrets it, because the constellation asks him to give him a head in the most perverted way possible. Rightfully disgusted, Jihan flat out refuses and doesn't budge from his decision, even when the constellation begs. He realizes that this hideous giant is made up of souls he has absorbed. Nothing good ever comes from dealing with such shady and unstable characters, so Jihan tells the system to continue kicking him out. The giant whines about being mistreated, even though he is supposedly one of the strongest constellations in the universe. By mistake, Jihan brings up the question of the constellation's name, so the giant starts yapping again. He compares himself to two extreme socialists of history, Karl Marx and Vladimir Lenin, and comes up with the name Karlin. derived from pieces of the two philosophers' names. Tired of listening to this socialist giant yap so much, Jihan reminds the system to stop this bullshit from going any further. The system goes haywire on Carlin, finally getting rid of him for good. The game resumes after this troublesome interruption, and Jihan finally breathes a sigh of relief, believing everything is taken care of. However, as his luck would have it, the soul of the tomb's conqueror sneaks up from behind, seemingly to stab Jihan in the back. Thankfully, the tomb conqueror's soul is the first character in a while that isn't out to kill our boy, and he simply passes on his Phoenix flag of the Empire to Jihan as an appreciation gift for saving him. The Phoenix flag, ranked SSS, is the war flag and successor of the Phoenix, once used by the first Khan. It's a support item that grants a 25% increase in all stats of every party member when planted. Moreover, if used by a guild owner or master, the option levels of the entire guild are increased by 4. Seeing a triple S item for the first time, Jihan feels daunted and humbly thanks the Conqueror for such an overwhelming gift. The Conqueror pauses for a moment, wondering if this is the second time he has rewarded Jihan. It turns out his clone at the tomb gave away the Phoenix's arrow back when it took responsibility for protecting the place, after the Conqueror had been kidnapped by the perverted constellation. For absolutely no reason, the Conqueror disses the place his copy had been guarding as fake, and takes his leave without worrying about it much. Before his soul turns to ash, he leaves Jihan with a word of advice. Never meddle with the perverted giant of a constellation, as its words are meant to deceive and hide what it truly desires. Regardless, Jihan wouldn't have even considered joining hands with that creepy constellation. He then grabs the Phoenix flag, which completes the quest. Jihan has now managed to defeat the secret boss Black Hand, on top of winning the Silver Top 10 promotion battle. Wangling and Baron stare at their screens in disbelief. Later that day, Jihan flops onto his bed, exhausted from such an eventful game. He receives 5 million GP for winning the match, goes up 5 levels, and earns the title King of Kings in Silver. As a bonus, he receives 300,000 GP for facing and attacking the constellation. He heads to the living room to ask Sia about the constellation being shown on stream, which is unlikely, but then he remembers that she's in her own bronze promotion game. The match comes down to the last 3 players, Sia among them. However, she emerges as the victor with ease, swiftly defeating the others with her exceptional archery skills. Getting promoted to silver as the #1 bronze player fills her with excitement. Furthermore, her gift rank increases, making her eligible for an upgrade. Amidst the good news, a shocking stipulation freezes Sia in place. The only way she can upgrade her gift is by being the sole holder of it, or by becoming the first gold player with it, or else she will lose it permanently. Meanwhile, in a typical mafia hideout, a lady boss watches Sia's promotion match on stream as she executes 2 traitors. Bad luck runs in Jihan's family, because yet another foreign player, Jin Yuhua from China's Hong Kong League, is after Sia, as she possesses the same gift, and the upgrade requirements are identical for her. The guild executives huddle around Sia to discuss the new requirement for upgrading her gift. Haiyan is skeptical about the violent nature of this development, but Gaiyong just sees it as another excuse to get more competitive. Sia worries that the other players with this gift might be stronger than her, and Haiyan wonders why they aren't already famous if they possess such a unique ability. Jihan, however, already knows that it's China's Jin Yuhua, who was ranked #2 in the world in his past life. Now they have to keep Sia protected at all times, because that woman is secretive and shady about her business, but her battle prowess is well known and feared. Jihan has no choice but to restrict Sia from going out for a while. She feels down about it but understands, so Haiyan suggests throwing a party to congratulate both uncle and niece for taking first place in their matches. Jihan catches on to her being suspiciously cheerful, so he calls her out for once again betting all her money on someone other than him, which should have left her broke, but she looks more than fine. She tries to deflect the accusations, but Gaiyong exposes her without mercy, revealing that the BattleNet system refunded all bets because of the crash that interrupted the stream. Haiyan seizes this chance to divert the conversation to the real question. Why does the system always end up showing Jihan's victories after the stream is fixed? This reminds him of the disgusting, lustrous constellation, so he brushes it off by calling it just a big bad monster that he took care of. He claims that the guild's stat increase was also a result of that, hiding the fact that he now owns the Phoenix's flag and a sparkling crown emblem on his wrist. He then prepares to leave with Sia, but Haiyan requests that he make an appearance next week at the BattleNet department. They want to commemorate him for improving Korea's image worldwide by single-handedly pulling off absurd feats, which will also serve as good marketing for their guild, so he has no choice but to agree. The commemoration day arrives, and the overly compensating new director of BattleNet, Oh Gyusung, welcomes Jihan into the building. He leaves no chance to butter up our boy, since they have a reputation to rebuild after the Taewon Daily incident left them at the mercy of public opinion. Haiyan advises Jihan to just play along, while Seiya and Masyed think he's being wholeheartedly celebrated by the very company that once tried to control him. The group enters the building, along with a very obvious Manhwa stalker, The award ceremony begins, and Sia proudly comments on how sharp Jihan looks in a suit. Hyun gets annoyed at him for not dressing like this more often, and Sia fuels the fire by pointing out that he used to only wear a wife beater. Suddenly, a clumsy nerd girl beside Sia accidentally spills coffee all over her new dress. Our lovely niece's dress gets stained, but she doesn't panic. Hyun offers to accompany her to the bathroom for cleanup, but Sia insists she's fine on her own, with the clumsy nerd girl tagging along. Jihan notices the commotion, while Masyed spots the stalker trailing after Sia as well. In the bathroom, as Sia washes her dress, sad that it got ruined so quickly, the clumsy nerd girl leans in, claiming there are coffee stains on her neck too. Even C questions how coffee could have gotten there, but as she's distracted, the girl pulls out a syringe filled with suspicious liquid and tries to stab her. Masyed alerted Gayong about the typical manhwa stalker following Seiya, so she went to check up on her. However, she arrived too late. By the time she got there, the clumsy nerd girl was already carrying an unconscious Sia out of the bathroom. Gayong tried to stop her, but the stalker snuck up from behind and bound her body in a mysterious spell that kept her from moving until he was out of the building. Helpless, she could only watch as the kidnappers escaped. Back in the auditorium, Jihan asked Hyun about Sia's whereabouts, just as Gayong burst through the door, apologizing to him with a worried look on her face. A few hours later, Sia finally regained consciousness, only to find herself in an abandoned building, where Jin Yuhua welcomed her like the gangster she was. Without wasting a moment, she ordered Sia to give up her gift, warning that refusing would not end nicely. She planned to reach gold first, so Sia should halt her BattleNet progress for now. Fear ran through Sia's mind in a whirlwind of thoughts. She realized her kidnappers weren't easygoing people, so lying in front of them would do no good. Instead, she told herself to think like Jihan. To buy herself some time, Sia pointed out Jin Yuhua's hesitation to kill her outright. Impressed, the mafia lady admitted that doing so would cause her the trouble of covering up the murder of someone so famous. Sia looked around for a means of escape, but the impatient boss ordered her subordinate to take care of her. The typical manhwa stalker entered and used his gift, suggestion, to try and force Sia into committing suicide after leaving a note, which would make things easier to clean up for Jin Yuhua. Sia pretended to faint from fear, causing the stalker to loosen his grip. As he moved closer, he suggested changing locations to carry out the murder in a less suspicious way, a plan Jin Yuhua approved of. They intended to leave her body near her house so the suicide would look believable. Suddenly, sparks began forming around Sia. As the arrogant stalker turned around, she struck him with a perfect jab to the face, knocking him out cold. The drive not to give up her gift, after being granted such a rare opportunity, fueled her determination to win this fight. Jihan, along with Gaeon and Masyed, arrived at the building where Seiya was being held, using the Chibi Queen's energy detection to locate her. He wanted to rush straight in, but Gaeon suggested they call the cops first. Before they could finish the conversation, a group of henchmen surrounded them. Jihan didn't have time to deal with small fry, so he left it to Gaeon and Masyed. Meanwhile, after Sia had knocked out the stalker, Jin Yuhua and her lackey wondered what skill she had used. Thankfully, Jihan could use his lightning physique to grant someone a lightning seal, allowing that person to also wield lightning powers. The seal also provided a shield against psychological attacks, making it perfect for the situation Sia was in. The flashback ended, just in time for the stalker to recover. Now she was facing a 1v3. Sia tried to skedaddle, but Jin Yuhua's lackey threw a knife that injured her leg. The stalker then slammed her against a concrete column, and the injuries caused Sia to lose consciousness. They began discussing how to hide her body without raising suspicion, but their time ran out. Jihan arrived at the scene and spotted Sia lying injured and unconscious on the floor, which sent him into a fury beyond limits. Jin Yuhua's lackey confronted him with her petty criminal tricks, as if they would work on an uncle who saw nothing but red. Before she could even swing her weapon, Jihan activated a force field and smashed her into the ceiling, putting her out of commission. Immediately after, the stalker jumped into the fight. He had the audacity to grab Jihan and shove him into a wall, even using suggestion, but it had no effect. Jihan overcame it through sheer rage. He seized the arrogant stalker's hand, crushed it with brute strength that even Baron would envy, and headbutted the fool hard enough to knock him out cold. With the trash dealt with, blood splattered across his face, Jihan finally turned his attention to Jin Yuhua, who now shook in her boots like she hadn't been threatening his niece like a mob boss just 5 minutes ago. Sia woke up to see Jihan covered in blood. Jin Yuhua's lackey tried to sneak attack him again, but he made sure she stayed down this time. This moment of distraction allowed the trembling boss lady to grab Sia as a hostage, threatening to kill her if he moved even a little. Her hands quivered in frustration. This was the first time someone had ever stopped her from getting what she wanted. 15 years ago, at the mansion of the president of the Hong Kong Red Tiger Association, young Jin Yuhua beat her maid's son because he had a toy rabbit she wanted, but he refused to give it up. Her father entered the room and stopped the commotion, but when he discovered his deranged daughter was trying to take someone else's toy by force, he felt proud and encouraged her to do the same with everything in life. That twisted approval brought a smile to the little brat's face. From that moment onward, the youngest child of the Jin household grew up to control the underworld of Hong Kong, living a life of luxury and power. Years later, when BattleNet was introduced, she assumed she was bound to receive an S-rank gift from the start, but instead, she got an F rank called Late Bloomer. One of her classmates was granted the school's first S-rank gift, which shattered her ego into a million pieces, especially since she was no longer the center of attention. Out of jealousy, she had the poor girl killed. The incident even made it to the news, but this twisted psychopath had no regrets. When Jihan later announced Seiya's gift to the world, it gave the deranged woman a new perspective. She found a reason to pursue growth and become the strongest player alive, believing her late bloomer gift could eventually lead her there. Back in the present, Jin Yuhua thought she had the upper hand by holding Seiya hostage. She put on a brave act, threatening to follow through with the killing if Jihan so much as flinched. But she had messed with the wrong uncle. Jihan's fearsome aura made the not-so-tough Jin Yuhua weak in the knees, unable to muster any strength against his overwhelming presence. Jihan drew Eclipse, ready to end this spoiled brat for good, but Seiya stopped him, insisting he shouldn't stain his hands with the blood of a lowlife like her. These words struck a nerve in Jin Yuhua. Enraged, she pulled out a gun and opened fire on Jihan and Seiya, but our boy raised a force shield in time, stopping every bullet as the crazed woman ranted in hysteria. With her last bullet, Jin Yuhua aimed at Seiya, and somehow it slipped through Jihan's impenetrable defenses. Thankfully, he spotted it in time and sliced it in half with Eclipse, along with Jin Yuhua herself, who didn't even realize her upper and lower halves were no longer connected. Blood splattered everywhere, and Seiya's face shifted from worry to absolute horror. A few days later, after Jihan committed the murder of Jin Yuhua and her gang, he and Seiya started living very awkwardly within each other's proximity. The event was not made public, because the crime happened in an abandoned building, and a lot of bodies were buried that day, so no from the victims group wanted any smoke. Neither they were willing to reveal themselves on media. Jihan approaches Seiya trying to make small talk, but she feels too distant to hold a conversation with him right now. This makes him wonder if she can handle the Space League when the tutorial ends. Luckily for them, a ray of sunshine arrives at their place. It is Sophia, extremely excited to go out on a date with both uncle and niece, as it has been a while since they all hanged out. Unfortunately for her, Jihan insists that she should just go out with Seiya, as she needs some open air to gather her thoughts. She feels saddened by it at first, but when he makes her feel like the only person who can help him right now, she obliged with the request wholeheartedly and bursts out of the apartment with Seiya, taking full responsibility of making her happy again. The two of them reach the carnival, where they eat delicious food from stalls, win a plushie from a claw machine, and plan to play basketball after the two of them get a little competitive about it. However, Seiya hears gunshot coming from the interactive arcade game at the carnival, and that triggers her trauma from a few days ago. Remembering the gore makes her gag, which ruins the rest of her day. Sophia stays by her side as the sun starts to set. Seeing Seiya in such a sickly state, Sophia forces her to open up about what has been troubling her. After much convincing, she succeeds. Seiya presents a hypothetical situation to her, basically describing her conflicted feelings towards her uncle killing her kidnapper in cold blood, even though she is completely aware that he did that to protect her from literally dying. Sophia thinks that Seiya is talking about a lover, and labels this act as the romantic fantasy she always wanted. Regardless, she suggests that if Seiya loves this person, she should really figure out this problem soon. After the therapy session, Seiya returns home, exhausted. She finds Jihan on the couch, waiting to talk to her about something important. She nervously flops on the couch, concerned about the serious look on his face. Out of nowhere, he drops a bomb of a question at her, asking about her feelings if she were to stop being a BattleNet player. Seiya's eyes widen in disbelief over the kind of question she just heard. Before she gives her response, Jihan tells her about BattleNet becoming a reality once the tutorial ends. During that, people will die for real if they lack a certain amount of GP to revive themselves. Hearing that she can get actual blood on her hands terrifies Seiya. She wonders how he knows about all of this, so Jihan uses the Chibi Queen as alibi, still withholding the information that he regressed. The Chibi Queen backs him by telling Seiya about the cruel nature of the Space League, so quitting before it starts is better. She takes a moment to think about. Jihan tries to put her mind to ease, but she still refuses to give up on BattleNet. Her reasoning being that if the game becomes a reality, then there is more reason to become stronger so that she can protect her uncle as well. She doesn't want to be helpless and put him in a spot where he has to take drastic measures, like with Jin Yuhua. She remembers Sophia's words of encouragement. Jihan looks at the determined face of Seiya and feels proud of how strong she has become. Funnily enough, Jihan was the one actually losing it when he saw Seiya so down that he flipped tables in frustration because she wasn't eating his food. To change the topic, he gifts her the Cloak of the Void, the shady item that does a good job of keeping one safe. She wonders if she even needs something like this, so Jihan offers to keep her company wherever she goes. She claims that's stalker-like behavior, but what she didn't realize before was that he was already doing that as she went out, and that disgusts her. He could have just went with them on the date, but didn't want to be out with kids. In the gold unlocking defense map at the Seoul Bridge, the new gold players seem excited to try out this map. An overly enthusiastic giant NPC called Bijang scolds them for being carefree in the face of the battle. He is supposed to lead them to the battle on the bridge. The enemy army starts pouring towards them, and so the players, and Bijang himself, rush to defend themselves. After an exhausting battle and many lives lost, Bijang stands alone at the bridge, but the enemies keep coming. His rival on the other side, Hojo, arrives at the bridge, offering Bijang the chance to join the Wind Empire, but the loud ally giants refuses to give up the Cloud Empire's side. Unfortunately for him, 50% of the players died in the fight just now. This triggers a self-destruct sequence where Bijang slams him spear into the bridge, taking down everyone, including the enemy, down with him. This is where the game is usually over. Everyone on the stream is used to this happening because no one makes it past the first phase of the game as frequently. That is until a new game starts, and just when people in Bijang thought that this game will end in a similar fashion, a strong lightning surges past the enemy giant Hojo. With more than 50% of the players surviving, and a fat-shaming comment aimed towards Hojo, Jihan and friends stand behind Bijang, ready to approach Phase 2. This unlocks a hidden quest that he has to complete, which is to not let Bijang die and earn his respect. Many years ago, the Cloud and Wind Empires ruled in harmony over a continent, until the Wind Empire's dead emperor was revived, and his first course of action was to wage war over the Cloud Empire to gain the divine creatures that were symbols of power of their nation. Bijang was the commander of the Cloud Empire and the emperor's brother, and he managed to thwart the invasion of the Wind Empire with just 10 soldiers by his side, which is why this game mode, Seoul Bridge, puts players on Bijang's side. Only gold or above players are allowed on the map because the enemies are so strong. The rules are similar to other defense maps, except Bijang destroys the bridge whenever 50% of the players die. Sia and Sophia try their best, but the number of enemies exhaust them. To make up for it, Jihan summons the Phoenix's Blessing, which increases the stats of all party members and allies by 25%. Seeing the giant Phoenix take flight in front of him, Hojo gets nervous. While the other players enjoy the buffs, Sia feels less of a player due to them, because she just keeps going up the levels, without learning much. Jihan reassures her that it is fine, but she reminds him that now that her gift is a D rank, she has to maintain 60% win rate for 500 games. Either that, or she has to just win the top 100 promotion game, but it has to be without his help. Jihan sees his niece slowly outgrowing him, feels saddened, so Sophia jumps in, trying to keep the party together for longer. Bijang joins them, and confronts Jihan about the Phoenix because the Imperial Guard captain is the only one capable of summoning such a creature. Clueless, Jihan draws a blank. Suddenly, he remembers the hidden quest about gaining Bijang's acknowledgement. He whips out his amazing acting skills and pretends to be a subordinate of the Imperial Guard. The pure giant gets convinced, and before Sia could interrupt the act, Jihan offers to fight the enemy in Bijang's stead, but this is a fight he doesn't want to sit out of. Jihan goes above and beyond to gain the giant's acknowledgement by mentioning the fact that Bijang swore brotherhood with the Imperial Majesty, so he should let him protect as an extension of the Emperor, even if it costs him his life. This act reminds the giant of the day he swore brotherhood to the Majesty underneath the peach blossom tree, as he wipes the uncontrollable tears. Sia looks on, completely shocked. With his trust in our boy increased, Bijang accepts his conditions and passes on his Cloud Swear's powers, the Lightning Cloud, to Jihan, so that he can take down Hojo. The Lightning Cloud reacts with the Lightning Spear, amplifying the power of lightning, granting Jihan ownership of the Lightning Cloud, and increasing his lightning stat to level 2. As soon as the buff animation ends, Hojo enters the scene, jealous of the soap opera the two of them just shot. His aim is to take down the one that controls the Phoenix. As the enemy charges forward, Jihan commands Sia to take the high ground, and Sophia to heal the allies from the back line. As for him, he takes down the entire army with just one sweep of the spear, and closes the distance between himself and Hojo in an instant. The two finally collide. Jihan calls out the enemy giant for hiding behind his minions, which agitates him, so he started swinging his weapon wildly, trying to crush Jihan. He manages to land a hit, but even that gets blocked by our boy. Suddenly, one of the undead from the enemy army gets back up, chanting something about a darkness making its way towards them. Seiya does her best to keep the mobs away while Jihan battles Hojo. He seems to be doing well against the enemy giant, except that his lightning has no effect on the big guy. Even being buffed by the lightning armor and Bijang's power, Hojo is a worthy foe. The giant creates a tornado using a slash, creating multiple blind spots around Jihan. Panicked, our boy tries to anticipate where the strike is coming for. Even though he manages to guess right, the timing of his counterattack falls short. His left arm gets chopped off, like every time he came close to danger, while his spear barely grazed Hojo on the face. Impressed that Jihan managed to dodge the strike aimed to take his clean off, the giant commends his ability. Unfortunately for him, the moment he drops his guard, Jihan regenerates his left arm using the Dark Spirit, and combines the Phoenix's fire with his lightning attack to test the limit of Hojo's durability. The double divinity lightning attack striking the unaware giant from the back burns him to cinders, knocking him out cold. Jihan didn't expect the leader of the Phoenix squad being weak to the very thing he is a part of, bringing the battle to an anticlimactic end. Bijang arrives at the scene after clearing the enemy army, shocked that Jihan managed to take down his rival, all by himself. To gain acknowledgement, our boy butters up the friendly giant and waits for Phase 3 to start. Suddenly, the burnt corpse of Hojo rises again, this time with an ominous aura seeping through him, and a bunch of shadow eagles that take the body up in the sky. The sight helps Jihan remember that he has played these games before. Soulbridge's final boss, the Phoenix's offspring, arrives at the battle, exciting the viewers as they finally get to see Phase 3 of this quest. In his mind, Jihan knows that there is a secret enemy, which is supposed to spawn right about now. Coincidentally, one of the undeads from the enemy army slowly walks up to him, mumbling about a certain darkness that is making its way. Turns out, it is the NPC monster that spawns with the final boss, so he stops Bijang before he could ruin the potential rewards that our boy strives for. The NPC enemy apparently has his brainwashing undone, hence why he sees the dark reality of the Wind Empire, which surprises the chat as they didn't expect these enemies to have actual voice lines. It even claims that the Phoenix squad is being manipulated by the Dark Phoenix after they died. The Walking Dead ignores Jihan's personal space and grabs a hold of him, begging for him to defeat one of the 5 offsprings that is actually real, or else the actual final boss won't die without the true darkness diminishing. Jihan already knows the real one he had to kill, but with Bijang around, he has to pretend to find the one guy. As he sweet-talks Bijang, Jihan tries to remember the way to defeat the boss. Out of nowhere, the undead NPC goes off script, telling Jihan that he cannot combine his lightning and phoenix powers. Unable to comprehend this unexpected development, the game system gets hacked again by an abnormality this time. As the game shifts into another portal, the system reveals that an unidentified terminal of a constellation has invaded the map. Feeling fear for the first time, Jihan slowly turns around to face the undead, who now seems to be in full control and develops a coherent speech pattern, sarcastically expressing disappointment that our boy has already found him. Jihan doesn't have to wonder for long about who the invasive constellation is, because his perverted nature comes out the moment the system prepares to yeet him out of the game. The expulsion process begins. The constellation doesn't want to try the system's defense mechanism, so without wasting time, and letting Jihan become even more disgusted than he already is, the constellation warns him quickly about the dark pigeons that are flying above them right now, except he shouldn't make it too obvious. The constellation's borrowed time finishes, and the game returns to normal. The chat and Jihan find it hard to adjust to the pace at which things are moving. Suddenly, the Dark Phoenixes start screeching and rampaging everywhere, instilling fear in the rest of the players. Now that he is unable to combine the divine lightning power with the Phoenix's flames, Jihan struggles to come up with an alternative, even with the perverted constellation's advice. However, the Chibi Queen pops out and willingly advises Jihan to use the Dark Spirit on these birds. He seems skeptical at first, but when she reveals, with a furious expression, that these birds are the ones that colluded with the World Tree Union to slaughter her race, Jihan feels inclined to help her get revenge. Though he does question her about why the embodiment of the Elf Union, that is the World Tree, drive their kind to extinction. Before she could answer, one of the Dark Phoenix attacks them, putting their conversation on a hold. As he dodges the wild attacks of the bird, she reminds him to use Eclipse, which manages to easily slice of one of the wings of the bird. Unfortunately, it regenerates quickly. Meanwhile, further back on the bridge, the second Dark Phoenix attacks some random player's shield, which is unable to last for long, even with Sophia's buffs. Fortunately, Bijang comes to their rescue, and slices of this bird's wing too. Again, it regenerates quickly. Jihan deduces that this must be the clone, but if the original Phoenix is damaged, the injury is permanent on all of these creatures. He needs to find the original quickly, but with the rest of the fodder gold players getting hunted by the Dark Phoenixes, he has to rely only on Bijang for help. The giant comes up with a brilliant strategy to gather everyone in one spot, forcing the Dark Phoenixes to stay in one lane. This helps our boy figure out the perfect strategy to clear this game. He uses the massive shoulder of the giant as the platform to leap high above the 3 birds, and uses a dark spirit drill to take out all of them at once, so that he doesn't have to go through the hassle of finding the original one. The idea works like a charm, and the birds die. However, he did not think about where he would land. Luckily, with this act, Bijang finally acknowledged his skill enough, as he proceeds to save our boy from falling into the rapid streams of the river below. After the game ended, Jihan practices his newly buffed flag of the Phoenix, Due to the Spear of Lightning he received as a gift from Bijang, the epic quest and one of the bridges, Jihan managed to infuse his already OP weapon with the new spear, making it several times stronger and sparky. An item that fuses with other SS rank weapons and above can probably work on Eclipse too, so he turns to the Chibi Queen for answers. She claims that its element is quite the opposite of the spectrum that Eclipse is on, so it might just make it weaker instead. Regardless, Eclipse is an OP weapon on its own, so it only needs the original Shadow Queen's support to become even stronger. However, Jihan lost track of the Eclipse talk when he laid his eyes on the Chibi Queen. She is no longer Chibi, but a carbon copy of her original self, which doesn't sit right with him at all. Turns out, due to him receiving a huge boost in his Dark Spirit stat after he absorbed the Dark Phoenixes, the Chibi Queen finally got enough energy to maintain her original adult self, and is now capable of doing more than just arrogantly bark orders. Jihan is excited about the Dark Spirit stat improving, but knows so much about the Dark Elf baddie in front of him, because she reminds him of the ick he got from the original Queen's perverted nature. The Chibi Queen gets pissed off at him for being too complacent with the care she has given him, and returns to her adorable little appearance. The gag moment ends, and Jihan goes straight to the conversation that got interrupted at the Soul Bridge about the elves killing her race. To start off, she corrects him that the white elves don't consider the black ones as the same species. All elves that spawn from the World Tree are black, with 1 in 10 being the white exception. The Chibi Queen was one of the blacks that the whites discarded because they considered them defects. The original Shadow Queen came to rescue her soul, amongst many others, and revive them as the Shadow Elves. Later, she managed to take back one of the white supremacist world from the World Tree as she led a revolution against it. She still lacks the power to fully overthrow the racist tree and eradicate the supremacists, because it is quite literally the strongest being in the world. Jihan confirms that the elves' elitist behavior checks out, as they were one of the reasons why Earth was driven to extinction in his past life. Their conversation abruptly ends when they hear Sia freak out about South Korea national team losing in the BattleNet League yet again, and now the counter might be one step closer to getting dungeons. Jihan worries that they might be approaching the worst's end sooner than expected, and coincidentally receives a call from manager Yoonsik. The concerned manager begs Jihan to consider his proposal for him to join the national team. Jihan accepts the invitation given the circumstances and meets up with the manager on the same day. To save the country from getting rock bottom in the rankings, it was necessary for Jihan to step up and single-handedly save them. They finally reach the training room and see the team leader absolutely battering the squad members, to the point that he drenched in their blood. He continues the assault until the manager steps in. The team leader Kim Dong-woo looks at him and then spots Jihan. He goes on to greet Jihan, but gets all condescending by mentioning how a gold-ranked player is not up for the task of representing the nation. As Jihan goes in for the handshake, the scummy team leader thinks it's okay to provoke him by punching him straight in the face, leaving the manager shocked. A few days ago before this encounter, manager Yoonsik told Kim Dong-woo that he is going to hire Jihan for the national team and prepare a test for him to officially join if he agrees. The arrogant trainer gets pissed off at the idea, refusing to sign a gold player in his team just because he is famous. Manager Yoonsik savagely starts reading the online critique for the national team being absolutely trash in the competition, so having Jihan in the team might save them from this fall from grace. This frustrates Kim Dong-woo a lot more because he has to rely on the brother-in-law of the Sword King. As in the past, it was the Sword King himself who carried the national team to such a high ranking, racking up multiple Man of the Match awards, that the media only ever cared about getting his interview, disregarding the rest of the team. Getting mad at the things that are just true, the team leader in denial makes up his mind on killing Jihan if he wants to give trials for the team. Back in the present, what this shithead thought was a surprise punch, Jihan blocked it easily, giving him the death stare that forces the arrogant leader to back off. He claims it was just a test after his got crushed like that. Jihan wonders if this was the actual test, but manager Yoonsik tells him about the real one that is prepared by the department, since he is a special case. Jumping at the opportunity, Kim Dong-woo challenges Jihan to a public duel as his trial. He suggests that if our boy can defeat a pro that has experience in the league, then no one should have any complaints about him entering the team as well. Without even a moment of hesitation, Jihan accepts the duel, fully planning on humiliating this insecure leader live on stream. The news of this duel make it to the headlines, with talks happening all over the country. Haeyeon specifically feels worried for Jihan because this is one step too big for him, as a gold player, and a risk to do this live on stream as well. The public opinion seems split, with some claiming that Jihan has the ability to defeat the team leader because he has bested a diamond player before as a silver, while others say that playing in the league is just different, and the assassin he defeated was at close range, which doesn't make it as impressive for some reason. Haeyeon informs him that the duel is in a week's time, but feels nervous about the situation, though Jihan reassures her that he will be ready for it when the time comes. For the first time, Haeyeon admits that she believes in him to win. but he knows that she is just spouting nonsense. The phone call ends, and Jihan starts to think about this realistically. He knows that Kim Dongwoo suggested that the duel be live-streamed because that little exchange they had made him confident in his chances. Fortunately, Jihan is at martial power level 99, which he proceeds to increase to level 100. The moment he does so, his force also reaches level 100. A sudden surge of power overflows from his entire body. With just a difference of 1 point in stats, Jihan feels confident in combining his inner energy within his body with the force that encompasses it and break down the walls between his 3 dantians. Attempting to unite the dantians, his body goes through pain that feels like it's cracking from the pressure, but he endures it all the way. The excruciating process goes on for a little bit more, but he finally manages to succeed in combing the 3 dantians. With the fusion completed, the martial power and force combine into one stat, unlocking a special new ability of the stars called Martial Spirit. He wonders if this is different from a unique stat, but at least it was successful. His celebrations are abruptly cut short when a huge hand emerges from a portal behind him and kidnaps the poor guy. It was the hand of the wandering martial god, who had summoned the owner of the martial spirit. The martial god kidnapped our boy and dumped him onto a strange planet within the cosmos. He gets up and sees multiple constellations in the form of weapons in the starry sky. He remembers that it was the martial god that summoned him here, right after his dantians were unified, unlike before when he left because the dantians were partially connected. Suddenly, an old Chinese figure emerges from the shadow, surprised to see a visitor after so long. Jihan assumes that it's the martial god, but the Chinese figure scoffs at him, saying that he is too low level to even stay alive, let alone see the martial god. Instead, he gets to meet the kidnapped god's subordinate, a person who has lived for over 180,000 years, Dongfang Shuo. Jihan remembers the brush he had a hold on once with the old man's name and a link to the martial god. Dongfang Shuo already knows that Jihan is trying to figure out why he was summoned, so he straight up tells him the reason is for him to give up his martial status and become the criminal god's subordinate. The old man points the various weapons at Jihan and reveals that his death is inevitable if he keeps growing his martial power to the point that the martial god personally pays him a visit, because only one person per planet can possess it. Giving up the power lets the person live on as his subordinate. Jihan is unable to comprehend his situation, but this gives him a hint that the martial god might be from Earth, though that does him no good when he has to choose whether to live on as a slave or just die on the spot. He tries to put off the decision for a bit more, but the old man already catches on to his line of thinking. He advises Jihan, since he values the life of a young man, that he is currently facing weapons of the multiple constellations that tried to throw hands with the martial god, but died. To make the situation even more hopeless for him, he advises him to not throw away his life to fight a battle he has no hopes of winning. Even with the step-by-step guide of survival laid out for him, Jihan refuses to become a slave, adamant on killing the martial god in the future by reaching a higher level of martial power. His ambitions come from his will to defend his family, people, and the very planet. This determination impresses the old man Dongfang to the point that he goes into combat mode in an instant and knocks back Jihan with an otherworldly attack, which he couldn't even see coming. Even though the old man likes our boy for being young and ambitious, he reminds him of the one truth that is universal: the strongest survive no matter what, overcoming spirit and sheer will. He summons yet another heavenly weapon, challenging Jihan to a combat to see if he is able to at least hold his own against the martial god's subordinate, let alone the constellation himself. With some extremely extraordinary level of power, the old man creates the symbol of yin and yang, depriving Jihan of any hope of ever dodging the attack without any harm. Fortunately for him, the martial god arrives in the nick of time and orders the old man to stand down, which he obeys instantly. Jihan, the king, felt true fear for the first time in his life, as the thoughts of defeating this terrifying entity crossed his mind, but were not transparent enough for the constellation to miss them. Still, whether it be obnoxious or ambitious, the martial god lets Jihan live for the day he dares challenge him. A portal opens beneath our boy, and he exits the martial god's domain as abruptly as he was brought here, except this time with the constellation smiling at him. Jihan spawns back on Earth, out on the street, with terror on his face. Just one look at a part of the constellation's body overloaded his brain, making him aware of the gap between a god and a mortal. Suddenly, the group of students in front of him barrage him with questions as soon as they spot him, mentioning his absence, which made everyone think that he has given up on the duel. Seiya suddenly arrives at the scene and hugs him, worryingly asking about his disappearance for a whole week, which stuns Jihan to the core. After Seiya reveals that he has been gone for a week, Jihan stands frozen in place. However, Hyeon calls the two of them back into the car so they can avoid the paparazzi swarming around. She explains that the entire country was in chaos over his disappearance, most wondering whether he had been kidnapped, which was true, or if he was just training so hard for the duel that he went completely radio silent. Even though he should be processing the fact that being in the martial god's dimension cost him an entire week, He instead remembers the duel and asks Haeyeon if he can still make it. It turns out the duel wasn't cancelled, and Kim Dong-woo now stands in front of the cameras, hoping our boy doesn't arrive in time. When a reporter asks him about his thoughts on Jihan's disappearance, he claims Jihan had threatened his manhood and acted rudely before the fight. He says he looks forward to settling the duel if Jihan even shows up to save face. Unfortunately for him, just as he hopes Jihan won't arrive, our boy makes a flashy entrance while still on the phone with Haeyeon, telling her he has reached the venue. The paparazzi immediately rush toward him, bombarding him with questions about his week-long ghosting. To keep the spotlight under control, Kim Dong-woo swoops in and escorts Jihan into the arena, though he can't help but wonder why he looks like a beat-up homeless man dragged in off the street. Meanwhile, Jihan is weighed down by pressure from his meeting with Dongfang and the martial god, as well as the new martial spirit he received, so this fight is bound to get complicated. Regardless, the two arrive at the battleground. Everyone anxiously awaits the moment, many having already lost hope that it would even happen after Jihan's disappearance. On the livestream, countless viewers speculate that he pulled this stunt just to rack up more attention. The battle begins, and with no regard for Jihan's condition, the arrogant leader lunges at him with a wild swing. Jihan dodges, but the sheer impact of the blow makes him acknowledge the strength of a national team player. However, his technique and speed are sloppy, giving Jihan several openings to exploit. Baiting him with a fake attack, our boy lures the impatient leader into dropping his guard. But just as Jihan goes for the strike, it gets caught with ease. It turns out Kim Dong-woo's arrogance comes from his confidence in his gift, precognition. This ability allows the user to predict their opponent's movements, not true future sight, but more of an anticipatory reflex. Its effectiveness depends heavily on the user's own physical ability to keep up, which lets him evade nearly everything thrown at him. He slips past a flurry of Jihan's attacks, even landing a counterblow that bruises him. Jihan begins to worry. His absolute territory trait doesn't seem to be working like it should. This boosts Kim Dong-woo's confidence even more as Jihan charges in without weapons or magic, just throwing hands. With precognition working overtime, the arrogant leader finds what looks like a perfect opening and lands a clean hit. When the dust settles, blood drips onto the floor, but it's unclear whose it is. The blood that spilled, the jaws that dropped, and the weapon that fell, all of it happened to the arrogant Kim Dong-woo. With his arm completely ruptured, the team leader screams in agony and confusion. Jihan, covered in a glowing red aura of the Force, has finally figured out his new technique. Kim Dong-woo thought he had outsmarted Jihan with his gift, but it was our boy who outsmarted his outsmartness. The battle sequence repeats itself. Kim Dong-woo uses his gift to predict Jihan's next attack, but even after getting it right, he cannot avoid the impact due to a new development in the way Jihan wields the Force. The martial spirit stat that Jihan gained is a combination of martial power and the Force. The strength and telekinesis that come from the body, when utilized correctly, result in an incredible display of a simultaneous offense and defense fighting style. Fully mastering this new strategy, Jihan shatters Kim Dong-woo's ego like the wall behind him after sending him crashing into it. The people cannot believe the outcome of this match. For a few moments, it seems like the beaten-up team leader has commendable resilience to still be in the fight, but it turns out to be nothing more than a disappointing act. He claims to clear Jihan for the test, acknowledging his amazing display of skill as a gold player. Jihan refuses to let this guy save face and knocks his teeth out because acknowledgement from such a man means nothing. With that, Jihan wins the match, and everyone goes wild, grateful that our boy belongs to their country. Meanwhile, the obsessed stalker Idu Shizuru keeps up with Jihan's match while on a date with the Sword King, who clearly doesn't appreciate her caring more about another man's international fight than their meal together. The Sword King no longer considers Jihan family, only another enemy he must eliminate. For some reason, the attention-seeking maniac Shizuru uses her gift to force the waiter to lick wine off the floor, wine she had purposefully spilled after the poor man dropped a few drops on her. She then turns to the Sword King, asking about his chances of winning against our boy, to which he admits will be slim in a year's time, because Jihan's rate of improvement is extraordinary. The perverted psychopath feels uneasy, knowing even her precious king might lose too. Meanwhile, the post-match interview begins on stream. The reporter asks Jihan about his feelings on joining the team, but our humble boy claims it was just luck, even though he had wrecked his opponent. The next question probes his intentions as a national team member, and with the Sword King in mind, Jihan makes a bold statement. Regardless of Korea's poor performances in the past, with him on the team, no one has to worry about losing again, not even to the traitorous Sword King, because our boy plans to personally fight and brutalize him in a match, presenting his head as a gift to the country. This declaration hits the bewitched Sword King harder than he has ever been struck before. After Jihan made it into the national team, Haeyeon and the others threw him a celebratory dinner. He would be shifting to the national team's dorms soon. Gayoung felt a little disappointed that she was unable to catch up to him, despite leveling up relatively quickly. Sia cheered her up by setting a new goal for everyone at the table, to join the national team together. She planned on becoming the archer and Guyong could be the warrior, but she froze in place when pointing toward Masyed, because bro is Argentinian and cannot join Korea's team. The room turned awkward, so Haeyeon quickly changed the subject before the footballer caught on to the accidental racism. Suddenly, Jihan received multiple warnings from the system that his nameless divine arts were facing an anomaly. He either had to change the 3 divine techniques he possessed, or guess the real name of the nameless divine arts, because the martial spirit was causing a refusal to fuse with it. He hadn't figured out the true name of the technique in his past life, because he had received it just before Earth was destroyed, but now he had it much earlier. The 3 techniques, Shadow God Technique, Divine Lightning God Technique, and God Destroying Technique, were bound to be changed if he still couldn't uncover the true name of the nameless divine arts. When asked for a speech, he put the guessing game on hold. He expressed his appreciation for the people he had met and recruited into the guild, and was grateful for their love, support, and efforts, which was crazy with Haeyeon present. Still, he promised to throw another dinner party when Korea won gold in the World League. A whole sequence later, a random player woke up in the Gold League of the Gangnam area. In the testing lab map, the goal was survival. The map was open only to players level 75 and above. Unfortunately, he found himself in the red zone of an unfamiliar map and game. The match began, and he already had to survive against 100 players until only 50 were left. Deadly lasers projected across the arena, cutting players in half. In this game, there were 3 areas: red, green, and yellow. Players were randomly divided amongst them, with the red zone dubbed the Graveyard for Beginners because of its countless traps. The assault of the arena died down, leaving only a few fortunate players alive. Frustration grew. Not only did they have to avoid traps, but also the strikes of other players. Out of the 71 remaining across the 3 areas, only 14 were in the red. One of them suggested sticking together while players in the other zones died off until the total number dropped to 50. He suggested focusing only on avoiding traps for now. Another player agreed, gathering the newbies of the Gold League who had recently hit level 75 and had never seen this map before. 4 players gathered, expecting guidance and help with traps and survival tips, but they were tricked into becoming easy targets for the experienced players. The reason was simple. The noobs would die to traps anyway, so killing them early gave the veterans a better chance to survive the next game. The selfish veterans mercilessly attacked, cutting them down. But when the dust settled, a shadow of a single player emerged. The 3 conspiring veterans were twisted into a ball with the use of force and apprehended. Looking up, they saw none other than Jihan. Eclipse laid casually across his shoulder, thanking them for the great tips as he prepared to swing the dark sword at their heads. Jihan wastes no time in butchering the no-name veterans of the game, but the total number of players still remains over 50. As he grows frustrated about not being able to smurf the other zones, the Chibi Queen warns him to be cautious of the room he is in, because it feels like the World Tree Union's testing lab. Labs like these were always left behind when the elves invaded another planet, and some of the black elves even got trapped in them during investigations. She finds it odd that such a place is being used as a game map. While Jihan considers whether the Chibi Queen is right about her suspicions, the game suddenly triggers a wall of deadly lasers from all directions, set to eradicate him for being the unusual survivor in the red zone. Jihan and the chat go wild about this being a forced death in-game, but the Chibi Queen comes in clutch with the hidden pathway strategy, beyond a reinforced door that seems to be locked. These doors are supposed to be realm-connecting portals that activate once the traps are online. Jihan rushes toward the door using his lightning steps, ready to punish the Chibi Queen if he got cooked by the lasers, but fortunately for both of them, it works. He opens his eyes in an ethereal garden, unknown even to the Chibi Queen, as the portals lead to random realms. The system informs him that he has completed a secret quest by escaping the red zone, and now he must complete an epic quest by finding the owner of this place and uncovering the reason behind the experiments. He finds this quest unlike any others. Even its reward is uncertain, though it could be up to 100,000 AP. Suddenly, a white elf lady appears from a pavilion, shocked to see one of her subjects actually escaping the lab. Even after hearing how he was referred to, and despite the Chibi Queen's warning to stay cautious, this dude lets his curiosity guide him to drink a cup of tea made by the very elf who keeps calling him a subject. Even with the option of beating the answers out of her, Jihan chooses to play it safe and go along with the offer of a lady from a race established to be evil just because her powers are unknown. The two sit down for tea, and even as he holds the cup, the thought of it being poisoned crosses his mind. The Chibi Queen outright tells him to just unalive her, but he refuses, convinced there is no real danger, since this feels like the tutorial. He takes a sip of the tea, then storms her with questions about the purpose of the lab, and her appearance being different from a regular player. She calls him out for being overly curious, but reassures him that she is only here because the garden is nice, and a place from where she can observe everyone. Jihan sets down the cup, hoping he can get all of his questions answered as easily as the first two. However, when he asks her the reason for observing the human race, the elf reveals her psychopathic nature by telling him that she wants to make all of the unique players, like Jihan, into her slaves. As soon as she finishes her sentence, something reacts inside Jihan's body, and he collapses to the ground with panic on his face, while the elf lady smiles at him for being so damn stupid. These elves might be of different races, but their perverted nature remains the same. Unlike the Shadow Queen, this elf lady manages to make Jihan succumb to her control, as she hypnotizes him to be her slave. Luckily, a donation of 10,000 GP from one of his fans pops in between the two, breaking the elf lady's hypnosis. With the chat becoming functional again, the elf lady lets go of Jihan since she has been seen by everyone, and with the total number of players finally reaching 50, the game ends. She grows even more frustrated that her playtime was cut so short, yet it is not a problem because the leaf has already been planted in Jihan. Before the game finishes, she orders him to come find her the moment the next game begins. Jihan returns to his apartment as the game ends and flops to the floor. The Chibi Queen grows back into her adult form, regretting that she did not do much to stop him from interacting with the elf lady. She cannot believe that the elf would put her hands on a player in the tutorial. The Chibi Queen recognizes the leaf as one from the World Tree, and starts battering Jihan to make him snap out of it. Fortunately, he regains consciousness and stops her, because he never truly fell into the elf's control. Seiya comes bursting into the room, recapping how her uncle falls for every new woman's control. She sees the Chibi Queen on top of her uncle, and assumes that it was she who controlled him this time. After the misunderstanding clears, the Chibi Queen explains that the leaf of the World Tree is both an item that heals all abnormalities, and something that can be used to control a being without resistance. This begs the question of how Jihan is still fine after the leaf was implanted in him. He explains that it is thanks to the martial spirit, an ability he gained after mastering control of his body. He only temporarily succumbed to the hypnosis because it felt similar, but he managed to manipulate the external energy that tried to control him right after. Seiya and the Chibi Queen simply accept that this dude is too OP to be controlled. He wants to cut open his body to take the leaf out, but it is impossible to do so without the elf's technology, so he has to set up a meeting with the elf lady. Seiya worries that it might lead to something disastrous, but Jihan comforts her that it will be fine. Deep inside, he is well aware of the risk, but he needs to follow through for his plan. A few days later, he gets escorted to the national team's dormitory. He talks to Seiya on the phone as he walks through the hall, thinking about the call-up for his training, the schedule, and the fact that he has to live with someone he bullied live on stream. He continues his conversation with Seiya. The two talk about living away from each other, concerned that neither of them will survive without the other, especially Seiya without her uncle's delicious cooking. She is actually out grocery shopping for that exact reason and cuts the call. Unbeknownst to her, an assassin spies on her from a dark alley, ready to take her out since she is alone and it is the best opportunity for him. However, he suddenly finds himself surrounded by 1,000 blades of shadow. The Chibi Queen has found him, and she needs some answers. Surrounded by Jihan's contingency, the assassin tries to come up with an escape plan. Conveniently for her, Seiya enters the scene. She attempts to use this opportunity to take Seiya out at once, but the Chibi Queen is quick to react, impaling her instead. However, the assassin manages to fool her into attacking an afterimage, while the real one sneaks up behind Seiya. Fortunately, the lightning spell that Jihan gave Seiya comes in clutch, sending the assassin flying away. Using the opportunity, the Chibi Queen attacks with her blades and corners the assassin. With nowhere to run, the assassin gets impaled by the Chibi Queen's blades. Seiya worries that she might have killed her, but the Chibi Queen knows how to control her strength. She unmasks the assassin right away, and it is none other than Akari, the assassin sent by Ito Shizuru. Both Seiya and the Chibi Queen complain about these people constantly being a pain. Akari then uses her sob story about the time she tried apologizing to Ito Shizuru for failing to capture Jihan, but the sadistic queen used Akari's sister, Hiyori, to blackmail her. Shizuru threatened to use Hiyori's body as the replacement clone to punish Akari for ruining her plans. Even after hearing her story, and that she was forced to commit such a heinous crime, Seiya does not buy it at all, because this concerns her and Jihan's safety. To fix the issue, she calls her uncle before turning Akari into the police. Unfortunately, she somehow forgets that Akari is a diamond-ranked assassin who can easily break through restraints. As Seiya informs Jihan about her location, Akari materializes a sword and uses it to split the Chibi Queen in half. Jihan anxiously asks Seiya about the situation, but she is too shocked to speak. Akari smirks, noting that Seiya is cold enough not to pity a killer just because she used a sob story. The reality is that Akari willingly submitted her body to Ito Shizuru and got turned into a clone to protect her sister, losing her ego in the process. This means that Akari's body can be overwritten with Shizuru's consciousness whenever she wants. Shizuru then confronts Sia about being rude to her soon-to-be stepmother. Sia recognizes the face of the sadistic queen and immediately tries to tell Jihan about it, but her phone gets snapped in half. Ito Shizuru grabs Sia by the neck and tries to force her into obedience. Before the call ends, upon hearing Sia scream out the name of the sadistic queen, veins pop out on Jihan's face from sheer anger. As obedience works its charm on her, Sia struggles to resist it. Regardless of her hatred for the woman who took her father away, she almost falls to her seduction. Thankfully, the lightning seal triggers at the last moment, preventing C from falling into mind control. The queen's frustration grows further because now there are two people able to resist her control. Sia escapes the mind control and reminds the succubus queen that not even her gift can compensate for her grandma appearance, which pisses Shizuru off. She then vanishes into thin air when her self-proclaimed stepmother tries to grab her once again. Having so many failures at once makes Shizuru anxious. To rub salt in her wounds, the chibi queen emerges from the shadows, this time in her adult form. Shizuru thinks she can at least get answers out of Jihan's summon, but due to the difference in stats between them, obedience is nullified. The chibi queen smirks at the pitiful woman's attempts to mind control her, striking real fear in her heart for the first time. The chibi queen then shows Shizuru the difference in their powers by easily trapping her under a giant shadow hand, since Akari's movements become extremely dull once her body is overtaken by the good-for-nothing queen. She proceeds to get rid of this nuisance once and for all, but Shizuru pulls out an item that protects her completely from the chibi queen's attacks. It's called the Absolute Defense Charm, an S-ranked item that can only be used once. The chibi queen calls her out for using petty tricks instead of actually getting good in battle. Shizuru realizes that her plans are fully undone for now, especially because she didn't account for Jihan's summoned familiar, so now she just has to grab Sia and scram out of here. The only problem is that she has no clue where Sia could have gone. Meanwhile, Sia is still there, just in another dimension. At the last second, she equipped the shadow cloak to escape, and now no one can actually see her. She is surprised to see the cloak working so well, so she decides to stay in the void for a little longer. Had she read the description of the cloak, she would know that staying too long in that place leads to disasters. A strong storm emerges out of nowhere, and the system issues a warning that Sia needs to avoid getting swallowed by it. The battle between the chibi queen and the sadistic queen continues, but Sia's sudden reappearance puts it on hold. As Sia trembles at the thought of almost being consumed by the storm, had she unequipped the cloak even a second later, Ito Shizuru smiles at the opportunity to accomplish her goals. However, the chibi queen smirks at her ignorance of the Grim Reaper lurking right behind her. Jihan arrives at the fight and strikes Shizuru with his lightning. He checks on Sia, then proceeds to threaten who he thinks is Akari, but the chibi queen alerts him that the woman is actually Ito Shizuru. Knowing she is hopelessly outmatched, Shizuru tries to run away with Akari's body using spiritification, because the body is quite valuable to her. Unfortunately for her, she doesn't get to leave on her terms this time around. Jihan intercepts her disappearance during the spiritification and beats the egoistic queen to a pulp. Unable to withstand the thrashing, Shizuru is forced to abandon the vessel she worked so hard to create. Still, before she decides to forfeit the body, she tries to get the last word in, but Jihan takes even that away from her, reminding her that the next time they meet will be at her funeral. He throws away the body as its consciousness fades, but before he can leave the place with Sia, the two of them turn around to see a surprising development. The sadistic queen returns to her complex, completely defeated. The Simp Sword King sees her anxious and proceeds to comfort her, believing all of the lies she feeds him about wanting to unite his family by bringing Jihan to Japan so they can all live happily ever after. The retard king falls for her grandma charms once again, but their moment is interrupted by a notification from Jihan's channel that he is going live. Shizuru wonders if he is going to talk about today's events, but she has nothing to worry about because he has no evidence to expose her. She arrogantly plays the stream, and the first words uttered by a familiar voice suck the soul out of her body. It is none other than the real Akari, who addresses the world through the stream and exposes Shizuru's entire scheme of mind-controlling people. Akari plans on revealing everything she has seen Shizuru plot throughout her time, with Jihan and Sia right beside her as witnesses. Shizuru panics because she thought Akari had died, yet she is now on stream, exposing her. A few hours earlier, before Akari went live on stream to expose Shizuru's crimes in the alley. After Shizuru left her body, it was bound to self-destruct. However, her strong will managed to resist the destruction, leaving her body intact but unconscious. The Chibi Queen sensed that the energy in Akari's body actually belonged to her, somehow. Since the body seemed to be in very poor condition, Jihan used his great heal ability to try and wake her up again. Sometime later, back at Jihan's apartment, Akari finally woke up. The first thing she had to go through was an interrogation by Jihan, towering over her with questions about Shizuru and the reason why she helped that psychopath goddess in her plans. Akari remembered how, after her body was turned into a clone for Shizuru, the first thing she made her do was kill her sister with her own 2 hands. as a test to see if the clone would obey her, because there were signs of resistance from the original Akari's consciousness in the body. However, even if she was no longer herself, killing her sister still broke her from the inside. Now that she was finally back to normal, Akari planned to enact her revenge on Shizuru by ripping her to shreds. Her anger and sorrow drove her actions as she tried to leave the apartment, but Jihan reminded her that she was just going on a suicide mission, because killing that evil woman wasn't that simple, or it would have been done already. Plus, no one wanted Shizuru to reclaim the clone she had just lost. The reality check hit Akari deeply, and she broke down, hopeless to do anything on her own to get revenge. That was when Jihan extended a helping hand towards her, suggesting that she reveal all of this information to the world. Fast forward to the present, Akari revealed all of the crimes committed by Shizuru using clones like Akari. From murders to brainwashing people, and using her gift to seduce high-ranking officials in the Japanese government, Shizuru had used her clones to get her way without ever getting caught. Seeing Akari shed tears on stream, the chat believed her, advocating for rules to be enforced against such acts. Jihan took over the stream and cautioned everyone to be careful of the woman that was Ito Shizuru. With the Northeast Asian League Games right around the corner, he tried to convince the top players from each country not to be persuaded by this woman's charms, so as not to turn traitor to their nations, like the Sword King. The egotistical psychopath crashed out after Akari revealed her crimes. One thing after another, she kept losing control over everything, and all she could do was whine about it to her simp boyfriend, who tended to believe all of her lies about doing this for the sake of her nation, while every other supporter was rethinking their allegiance to her. The simp king pulled her into a hug to reassure her that he was by her side, regardless of her ridiculous crimes, so she requested him to crush Jihan in the next game they met. As chaos stirred in the outside world, the elf lady sat in a lab full of storage that contained creatures of different species. She sipped her tea, anticipating the next time she would get to meet her test subject, which was Jihan.